I want to show you the perfect tool for making stunning videos without leaving the house. Just go to artgrid.io. It's a revolutionary stock footage platform.
Lock your doors. Don't answer the door.
Make that boom, 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 boom. Make that bounce in it. Make that boom, 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 boom. Make that like that. Boom, boom, bounce in it. Make that boom, 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 boom. Make that like that. Boom, boom. Make that boom, 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 boom. Make that bounce in it. Make that boom, boom.
Welcome everyone to the Litecoin Summit in the beautiful Las Vegas. It's great to be here. I am so excited. There has been so many improvements and progress in the Litecoin space since the last summit. It is amazing. With Mimblewimble and MWeb, we have experts here in the field that are going to give us insights, predictions, information. They're going to give us all of their wonderful knowledge. I'm very stoked for this. This is my favorite. This is my favorite thing I've been to. I love Litecoin. I'm a Litecoin guy, so you can see. So I want to definitely thank our sponsors, our main sponsor, title sponsor, LTC Labs. We have our gold sponsors, Ballet Wallet. I'm going to read them off the back here. I tried to memorize them. GetHedge, Crypto Tax Audit, Loco Tech, StormX, and Cake Wallet. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for supporting the Litecoin community and this event, as well as, sorry, go ahead and clap, sorry, go clap. Let's get some claps. Thank you. As well as Litecoin Foundation. None of this would happen without them. They're all volunteers to my knowledge, and they do amazing work, and we all owe them a thanks. So let's get into it. I'm Tom Crown. If you don't know me, I'm a YouTuber. I like to describe myself as a decentralized maximalist. I love Bitcoin, I love Litecoin, and I love Dogecoin. Maybe that's unpopular, but you can check me out on YouTube, and I'm happy to be here today. So let me see what else we have. Make sure you grab one of these today and to check out the exhibitions and vendors in the back. You'll get stamps, and if you get all 9 stamps, you can submit it and you can win wonderful prizes. You might even win this watch. So make sure you do that. Let's see, what else do we get? We also have an after party. I believe it's tomorrow. I forget the details, sorry. But make sure you attend it. We want to make it a really good party, and everyone's invited. I believe it's walkable from here. So let's, what time is it? We got a few more minutes here. Litecoin. Litecoin means a different thing. I would say everyone has their own kind of meaning to it, but what Litecoin definitely is a survivor. This is the 11th anniversary. I mean, that is ancient. We made it. It stood the test of time, and that, to me, is important. That is a big thing in crypto. Things come and go, but Litecoin is clearly here to stay, and that's proven by this community we have here. All these people are coming out to Vegas and coming together, and I love to see it. I was supposed to go on 10 minutes, but I don't know if I'm going to do 10 minutes, so are we ready over there? I think our first speaker, you're all going to recognize, personal hero of mine, the Satoshi of Litecoin, Mr. Charlie Lee, if you want to come on up.
So now on Instagram, you have like dozens of pictures of posts that you made that I managed for some reason. So yeah, I'm still trying to reactivate my account, but Mark Zuckerberg, if you're watching this, let's start. So today, I'm going to talk about a few things. We're going to go over like metrics of success. How do you measure how successful like your has been? Talk about properties of good money. It's like one. And obviously, we talk about flexibility, privacy, and lastly, we'll cover a little bit about so stay tuned. This slide was actually exactly the slide I gave I showed like how do you measure success, right? So there are 5 things: network security, how much hash rate miners are mining Litecoin, do hard to attack, right? Market capitalization, exchange liquidity, how easy it is to get in and out of Litecoin. Merchant support. In the end, this is Litecoin is money, right? You want to use it everywhere you go. So this is important. This includes payment processors, which help reduce step cryptocurrencies and eventually becoming the actually and lastly, currency usage. So in the end, people need to use it, right? It's not just people need to use it. So number of transactions, how much money is sent on Litecoin network, active addresses, and block size, how much is the block space received. So as you see, from 2014 to 2018, Litecoin has grown pretty tremendously. So I want to talk about like what's happening since then, like how much has Litecoin grown. So let's talk about network first. So as you all know, Litecoin is proof of work. The amount of miners and hash rate is what decides Litecoin from So 4 years ago, Litecoin network had what's happened since then? So I kind of see Litecoin as the Litecoin network. You think of it as like a house. You want to protect the entire So Litecoin is what's that? Can you help me go to the next slide? So think of Litecoin as a house you're trying to protect. This is a $4 billion house, right? It's really expensive. You want to buy the best security guard, and we have that. But that comes at a cost, right? It's really expensive, and the block reward is the good thing about Litecoin and Bitcoin is that every 4 years, the block gets halved. Litecoins ever. So every 4 years, the block rewards get halved. What does that mean? That means the security gets halved. If the security gets halved, then it becomes more easier to attack. And over time, if the price doesn't go up, the network gets easier to attack, right? And as we know, in the last 4 years, the price didn't go up, right? So what happens? It means the security gets cut in half. But we actually have something special. So to protect this house, what can we add that is fairly cheap, that in the first few years, it doesn't really do much. You're protecting it more than it's protecting the house. But afterwards, it can start protecting the house. Can you guys think of something that you can add to a house to protect it? Anyone? What's that? Dogs. That's a good point. Next slide, please. So that's exactly what we did, right? We added, so Dogecoin started merge mining with Litecoin in August of 2014, if I remember correctly. And initially, Litecoin was protecting the Dogecoin network, right? So we're merge mining with Dogecoin, Litecoin was protecting the Dogecoin network, but actually the past few years, things have kind of flipped around. Dogecoin, as people don't actually think about it, but actually Dogecoin is protecting the Litecoin network today. And we're obviously working together. Next slide, please. So this is a slide of the Litecoin hash rate, right? The script hash rate. It's up and to the right. This is since 10 years ago. You can see in 2014, Dogecoin, once they started merge mining, the Dogecoin hash rate just matched Litecoin, right? All the script miners, or most of them, were mining Litecoin and Dogecoin together. And it's kind of just in lockstep followed through. Next slide, please. And this is the past few years. You can see it's basically, we reached an all-time high again of 500 terahash per second. And the miners are protecting both Litecoin and Dogecoin. Next slide, please. So what's merge mining, right? Merge mining is when script miners are doing the same amount of work, but they're producing Litecoin and Dogecoin blocks at the same time. So it's kind of a free lunch. They're not doing more work, and they're getting twice the benefit. They're getting both Doge and Litecoin from mining. So in a sense, we're sharing the security budget of both coins, right? So you can think of if it's like a house, two houses next to each other, the same security guards are protecting both houses at the same time. So same cost, and in this case, script miners are mining both Doge and Litecoin at the same time, and we reach 500 terahash per second. So 500 terahash is a lot of hash rate, right? You can't really compare it to Bitcoin hash rate because it's a different algorithm. When I created Litecoin, I was using my computer to mine Litecoin. If I remember correctly, my computer was doing about 10 kilo hashes per second. Kilo is 1,000 hash. After that, there's mega hash, which is 1,000,000 hash, giga hash, which is 1 billion hash, and terahash, which is 1 trillion hash. And right now, we're doing 500 trillion hashes a second, right? Compared to when my computer was doing only 10,000 hashes per second. That is incredible amount of growth in terms of security. So Litecoin, as you know, right now, we produce 12.5 Litecoins per block every 2.5 minutes, and that's worth about $625 today. And that's about $360,000 of Litecoin produced a day. And that's effectively a proxy for how much security is protecting the network. And the next halving is in 280 some days. So that's going to get cut in half. But because Dogecoin is being merge mined with Litecoin, Doge produces about $600 a minute, which is about $845,000 a day. So as you can see, Dogecoin network is actually giving out more in block rewards to protect the Litecoin network than Litecoin is today. And that would change over time, right? Litecoin could reduce, the price could go up, so there's some dynamics going on. But what's interesting is that Dogecoin has tail emission. What tail emission means is Dogecoin's block rewards go on forever without decreasing. So the security for Dogecoin will, if the price remains the same, it will be the same. There's no decrease in security. So this is a very interesting experiment, right? Bitcoin doesn't have that. Some coins have tail emission, like Monero. So it's all an experiment. We don't know what actually works, but Litecoin is doing something actually different from Bitcoin because with Dogecoin, we actually have tail emission, and that would, over time, that could protect the network better than what Bitcoin has. We'll see, right? Next slide, please. So, network security. We doubled our hash rate over the last 4 years. Doubled our security even though the price got halved, or sorry, the block rewards got halved. So that's great. So next thing I want to talk about is market capitalization. As we know, the price hasn't moved much, right? It's gone up and down, but over the past 4 years, it's about the same. So we're about close to $4 billion market cap. Next slide, please. And the exchange liquidity in terms of how much money is traded on exchanges is about the same. So not much progress there, but I want to talk about merchant support. So 4 years ago, we had like 9+ major merchant processors supporting Litecoin, helping merchants accept Litecoin. Next slide, please. And over the past 4 years, we added quite a few merchant processors, right? One of the major ones is BitPay. So BitPay started in, I think, like 2012 or even 2011. I've contacted the founders of BitPay back in like 2012, 2013, asking them about Litecoin support. So back then they were Bitcoin only, and they kind of just laughed at me and said like they're not going to support Litecoin. But I didn't give up, right? Almost like every year, every 2 years, I kept contacting them, talking about adding Litecoin. Eventually, they started changing their minds, right? They added more than just Bitcoin. They added Dogecoin, they added Bitcoin Cash, and a few years ago, they finally like decided to add Litecoin. And it's been a huge success, right? I basically told them, if you add Litecoin, you're gonna see a huge, a lot of people buying with Litecoin. They didn't believe me, right? But they eventually did add it. And next slide, please. And this is a chart that we see on Bitcoin stats page. Right now, Litecoin usage is 22% of all BitPay payments. And that's a little bit less than half of Bitcoin usage, right? Bitcoin is still the king of cryptocurrency. But once Litecoin was added, it quickly overtook Doge, quickly overtook Ether, and it's more than Ether and Doge combined. And this was in July, and I believe, like, if I had to bet, it's still going up, right? So Litecoin is being used today, and BitPay is the largest payment processor, crypto payment processor in the world, right? They support thousands, hundreds of thousands of merchants. So definitely there's huge uptick in Litecoin usage. Next slide, please. The next thing I want to talk about is Speedin. Speedin by Flexa has been huge for Litecoin. Who here has actually used the Speedin app and used Litecoin to pay for stuff? And we got a few here. So Speedin supports Litecoin, right? It's kind of like a gift card where you can create a QR code and the merchant will accept it as a gift card, and you're just paying Litecoin on the fly. I use Speedin like almost every week. I go to like Chipotle or some of the other merchants they support and buy with Litecoin. But whenever I do that, next slide, please. I feel like this guy, right? I'm like excited about using Litecoin, but no one really knows. The person accepting my payment thinks I'm just paying with a gift card, but I'm actually paying with Litecoin. So this is huge, right? So you can basically use Litecoin like in tons of places thanks to like BitPay, thanks to Speedin. Next slide, please. So merchant count, there's just too many, right? It's just amazing how much growth there is in terms of merchant adoption thanks to BitPay and people like Flexa. So lastly, I want to talk about currency usage, right? So Litecoin is, in the end, it's money, right? If you're not using, if it's not being used, then what's the point, right? So number of transactions has grown quite a bit since 4 years ago. Next slide, please. This is Bitcoin and Litecoin usage, transactions per day. And as you see, Litecoin initially was nothing compared to Bitcoin, but over the past few years, it's about half of Bitcoin transactions now. So that's pretty impressive growth. And Bitcoin, obviously, it's still more popular. People still use it. Fees are higher in Bitcoin, and that is expected. But as we see, Litecoin is just being used more and more. Next slide. So today, it's about 100,000 transactions per day. So about 4 times as much as 4 years ago. And next thing I want to talk about is how much is being sent, right? What's important is value being sent over the Litecoin network, right? So how much money is being moved in Litecoin? Next slide. This is a graph of just how much money is moved over the Litecoin network. And as you can see, there's ups and downs. When there's a crypto boom, people use Litecoin more, Just a lot of times, people sending coins to exchanges to buy or sell. But the important thing is that it's constantly still growing, right? The curve is still an up and to the right. Next slide. And today we spend about, or not we, but in terms of value move, it's about $1 billion moved on the Litecoin network a day, right? And we've over the past 10 years, it's more than $1 trillion of money being moved, value being sent on the Litecoin network, and that's 11 years of nonstop, no downtime network, right? So that's pretty amazing. Next thing I want to talk about is active addresses. So active addresses is how many addresses are being used on the Litecoin network a day. So that's a good proxy of like how many users are using it, right? People create new addresses every time they send a transaction. So number of active addresses is a good proxy for the number of users. So let's take a look at that. Next slide. This is active addresses over time. And as you can see, it's same as every other graph. It's up and to the right. Next slide, please. And today, it's about 200,000 active addresses every day. So about a 3 times growth over 4 years ago. Pretty good. And let's talk about block size. So block size is how much space in the block it's Litecoin, in Litecoin blocks, right? Next slide. And same thing. We've grown about 4 times over the last 4 years. Next slide. This is just recently. So there are some spikes, but on average, it's about, what is it? Like, next slide, about 80 kilobytes. So it's still pretty small. Litecoin has 1 megabyte block, so there's still a lot of room for growth. Next slide. So I want to add 2 things to metrics of success. So one is accessibility, how easy it is for people to get into Litecoin, right? To be able to purchase their first Litecoin, get Litecoin from ATM, and stuff like that. The next thing is brand awareness. How much do people actually hear about Litecoin in mainstream media? How much do people actually run across Litecoin? I mean, everybody knows about Bitcoin, right? But not everybody knows about Litecoin. So brand awareness is very important. Next slide. So accessibility, in the past 4 years, like Litecoin is one of the first 4 coins that was added to Robinhood. Robinhood is one of the most popular mainstream trading applications. And you've been able to buy Litecoin on Robinhood for many years now. Who's actually used Robinhood to buy Litecoin? Quite a few of you. And recently, they're allowing people to withdraw their Litecoin. So it's actually a place where people can buy and withdraw Litecoins to their own wallet. Next slide. PayPal. PayPal started accepting Litecoin last year, right? You can buy Litecoins. Who's used PayPal to buy a Litecoin? Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So PayPal is one of the few places where I actually never talked to them about adding Litecoin. Like BitPay, I keep bugging them about adding Litecoin, right? But PayPal was a surprise to me. When I found out they're going to add Litecoin, that just came out of nowhere, right? A Litecoin supporter talked to PayPal and convinced them to add Litecoin as one of the 4 coins they first supported. It was Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and Bitcoin Cash. And that was huge. I think PayPal, everyone's heard of PayPal before. Everyone's used it, and now you can easily buy Litecoin on PayPal. And they have this whole section about educating people about cryptocurrency and Litecoin and Bitcoin. And I think it's just great for mainstream adoption. Next slide. And Coinstar. So Coinstar added Bitcoin a few years ago, and more recently they added Litecoin and a few other coins. Right. This is actually a picture I took of my local Coinstar. I actually went there. Saw the Litecoin logo, and bought some Litecoin. It was very easy. Yeah, you guys should go check out Coinstar. It's pretty much everywhere. You can convert your coins to cash and use that cash to buy Litecoin. Next slide. And another mainstream adoption is like something like Ballet Wallet, right? Ballet is a sponsor of the Litecoin Summit, and all of you guys actually have a free Ballet wallet in your bag, right? So Litecoin Ballet makes it very easy for people to gift Litecoin, and all the other cryptocurrencies. But the special thing about the Ballet wallet in your bag is I want to announce something special, right? So if you take out your Ballet wallet in your bag right now and look at it, so if you look at your wallet, it might look a little bit different than what's on screen. What's on screen, the Link Hotel is in blue, right? So we actually put 1 out of every 10 wallets in your bag has a blue Link Hotel. If you find one with a blue Link Hotel, that actually has 1 Litecoin in it. So check your bag, don't throw away your Ballet wallet. Who's got one? Nice, nice. So this is thanks to GetHedge. GetHedge supported this initiative and donated 30 Litecoins to the Litecoin Foundation and put it in those wallets. So go check out GetHedge when you get a chance. And also, obviously, these are rare, right? The blue hotel ones are pretty rare, so keep them. Don't spend them. Next slide, please. So also, ATM adoption, right? ATMs are a good, easy place for people to buy Litecoin, to withdraw Litecoin from an ATM machine. And if you look, this is something I just grabbed from yesterday from Coin ATM Radar. Litecoin is the second most adopted cryptocurrency in ATM. This is ATMs worldwide. There's about 31,000 ATMs that accept Litecoin. Yeah, and obviously Bitcoin is accepted more than Litecoin, but if you look at all the other coins like Dogecoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin Cash, they're all a lot less than Litecoin. So it's great. You can find an ATM nearby. There's quite a few in Vegas you can find. Just go to Coin ATM Radar. They have like a map of all the ATM locations. You can go to an ATM, put in some cash, and just buy Litecoin. Next slide, please. So in terms of accessibility, mainstream adoption, it's been pretty big the last 4 years. Like Robinhood, I put eBay there, but it's actually PayPal. I get confused sometimes. PayPal, Coinstar, Ballet, 31,000 ATMs. It's been pretty successful the last 4 years. So next slide. Brand awareness, right? What's important is, do people hear about Litecoin? So these are like 4 different times we're on like mainstream media, Fox Business News, Bloomberg, CNBC, where they just show the Litecoin ticker price and everything when they talk about cryptocurrency. They do that all the time. Whenever they talk about cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, they just show Litecoin. And that helps with mainstream adoption, right? People see it. People ask about what's Litecoin, and they Google it and figure out what Litecoin is. A funny story about that, one time, as you know, Mike Novogratz, right? You guys all know the story. He went on, I think it was CNBC, and he complained about Litecoin being a ticker symbol and he actually made CNBC like remove Litecoin, add another coin, right? The other coin he made them add, he said CNBC should support Luna instead of Litecoin, right? So as you all know, like what happened to Luna, right? Luna is not tested, right? Litecoin's been around for 11 years. There's a reason why CNBC puts Litecoin there. It's been battle tested. It's one of the main currencies that's been around for over a decade, right? So you don't just like put something like Luna, which has been around for a few years, and now it's like nothing, on there. Next slide, please. The other kind of brand awareness is just like on TV shows. We see Litecoin every now and then. We see Bitcoin quite a bit too. On Simpsons a few years ago, they showed like Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin, and talked about cryptocurrency. More recently, NBC Peacock had a TV series that had someone transfer Litecoin using Lite Wallet, which was pretty amazing. Next slide. So brand awareness has been pretty good the past 4 years, right? And I expect that to continue. So if you look at what's happened the last 4 years, it's been amazing, right, in terms of adoption. But there's an elephant in the room, right? What's the elephant in the room? The price. Next slide, please. So what about the price? Like, why hasn't the price moved much, right? So I don't know. I don't control the price. What I do know is that price kind of follows adoption, right? It's not the other way around. If there's no value being created by Litecoin, the price won't move. And if price goes up when there's no value created, do you know what that's called? Speculation. Yeah, but it's actually called a Ponzi scheme, right? There's no value created. People who invest early, price goes up, they sell, and the new people are left holding the bag that didn't really add any value, right? And over time, it will just go crash back down to zero. So that's not what we were trying to create here. Next slide, please. So what we're trying to create is something of sustainable value, right? Something that people actually use, and not just because of the price, right? They're not here because they just want to make money. They want to use money. They want to store money in Litecoin because it's a good store of value, it's good methods of payment, and good means of exchange. So that's why Litecoin Foundation, we're here to promote adoption of Litecoin. We're not here to just promote increase in value, right? We want to promote adoption, and we believe the price will come. Next slide, please. So I'm going to give you two options, right? Let's say 4 years later, Litecoin Summit 2026. I come back here on stage, and this is what happened. Price went up to $500, which would be amazing. Everyone would be happy. But no new adoption, no increase in hash rate, no new payment processor merchants, no increase in usage, no more brand awareness. Everything stays flat, right? That's option number one. Next slide, please. Option number two is price is relatively flat, $60, but we get like PayPal, eBay, Square, Stripe support, paying with Litecoin, 10 times increase in everything. You can spend Litecoin at Walmart, at Amazon, at Target, and Litecoin is talked about everywhere, right? Joe Rogan, Jimmy Kimmel, all mainstream media talks about Litecoin all the time. So these two options, which one would you choose? Okay, think about this, okay? I know people are gonna say two because that sounds like a better thing to say, and if you don't say two, people are gonna look at you and say you're not a real Litecoiner. But think about it 4 years later, which one would make you more happy? Okay? Who would, raise your hand if you think option one would make you more happy? Half of you are lying. Who thinks option two would make you more happy? Okay, good. So I think option two would make me more happy. That's because I don't own a lot of Litecoin, so option one's not going to do anything for me. But reason why is this is actually building value, right? We're actually building value. People are actually using Litecoin, and it's becoming useful, right? In the end, we're trying to create money, right? We're trying to create something that is useful as money. So option two, people use it as money, and it's a store of value, right? If the price doesn't go up a lot, it keeps your value, right? That's one of the most important things about money is store of value over the long run, right? And that's why gold has been great money over millennia. Next slide, please. So obviously, people are asking, why not both, right? Why can't we have both adoption and price increase? And we can, I think. But the most important thing is I want to focus on adoption, and the price will fix itself over time, right? If you focus on price and the price goes up, but there's no adoption, then you're just creating a Ponzi scheme, and that's not what I'm here for. So that's my kind of thinking about the next 4 years, right? We want to focus on adoption, everything I just talked about, and let the price do its thing. Next slide, please. So what actually is Litecoin, right? What makes Litecoin valuable? Why do people use it? I'll just cover a little bit about it. Next slide. So this is stuff I jotted down pretty quickly over. Actually, I created this slide yesterday. I'm a procrastinator. I don't do my slides until the night before. So it's fast and easy to spend, low fees to spend, low cost to store, irreversible transactions, censorship-resistant transactions, scarce, and fungible. I think these are really good properties of money and what makes Litecoin valuable. Let's go over each one by one. So next slide. Litecoin is fast and easy. So this is a QR code for my Litecoin wallet. To test how fast and easy it is, you guys can scan it with your phone and send me some Litecoins. I'm waiting. What's that? No, you don't get it back. Okay, I already got some. Thank you. Thanks for donating to the Charlie Leaf Fund. Yeah, it's fast and easy. You just scan a QR code, you send. The crazy thing is that you can like try to buy something with a local merchant and send that QR code to someone in China and ask them to pay for your food, right? And they can easily send money cross country, across borders. And this is not something that is easy for any other payment method. You can't do it with cash. You can't do it with gold. You can't do it with, a lot of times you can't even do it with credit cards. Most of the time you can't do it with credit cards. Credit cards don't work cross borders. But with Bitcoin, Litecoin, cryptocurrencies, you can. And that's one of the most amazing things. It's cross borders. And as you know, you probably spent less than a penny to send those Litecoins to me. Next slide. So the fees to spend is low. It's very cheap to spend. And that's important. Next slide. Low cost to store. So you guys all have a Ballet wallet. It's fairly inexpensive. And that's just one easy way to store Litecoin. And that's not the same for things like gold and other currencies. They're just expensive to store and to protect. With cryptocurrency, you can even store it in your brain, right? You can use brain wallets. No one can actually access it, and only you remember your private keys, and you store cryptocurrencies that way. Next slide. Irreversible transactions. So we talk about network security, hash rate. Why that's important is in order to attack Litecoin, you need to spend that much money as much money as the hash rate that is supporting Litecoin, right? So you have to overrun the network, and that's expensive. We're talking about like hundreds of millions of dollars today to attack Litecoin. And so that means when the Litecoin transaction confirms, it won't be reversed, right? It will cost too much to reverse that transaction. And that's important. When you send money to someone, you don't want that transaction to be reversed because you already got the goods that you paid for. Next slide. And with the same security and decentralization, we have censorship resistant, right? That's very important for money. You don't want people to be able to tell you what you can or cannot do with your money. And that's how I got into Bitcoin in the first place. I was, back in like 2010, 2011, I was playing like poker online. And all of a sudden, one day, the government shut down all the poker online websites because they deem poker illegal, right? They don't want you to gamble with your own money. And the way they did it was they blocked all the payment processors from sending money to the poker sites. And I realized that's stupid. Like, why would the government be able to block me from playing poker? I'm not doing any harm to anyone. I'm just using money that I earn to play a game, actually a game of skill. It's not even a game of luck, right? So when Bitcoin came about, I just realized this is like a better form of money than fiat currencies. You can't block it. Governments can't block Bitcoin payments. And likewise, they can't block Litecoin payments. Recently in the news, I'm sure you've all heard Bitcoin BSV, Bitcoin Satoshi's vision, got censored, right? There's some miners that are mining BSV and basically mining empty blocks and blocking all transactions. So if you're trying to send BSV today, it won't work because it just got censored. This won't happen with Litecoin because Litecoin and Dogecoin is dominant in the script mining hash rate. So that's very important, being dominant in the mining hash rate that your coin works in. So Litecoin is censorship resistant. Next, scarcity is important too, right? As we know, like the U.S. government printed U.S. dollar like crazy the past few years due to COVID and other things. And that just devalues all the currency in your hands. So with Litecoin, there's a total of 84 million Litecoins that will ever exist, and nobody, not even me, can change that. And that's pretty amazing. And lastly, I'll talk about fungibility. So fungibility is is the concept that if you're using some money, every unit of that money is equal and equivalent to every other unit. So one example is I like to use is if you go to a store and pull out a $20 bill from your wallet, it doesn't matter which $20 bill you pull out. The merchant's going to accept it, right? Obviously, if you have a fake one, they won't accept it. But any real $20 bill, it doesn't matter what it is, they will accept it as $20. But today, that's not the case with Bitcoin. Every time you use Bitcoin, you leave a trail, right? There's history attached to the coin. So if you send coins to a darknet marketplace or to somewhere a merchant may not like, and then you send those coins to a merchant, they can like deny your transaction. They can say, I don't like where the coin has been, and they don't give you the goods. Or exchanges can just confiscate your money and don't give it back to you, right? And that's not good for money, right? With money, you want to be able to spend it anywhere. You don't want people to be able to block you because of your money. Your money should be as good as anyone else's money. So that's why we added MWeb to Litecoin, which launched this year. Next slide. So MWeb, I want to talk a little bit about like privacy versus fungibility, right? You hear that all the time, privacy, fungibility. A lot of times it's interchangeable. Privacy is something that is required for fungibility, right? So without privacy, money can't be fungible. So you need some sort of privacy to, it's kind of like, like emails, right? So privacy, I think it's a right. Financial privacy, I think it's a human right. So everyone should have financial privacy. Whenever I spend Litecoin, I don't want someone to know how much money I have in my bank account. When you spend your dollar, people don't know how much money you have in your bank account. So that's why MWeb, privacy and fungibility, I think is important. Next slide, please. So the thing with privacy is there's always a trade-off with scalability and ease of use, right? Something that's very private makes it, the technology makes it hard to scale and harder to use. So if you ever use something like Monero or Zcash, they're harder to use. They're not as scalable as Litecoin, as just base Bitcoin Litecoin. They're not as easy to use. Sometimes it takes longer to create transactions. So there's always a trade-off. But I think there's a sweet spot, and that's what we're targeting. Next slide, please. We're targeting a privacy fungibility sweet spot that is just private and fungible enough for normal people, but it's still as easy to use as just regular Bitcoin Litecoin transactions. And that's what we're doing with MWeb. So it's hard, right? So what is just enough privacy and fungibility? That's a hard thing to kind of grasp, right? How much privacy is enough? So one example I like to use is, let's go back to the house analogy, right? If Litecoin is a house, what it is right now without MWeb is just a glass house, right? Next slide, please. It's like a glass house. You can see everything, right? Everything's transparent on blockchain. Everything you do is public. So, but is that a house you want to live in, right? You're not doing anything shady. You're not dealing drugs. You're not doing anything bad. But do you want to live in this house? No, right? You still want some form of privacy, right? Next slide, please. But do you want to live in this house, right? No windows, very strong doors. No one can get in and out. You can get in and out, but no one can see what you're doing, right? That's not very friendly, user-friendly. That's not ease of use, right? But next slide, what Litecoin and MWeb is kind of like this house, right? It's transparent, but you can pull the shades. You can close the shades if you want. Does that mean you're doing something nefarious when you close the shades? No, you just want some sort of financial privacy, right? You don't want people to know how much money you have and where you're spending it because it's private. It doesn't necessarily mean you're doing anything bad. It's just you want some privacy. So that's what we're trying to achieve, right? Kind of the sweet spot, combination of both transparent and ability to be private. So when you move your funds to MWeb, You gain some sort of privacy, protect yourself from others from knowing where you're spending your money and how much money you have. And that's the vision we're trying to achieve. Thank you. Next slide. So profit is good money. I think Litecoin is checking off all these, right? All the profit is good money. And that's what we want. So I'll keep working hard on improving all these property and making Litecoin the best form of money ever. Okay, next slide. So last thing I want to talk about, Satoshi Nakamoto. So I'm here to announce. Next slide. That I'm not Satoshi Nakamoto. Sorry to disappoint. So some of you still don't believe me. Right? Some of you still think, so I think it's actually, yeah, you right there. Master thinks I'm Satoshi Nakamoto. I'm here to prove to you today that I'm not Satoshi Nakamoto. Good luck. Next slide. Because if I was Satoshi Nakamoto, this is what I would do. I would sign a message saying, Craig Wright is a fraud, and just post it, right? This is actually Satoshi's Genesis address. The signature is made up. It's Photoshop. Master doesn't believe me, you can go check. But now I said that, more people are going to go check to see if this is the actual right signature for this message. Believe me, it's not. But feel free to check. So this is what I would do, right? If I were Satoshi Nakamoto, I would just do this anonymously, right? So Craig Wright has been kind of causing havoc in the cryptocurrency community, claiming he's Satoshi Nakamoto without proving that he has funds, suing everyone. It's just a mess, right? So this would be what I would do. The fact that I didn't do this means I'm not Satoshi Nakamoto. Next slide. And I would do this. If I were Satoshi Nakamoto, I would sign a message saying this. Unfortunately, I'm not, so I can't sign this message, so Litecoin is still not better than Bitcoin, sadly. But I'll leave it at that. Enjoy the summit. Thanks to all the sponsors. Check out all the presentations. We have David Burkett talking about MWeb. I think that's going to be a huge hit. We have tons of great talks, and it's going to be a blast. Thanks, everyone, for coming, and enjoy the summit. Thank you.
Give it up for definitely not Satoshi. That was great. We have someone coming up next that you are familiar with.
Thank you.
This is John Moore, AKA Johnny Litecoin, president of the Litecoin Tech Support. So can we give him a round of applause to get him up here?
Woo! All right, I got to start out like this. Hey, what's up, guys? Johnny Litecoin here. How's it going today? You guys see me on Twitter. That's how I start out all my Twitter videos. But in all seriousness, we live in a world, guys, where financial privacy gains more importance every day that passes. Charlie was just talking about it. Since September 2001, we have seen our rights slowly stripped with the introduction of the USA Patriot Act. Although I was only in college at the time, this is something that I opposed from the start. I knew that these newfound powers would not be used simply to fight terrorism. I knew that slowly it was going to impact the lives of every single American citizen. I mean, come on, you guys, if you guys remember at the time, some of you guys are babies or young, but if you guys remember at the time, how did you think they were going to target just terrorists with this? How? This was designed to come after us. So now we have KYC regulatory requirements placed on the American people. A lot of you know what KYC is, but KYC stands for Know Your Customer. And this is questions and documents and different personal things that you have to give to access any financial product. You're essentially treated as guilty before you're innocent. Every bank that you go into has a sign that says, sorry, due to the rules, regulations, and regulatory requirements of the USA Patriot Act, There is certain information we have to gather you for opening an account. Again, you're considered guilty before you are innocent. That's not the America that I grew up in. So guys, why on earth do I care about this stuff so much, right? Well, in 2009, just around the time Satoshi released Bitcoin to the world, I began my journey in the credit card processing payments business. So it started out to look like a great business. It turned into a world of censorship, funds being held, and me having to tell my customers, sorry, due to the nature of your business, we are unable to approve your merchant processing account. Even if those activities were completely legal, it did not matter. All that mattered at the time was that banks and financial institutions remained in compliance with something called Operation Choke Point. So I don't know if anybody's heard about Operation Choke Point. What this was an initiative by the Justice Department, began in 2013, and it targeted certain industries, basically blacklisted them and said, these aren't illegal, they're politically unfavorable. Let's cut off their access to banking and financial services sector. It got worse. Businesses even suspected of dealing in these industries had their accounts also closed, and they went a lot farther. Oftentimes they went right into these people's bank accounts, pulled money out, money that they never even processed through the service in the beginning. So a lot of people don't realize, in the legacy banking system, they can hold your money whenever they want for 180 days. This is all the products out there. Anything that's in the legacy system, it's in the terms and conditions. So also around this time, I was noticing that the amount of fraud in the payment system was higher than ever before. It was like a tidal wave of fraud. There was no stopping it. In the payments world that I'm in, we were being plagued by something called synthetic identity theft. So that involves taking stolen social security numbers, fake bank accounts, fake websites, a combination of real and fake data. And these people get away with a lot of money. So there was no stopping it. It was like there needed to be a plug put in place to stop all this fraud from occurring. So when I was introduced to Bitcoin, I really fell in love with the concept. A currency with no central authority, whose transactions cannot be censored or stopped. It was a $1,000 Litecoin transaction from New York to Cali that did it for me. I'm in the payments business. I was in my credit card office at the time, and we went on the back end of like a Block Explorer and looked up all the data. I was blown away. I was like, there's a transaction ID. We just went in and got this. It was permissionless. It was transparent. It was truthful. It was everything that the legacy financial system is not. Being a credit card processor, we would see transactions disappear. And we couldn't even find out information on our own clients. Very, very frustrating. So finally, with Bitcoin and Litecoin, I had an answer for my clients and the general public. Use Bitcoin or Litecoin to avoid censorship in your transactions. And in the payments business, these are what we call the dreaded chargebacks. Okay? So crypto payments, and in particular Litecoin, made me realize that there was an answer to fix this broken monetary and payment system. Only Bitcoin and Litecoin had one flaw. Charlie touched about it a little bit in his presentation. Fungibility was the flaw. As much as I touted Litecoin for its use in the payments world, it did worry me that peer-to-peer transactions could be flagged by an exchange or financial institution down the line. Guys, we need solutions that enable more private payments, all right? There's no getting around KYC regulatory requirements. But if we can make KYC and other nuances of this USA Patriot Act obsolete, we're essentially going to make this stuff like rules on a typewriter. In other words, it won't matter because people no longer have a need to use that system. So people always assume if you want privacy that you must be doing something bad. That's always the assumption. Well, let me ask everybody a question here. Do you want to walk around at all times and divulge your bank account balance to your friends, peers, coworkers, and the general public at all times? Of course not. No one wants that. The idea of this sounds crazy. Only with Bitcoin and Litecoin, that's exactly what you're doing. It's like that glass house that Charlie showed. You can see everything. So as great as all that truth and transparency is, we need to build that cash-like experience. This is what I love personally so much about MWeb, Mimblewimble. We all call it MWeb right now, the implementation that's built into the Litecoin network. It gives us that cash-like experience without trading the benefits of the truth, trust, and transparency. We still want that. We still want to be able to audit the system, see the exact amount of coins that are in there, see what's going on, but we want to be able to then utilize cash in that system as well. So personally, I'm very excited. I'm all about use. I'm all about adoption. I'm really excited to see this built into the popular mobile wallets in the future. So right now, the use of MWeb is rapidly rising. And it's only available in Litecoin Core. Litecoin Core, you have to run it on a computer. You're running a full node, so it's taking up some space on your PC. Most young people I know, they don't even have a computer anymore. They just have a mobile solution. So when we see MWeb built into these popular mobile apps, the use of it is really going to grow exponentially. So as censorship grows and we see more public figures targeted for financial censorship, it's going to help to spread the message about what Bitcoin and Litecoin actually offer in terms of a monetary solution. Right now, the bad guys, the world global elites, whoever you want to call them, they want us to think of Bitcoin and Litecoin like they're a tech stock, like they're a volatile meme coin, meme stocks. They want us thinking of NFTs, pictures of monkey pictures that crashed in value. They control the media. They control everything. They do not want us thinking of this as sound money, as a tool for your freedom. That is the last thing that they want to get out there. So I always tell people, never forget. People always talk about the intrinsic value. Well, what's the intrinsic value of this stuff, right? The intrinsic value of Bitcoin or Litecoin ultimately comes down to the fact that in a potential dystopian future, this may be the only way to send value from point A to point B. If the world got enough like the book 1984, which I hope this does not get there, but if it did get 1984-like enough, it's maybe the only way to send a message out, a message from point A to point B. Your social credit score may not allow for that message or that payment to get out there. So where do we go from here, guys? Where do we go from here? I don't want my children using money and apps that have a social credit score attached to them. I really don't. There's no stopping this digital tidal wave that's coming. I work in payments, so I've seen the trend going digital. So a lot of people assume if you are into Bitcoin or you're into Litecoin that you're anti-cash. I'm pro-cash. I tell people I'm the most, even as a credit card processor, I always wanted people to get cash. And I tell people I'm supporting Bitcoin and Litecoin, I'm even more pro-cash. All we're trying to do is build this cash-like solution for you guys to be able to use in the future. This digital wave is coming. They're going to release something on us called CBDCs, which is a central bank digital currency. Once this comes, a lot of people feel like it's game over. So I feel like this will be very bullish for the price, but it's not going to be good for the use of cryptocurrency at all. The reason why, CBDCs are going to be programmable money. And when I first got into crypto, I was like, oh, programmable money, that's great, that's great. This could be a tool that's used against us. So we really need to get the word out there. What could we all do? we need to keep talking to people about non-custodial mobile wallets. These are super importance. Because if we could just make a lot of this stuff obsolete, we're on a path to our freedom. If we make the solutions so good, so robust, people are not going to have a need to go back into that legacy banking system. See, KYC can only occur when you need to go in and out of the legacy system. The Litecoin network itself doesn't ask you for your ID, doesn't ask you for your KYC. As Charlie touched on, it's censorship resistant. The payments just go. It's coming in through these tolls that we have to go through the KYC. So we really have to just keep spreading the message, keep building these solutions so they're more powerful. And again, these non-custodial mobile wallets, I can't be more adamant about this, how important these are. And there's no stopping this digital tidal wave. It's coming. You know, being in the payments world, people say, well, maybe we'll go back to gold and silver as money. I like gold and silver, it is private. But how do you pay for something, even at a cash register now? Forget online. But even at a retail cash register, nobody would know what to do with silver or gold. Everything is digital. A lot of kids that work at places, they have trouble counting out cash for change if you give them a $100 bill. So it's all about building digital solutions. We have to embrace all this. And we have to spread the message to people that Bitcoin and Litecoin are so much different than these central bank digital currencies that are coming. They're different than the whole crypto space. They're really in a class by themselves. So, you know, I used to say that Bitcoin and Litecoin, they're your lifeboats out of the system. I love that tagline. Bitcoin being a store of value lifeboat. But Litecoin, now with MWeb and privacy built into it, this is really a tool for us to fight going forward. This is going to be really needed. As we go into a world of extreme censorship, privacy is only going to be more important. If there's more digital payments going around, you're going to want privacy more and more. This potential dystopian future I talked about, I don't want this to come, but if it does, you better believe you're going to want privacy in a world like that. Also, too, there's a lot of security risks that people don't think about with crypto. So I said before, do you want to divulge your bank account balance to all people at all times? No, of course not. But it poses a security risk also for the people that are making payments. So being in the payments world, we used to love setting up like a little, kind of like a table tent, we call it. It's like a sign that's by the register. And we put a QR code on it so we could advertise the business is accepting Litecoin and Bitcoin. Scan QR code to make payment. So if you were a thief and you wanted to wait outside and you knew that stagnant wallet address, you can just have a computer pulled up and see everybody that sent payments in. Now somebody might come along that had 50 Bitcoins in a wallet, maybe sent a little bit of Bitcoin over to make a payment. You're waiting outside the store. Say they have 50 Bitcoins in that app right there, I'm going to rob them. So it's not, you know, it's not a safe system how it is. The transparency is great. It's a truth protocol, but building these private solutions is so important. And we really got to spread the message too. It's not that people that want privacy are doing something bad. Just bring up the example to them. Do you want to divulge your bank account balance at all times? You know, privacy should be an inherent right for people. And I feel like a lot of that's getting lost as we go digital. They, the bad guys, like I said, whoever you want to call them, they keep doing this power grab against us. They say, no, it's digital. Now you have to do this. The KYC becomes more strict. It used to be just, oh, if you did over a certain amount, you would have to go through your KYC. Now, as soon as you go into these apps, you have to go through KYC. This is a big deterrent. This is actually slowing down crypto adoption in a major way. There's a lot of people that, I'd say about a third of the people I help get into crypto, they stop dead in their tracks. They say, I'm not giving Bitcoin my personal information. And I laugh at them. I say to them, well, it's not Bitcoin you're giving your information to. It's the government. They're the ones that want it. Explain to you how else this poses a big risk. So being in the credit card business, I always had to ask people for their personal info. Who was I to collect people's personal info? I did not want to ask people for their social security number. Where do you live so your business can process a credit card payment? The other thing is, too, I had no special license to do this. For all they know, people doing this could have been convicted felons, criminals. And are we data handling experts? No. Most of the time, this information is being scanned and emailed. People's emails can be hacked. Most of the data that's leaked, a lot of it comes from doctors' offices. Your doctor gets all this info from you. Who are they? Are they experts at handling data? No, nobody is. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be fixed. Litecoin is really built. Something's really special is being built with Litecoin. Litecoin was great before MWeb. And now with MWeb, like I said, we really have this special tool for our freedom. It's only getting better. It's only getting more used. So I urge everybody, if you haven't used Mimblewimble or MWeb yet, look into it, use it, especially when it comes to mobile. But it really, once you use it, you love it. It's a cool tool. And it's like Charlie showed, it's like that house. I don't want to live in the glass house. And although my wife might disagree with me, I don't want to live in the house with no windows either. You want to live in a house with some windows, some transparency, but then you know what? You can shut the blinds when you want your privacy and go behind the wall or whatever. So that's it for me, guys. I'll be out. Johnny Litecoin, any questions you guys have, I'll be here for the whole summit, all right? Thanks a lot, you guys. I love Litecoin. Really honored to speak here. Thank the foundation. It's a great summit that they put on. Thanks, guys.
All right. Woo. Let's give it up for Johnny Litecoin one more time. That was great. Great job. He's the John Cena of crypto, and I appreciate him. All right, so next we have a shadowy supercoder. You may know him. He's the lead of the MWeb devs and production. It is David Burke. If you want to come on up here, man. Great to have you. Give him a round of applause, guys.
So I did not plan very well. Apparently, Johnny covered a lot of my topic just now, so I'm going to be improvising a little bit and emphasizing different parts, so bear with me. I'm lead developer at MWeb, so I'm going to talk a little bit about financial privacy, the history of how it's all changed, and about how we can get back to a time where we actually have some privacy when we transact, instead of everything going through just a few payment processors with, the government surveilling. Is this thing working? Yeah, this isn't going to work, I don't think. So next slide, please. Okay, so I'll start with brief history here of financial transactions. Next slide. In the golden days of transacting, people literally used gold. They used silver. They used other precious metals. They used cash. They used seashells. They used various collectibles. But it was some kind of physical good. And when you transacted with a physical good, there's no eavesdroppers. There's no surveillance. There's no kind of centralized ledger recording all the transactions. You just trade the value. And this is about as close as perfect financial privacy as you get. So this is what we want to get back to with crypto, with MWeb and with our other developments. Next slide. All right. So in the 50s, this thing called the Diners Club card was created. And it started with just a few restaurants accepting it, and it grew throughout the U.S., and then to Mexico, the UK, and before long, credit cards were starting to become a thing. You can see there's 4 other companies followed suit. You had American Express in '58, and MasterCard, and then Visa, Discover. And just slowly over that time, the usage started to increase. Next slide, please. So the early, yeah, thank you. The early credit cards we didn't have the same technology. They were a little more difficult to use, a little less convenient. So that's partially maybe why they weren't used as often. To transact, the clerk would have to check a list that's updated either daily or relatively frequently, a list of all known stolen or lost credit cards. Make sure that the number is not on there. If it's over $30, the transaction, they would actually have to call the credit card company and to get phone authorization. And then after that, they would use this thing called an embosser, and that's a picture of it there. And you'll see in the next slide in action. And they'd actually scan the card physically and imprint it into a piece of paper, and then the customer would sign that imprint. This was used up until the early 90s for the most part. Next slide, please. So it wasn't too difficult, though, because 9-year-old Kevin McAllister was still able to run up a $2,200 plus credit card bill for his father at the Plaza Hotel in New York City. You can see it in action there. You just have to manually run your hand across it and imprint the credit card. It wasn't super convenient, but people did start to use it for travel. Some wealthier people had credit cards, some businesses used credit cards, but it didn't really reach the middle class until a little bit later. Next slide. So later 80s, early 90s, they started to have department store credit cards. These would be like Sears would have their own card that you can use only at Sears. And they weren't as bad for privacy as our modern credit cards, because Sears would only have access to your transactions at Sears. Kohl's would only have access to your transaction at Kohl's. You don't have a list of all of your past transactions that they can learn about, that they can profile you on or anything like that. But this was kind of this was when they started to really gain adoption, was with department store cards. And then came the next slide, the late 90s and beyond, and pretty much credit cards for everything. It's become the de facto payment standard, obviously. Most things are purchased via credit card instead of cash. And we're moving towards what's called a cashless society. Next slide. And this is one where Johnny talked about all the problems with privacy in a cashless society, how having just a handful of payment processors with your entire transaction history, it's obviously got all kinds of problems that associated with it. Next slide. So one of which is data mining. So if they have access to your entire transaction history, they can learn a lot about you. They can profile you. They can try to figure out what you'll spend money on. How they can manipulate you. They can do any kind of processing on that data. You also have next slide. Data breaches. So it seems like all the time now, big financial institutions, they're leaking thousands, hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of customer data due to some big hack or some security flaw in their system. So just having all that data in one place is a problem to begin with. It's even if they're not abusing the data, it's just dangerous. It's a hazard to have it sitting around. So we don't really want that at all. We don't want anyone to have access to that data. Next slide, please. And then obviously, like John talked about, digital surveillance is a huge problem. Started, back with the Bank Secrecy Act in 1970. This is where to combat money laundering. Any transaction or group of transactions totaling over $10,000 would be reported to the IRS. And of course, 10,000 back then was a lot more than 10,000 today. And that kind of changed recently with the American Rescue Plan Act in 2021. It's now $600, and it includes any transactions over the course of the year between two parties. So if I transact a few dozen times with someone for 20 bucks a time, I reach the $600 by the end of the year, suddenly all those transactions get reported to the IRS. You've lost, all freedom there, all privacy. And then there's, the Anti-Money Laundering Act, AML, KYC, all that. And we're moving towards, of course, CBDCs, which is pretty much a loss of all privacy, all financial privacy. Next slide, please. And once they get there, they have the ability to easily censor transactions. We saw with the Freedom Convoy in Canada, it started with GoFundMe and PayPal and other payment processors blocking funds that were donated to the truckers. But then it went beyond that because Trudeau's government actually they started to freeze accounts, bank accounts of people who were suspected of being associated with the convoy. So, you decide that you want to protest something, suddenly the government just freezes all of your assets. You can't pay for food, you can't pay for your house, that's all kinds of problems. We obviously don't want to get there. So we're getting about as bad as it can get right now. So we want to try to reverse that trend and go as far back and as close to actual money, person-to-person transacting as we can. So a huge step in that direction was, next slide, Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin, obviously, this gives a lot of our freedom back, or at least gives us the option. It is built specifically for transacting between two people. Next slide, please. It eliminates the middleman. There's no PayPal who's going to, apply their terms of services to how you use Bitcoin. You can transact with anyone for any reason. It's very difficult to censor. If you, without a middleman, there's no easy way to just ensure a transaction doesn't go through. The government can add addresses to ban lists, which then maybe corporations won't accept coins from those addresses or any addresses associated with those. But as long as you can get a miner to add your transaction to the latest block, you can still transact. It's also pseudonymous. You don't have to KYC. There's no AML. You don't have to register your personal information with every transaction. So that's obviously great. That's moving back towards person-to-person medium of exchange. And then there's no privileged data access. We don't have to worry about data breaches or data leaks because the data's already out there. It's all public. There's no Visa or Discover sitting on a pile of data that they could use maybe for blackmail or to profile people, whatever. Next slide. But there's problems, right? The transparent amounts. So the amounts are all easy to see. The problem with having all the data out there is all the data's out there, right? Everybody can data mine it now. It's not just a few companies. You can all data mine it. Your personal information isn't directly associated with it. But if you leak enough information with every transaction, then maybe over time people can start to identify patterns or identify transactions belonging to an individual. If you have address linking, so that would be like, let's say I share my address and say publicly and say, send me coins here. Well, then every coin ever sent there or sent from that address, anyone can just look at it and see that, that involves David. And then address reuse. If you continue to reuse addresses, anyone analyzing the blockchain then knows that that address belongs to the same person. And then there's also linkable coins. So you can watch coins go on the blockchain. If you can follow, like, when a coin is sent to one address, you can then see from that address which addresses that coin is sent to next. And you can just kind of follow a chain of transactions to learn the whole history of a coin and to learn more about those transacting. Next slide. So see, these are some of the problems we tried to solve with MWeb. MWeb went live block 2,265,984. So on May 20th. Thank you. Yeah, the first MWeb block was mined. And since then, there's been a regular amount of MWeb transactions, maybe one every couple blocks, nothing too crazy, but it's starting to get some usage. It's currently only on Litecoin Core, but we do have anyone who uses it gets confidential amounts. They don't have address linking at all, because you can share your address now. It's called a stealth address. You share that address, and is wherever you want. As many people as you want can send to that address, but you can't go look at the blockchain and see which transactions involve the address. The only person who knows that would be the person the address belongs to. Only they can see which transactions are involved. And address reuse isn't a problem anymore because the address isn't on the transaction. It's just it's like information for the sender for how to build a transaction to you. They don't actually store the address on that transaction. So I'm now free to reuse my address over and over without concerns, without privacy concerns. But coins are still somewhat linkable. You can still see that this group of coins, and we don't know the values, the amounts of them, but you can see their outputs on a blockchain. If you're familiar with how it works, you can see that this group of them is spent and moves to this other group of them. You may not know the direct links, but you do know the groups involved. And you can maybe start to analyze it and start to see some patterns over time, or maybe probabilistically follow coins and learn data that way. So we leaked some data. It's not perfect privacy. Like, if you recall Charlie's scenario, this would be the house with windows, but we do have blinds. We cover out most of the links. We do still leak a little bit of data, and we are working to improve that. Next slide, please. So one of the things we really need to do to improve that is increase usage. With very little usage that we have now from Litecoin Core, you don't have a huge anonymity set. You're hiding in a crowd of a few, So the more people using MWeb, the bigger the crowd, the more difficult it is to probabilistically follow coins through the chain. To increase adoption, we have two main approaches. The first one is the most important, and that's what we're working on right now. It's light client support. So this would be like similar to SPV, how you don't have to download the whole blockchain. You just download the basic headers, and then you share some information that helps identify your transactions, and then you just download the ones relevant to you. This is how mobile phones work. This is how mobile wallets work. This is how Electrum works. And it's a lot harder with MWeb to do it in a privacy-preserving way. We could really simply just share our view key, it's called, which allows someone to identify all your transactions without being able to spend them. But what's the point in doing all this work to build better privacy if we're then just going to share our view key with some servers that we don't even know who owns? So it's been a lot of work trying to figure out how to do that efficiently. So we have to download a little more data. It's not going to be quite as quite as fast for mobile wallets, at least unless some new breakthrough is made. But mobile wallets today mobile phones should still have enough processing power to sync very quickly for the foreseeable future. And hopefully, we have a few steps left, and we'll hopefully have a new release here soon that wallet developers can start to build against. We have all the protocol messages they need to actually download the data and to sync the chain the parts of the chain that they care about. And then another way we're trying to increase usage is hardware wallets. Right now, we don't have any support for hardware wallets, and when you have large amounts of Litecoin, sometimes it's a little uncomfortable just trying to store it on your desktop or on your phone. So a lot of people like to use a ledger or something along the lines of that. And without MWeb support for that, then they obviously can't use it. So we want to try to get hardware wallet support too, and that's my next big task. And then beyond that, we also have other ways of improving unlinkability. There's this CoinSwap. CoinSwap is kind of like, it's like you have a big bucket, and you and along with a bunch of other people throw some coins into this bucket. You know how many coins you throw in. Everyone else knows how much they throw in. And then someone just shakes up the bucket, and then you go and pick out the same amount of coins and send it back to yourself. You take those coins back. Everybody takes the same amount they put in. It's very trustless. It's more complicated than this, obviously. But it's a way of just throwing a bunch of outputs together into one big transaction that then creates brand new outputs, brand new coins that nobody knows the link to. It's like mixing yourself in a crowd. The bigger the crowd, the better. And that's what MWeb already does, but we kind of leak some data at the peer-to-peer layer right now. Like when we broadcast our transactions, anyone eavesdropping can learn kind of the links of the outputs. But with this CoinSwap, nobody will learn. It's like today where you mix everything together in MWeb, but the mixing is all done behind closed doors. Nobody knows. Even people actively monitoring and eavesdropping don't learn anything about the mix. So it's a way of really improving the unlinkability of coins. What else? I don't know what time I even started. Like, am I close? Am I good? Yeah. Does anybody have questions? Anything? Yeah.
I believe, from what I've heard, is there is no transaction history preserved on the website.
Yeah.
Is that what primarily guarantees privacy and fungibility?
No. The history is more of an efficiency gain. People can still have the history. You just don't necessarily need the history to sync. What preserves it is, I don't have a good graphic, but with traditional Litecoin, when you make a transaction, you say, I'm going to take this coin, and I'm going to send it to this address, and I'm going to send the change back to this address, okay? And you see one input, two outputs. And then someone else may have a transaction where they send two inputs to two outputs. And you'll see those two separate transactions, okay, on the blockchain. With Mimblewimble, when the miner, when it takes all those transactions, it just takes all of the inputs, groups them together. All of the outputs groups them together, and you lose all the links in between. Okay, so that's where the privacy comes in with Mimblewimble. That and all the amounts are hidden. That's pretty big. No addresses, all amounts hidden. Those are big.
That's what I meant by asking. No transaction history is preserved.
That's not the history, though. So that's, yeah. I see what you're asking. There's another component that actually then allows you to delete old data. Like, you don't have to download all the old data to sync and to know that you have the most recent chain. Okay. That's like the history part. It's called pruning. And that part is more of an efficiency improvement with Mimblewimble. But the big privacy gains come from, yeah, I guess you can call it the history loss, but you lose the links between the coins being spent and where they're spent to.
Right.
You just know all of these coins were spent in this block. All of these coins were spent to these places in this block. And like I mentioned, on anyone monitoring the network right now can probably pick up and see, oh, this transaction was added, this one was added, and then they were grouped together. So you kind of, you don't have the perfect privacy. Anyone monitoring can still, unlink them. But with the coin swap, all of that takes place without anybody seeing it. So it's another step farther.
Sure.
So
Thank you. I have one more question, please. So
Yes.
you said you're going to add support for the hardware wallets, right?
Yes.
So hardware wallets have very little memory in them. So
Yeah.
how do you plan to be able to download just enough information?
So there's two parts we have to do for hardware wallets.
Okay.
Number one is to allow them to build raw transactions the way they do today. There's APIs built into the code where that they call to assemble transactions manually, so that in a way that they do all the signing and stuff. So that's the most important part of what we need to do for hardware wallets. And then the other part goes to the along with the syncing involved. And for that's very related to the light client stuff we're doing, which is trying to make it so that they can sync sort of like an SPV client without needing to download the whole chain and all that data, quickly, efficiently, without using a bunch of memory. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Any other questions? All right. Okay, well, thanks, guys. I'll be around somewhere if you have any questions.
Let's all thank David. The developers are the people behind the scenes making everything happen.
Thanks.
And we wouldn't have anything without them. Speaking of which, we have another great guest, Paul Pui. He is the CEO and founder of Edge Wallet. And he has lots of accomplishments, and I think he's going to have some great insights for us today. So let's give him a round of applause and welcome.
Tom, thanks so much. Thanks, everybody. Sounds like this is more of a privacy conference. So far, exactly. So I'm going to try to give you guys a little bit of a walk down memory lane in history to both show you why. I think you've already heard a lot of the why for privacy. I think a lot of you just being into Litecoin and being interested in it, because of its integration of MWeb, are probably already on the path of all right, I know I care about privacy in general, but maybe your friends don't. And you need to convince not just the people in this room, but people around the world as to the why of privacy. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a history on why it's important. Just privacy in general, not necessarily financial privacy. And then, more importantly, is what is crypto's path to achieving privacy? And why is it that governments actually will want privacy in our transactions, where most of us fear that governments are going to clamp down on it? All right, let's go next slide. So just a brief intro on myself. My name is Paul Pui. I'm CEO and co-founder of Edge. Our company's been around the space for quite some time, since 2014. We do care heavily about privacy. We were the first mobile app, as Johnny Crypto had mentioned, really important to have mobile apps that support self-custody and privacy. We're the first to integrate Monero as a multi-asset app, as well one of the first to integrate Zcash in full privacy mode, as opposed to this kind of optional privacy. Okay, next slide. So why privacy? Most people, probably not in this room, say I've got nothing to hide. I'm not doing any illicit activities. I'm not money laundering, drug trafficking, or whatnot. So why should I have or care about or go through the hoops to use tools that give me additional privacy? Next slide. So there's some good. I'm going to give you some good and some great reasons for that. So many people, I think this was already mentioned, you don't want people to know necessarily where your wealth is. What is your wealth? If anything, that's kind of a personal security issue. As well, what are your monthly expenses? If you think about it, just from the viewpoint of negotiating with the jobs, do you really want all of the people that you negotiate with to know exactly what you need to live, right? Or what you're currently earning. That's one of the things that's actually outlawed. You can't ask someone, hey, what are you currently earning before you put out an offer to hire them. Without that level of financial privacy, there's a chance that you're leaking that info, how much you're earning on a regular basis when you're doing negotiations. And as a company, there's many reasons why companies will want privacy. We hear the term corporate espionage, a term that means companies knowing what other companies do gives them an inherent advantage. How much you pay your staff would help them cherry pick staff away from your company. They know how much they can offer above or below what that current amount is. And of course, trade secrets. Health information, what is our current health? That helps, keeping that private helps prevent discrimination within hiring. We're not allowed to ask, hey, what's wrong with you in your health? As long as you can do the job, you should be hireable. So there's some generally good reasons for privacy that I think a lot of people will relate with. But what are some great reasons for privacy? So next slide. Next slide again, sorry. Transitionary. One thing people forget today is, sure, you're not doing anything wrong. You're not breaking the law. You think you're not breaking the law. But what's legal today could be illegal tomorrow. So let's jump back into the mid to late 1950s in China. There was a push by the Communist Party to actually hear feedback from the citizens on what they liked and disliked about government and policy. It was called the 100 Flowers Campaign. You know, with all of these ideas, maybe 100 flowers of ideas, something will bloom. Harry Wu was an activist, that's the person pictured here, who was hesitant when he'd heard about that campaign. But he said, okay, you know, I have a lot of issues with the government. He had issues with how China was partnering with Russia and their involvement in Hungary at the time, and how China was starting to classify citizens and put them in certain categories, eventually determining their livelihood. He spoke out. Come about a year later, they took and rolled back that policy and suddenly said, those people who had shared that information are now the biggest targets and the kind of anti-establishment people to go after. At first, Harry was singled out within the university that he is studying and working at, but eventually actually put in jail. The kind of thoughts that you have today may not be what governments want to hear tomorrow. And they actually retroactively jailed him for what he had shared prior. Not saying that that's going to happen here today in the US, but realize that there is a precedent for this. And as things get worse and worse, and as governments get more and more desperate, this is something they can and have done. All right, next slide. Whistleblowing. Poor Julian Assange. Just trying to tell the truths of the world. And this might be at a very high level, like you see here in this photo. This is him whistleblowing on one of the largest governments in the world. But it could be something smaller. It could be just at the place that you work. It could be local government. And your ability to both whistleblow and continue with your livelihood is predicated on a high level of privacy. Not knowing who you are, you're just simply sharing information. All right, next slide. And here's a really interesting one. How many people have heard of the cardboard box reform theory? Probably none of you. It's a debated but highly interesting theory that I highly recommend all of you look up. It's by James D'Angelo. He was an ex-NASA scientist, MIT grad and researcher, and he noticed something interesting that happened around 1970. And of course, in 1970, we also went off the gold standard. So a lot of things happened in around 1970. But he also noticed a sudden spike in lobbying efforts. Money that went into lobbying shot up. Income inequality shot up. The tax code shot up. What we had in 1970 was about 18,000 pages of tax code. Who likes having to filter through all of the tax rules in order just to file their taxes? It's like government, just like, you're already taking my money, at least make it easy. But it shot up from about 18,000 pages to, in 2010, about 70,000 pages of tax code. And he noticed in that tax code were really just a lot of exceptions for various special interest groups. So he dug in and he looked into, why is this? And the theory was one thing notable happened. The Legislative Restructuring Act of 1970. Prior to 1970, the House of Representatives would vote on various legislation. We hire these people to vote for us. But that vote would be entirely within the House, and it wasn't allowed to leak outside. In 1970, they installed these digital voting machines inside the House. They would record that and literally post it publicly. Now it's posted on the internet. You can go to a site and see exactly how all of your constituents voted. That sounds like a good thing. How many people have heard of these blockchain voting transparency projects? Have you ever heard of any one of these? I'm sure you have. I'm sure some of you have. And they sound good. James D'Angelo was actually torn. He was huge in the Bitcoin space. He created tons of great Bitcoin educational videos. He was about financial privacy, but also transparency of government. So he was torn because he's like, wow, this is something that I thought I wanted, but it inherently seemed to transcend into corruption. Next slide. Because if you think about it, the foundation of our voting as individuals is rooted in privacy. We walk into a voting booth, close the curtain behind us, and nobody knows how we vote. Imagine if, when voting, you were out in the clear and you had to yell it out out loud who you voted for, what propositions you voted for. Would it affect your vote? Some of you might say no, but by and large, yes. The people next to you know how you vote. I mean, there's a lot of people who, especially in this bubble, won't necessarily want to share, especially the party lines that we're voting on today. All right? Not trying to get into politics. A lot of people loved Trump. Many didn't want to share that. Whether you love it or hate it, they felt much more of a need for that level of privacy. The three main things that open, transparent voting creates, voter fraud, vote buying, and intimidation, are rife. Next slide. And Wikipedia nailed it on the head. They actually removed this little section in Wikipedia. But if you can read this, the secret ballot, in which only the voter knows the individuals have what and how the individuals have voted, is a crucial part of ensuring free and fair elections. They nailed it. But why don't we have that? So I realize this talk is going from what you've been accustomed to, with this financial privacy, to something that's very political, but it really is rooted in the same concept of us needing and wanting and deserving privacy. All right, next slide. So let's go back now into the history of technology privacy. We understand that we need privacy in general, but how are we going to get that going forward? Why is the government actually going to allow us to have financial privacy in the future? Well, let's roll back time and look at the history of cryptography, encryption. It's 1989. Tim Berners-Lee invented the HTTP protocol, allowing us to surf the internet in a much more friendly way. Punch in our browser URL, starts with HTTP. What does that stand for? The Hypertext Transport Protocol. And in '89, when you did that, everything that you sent to a website and everything you received from a website was in the clear between you and every node on the internet before it got to that server and back. And for the most part, we were still excited about the internet. We just wanted to be able to access these random little web pages, whether they be pictures of cats or messages to our friends, emails, and whatnot. But that was HTTP. Next slide. Come 1994, and Netscape, the company, one of the original browser developers, created HTTPS, which by and large is widely adopted today. You see it on the browsers, that little green lock icon. And what does that mean? What does it mean when you have that green lock icon? Now invisibly, you are encrypting messages between you and that server that you're communicating with. And no party in the middle, by and large, is able to access that information. Next slide. However, what was the government response? Wanting to ban encryption or put backdoors in it, make sure we have a key so that we can see all of that data. So to read this little snippet of this bill that was proposed by Senator Charles Grassley, This bill, in effect, would criminalize the distribution of all encryption software over the internet or other computer networks unless the software at issue used a universal decoding device or program that was provided to the Department of Justice prior to the distribution, meaning they had a backdoor to all encrypted data. That was their response at that time. And there was a huge faction within the government that wanted to push this forward. Ban encryption unless they had a backdoor. Ban encryption unless they had a backdoor. But where are they today? Next slide. They've done a full 180. This is a government website, an official website of the United States government on the upper left. It is the HTTPS only standard, meaning that you are now mandated to use HTTPS when accessing government, when providing a government website, as well for banking websites, healthcare websites. All of them are required. They are now pushing encryption for general purpose traffic on the internet that uses HTTP. Now you have to use HTTPS. So why the sudden flip? This next slide. What changed within the government? The biggest thing was commerce, meaning we actually needed the internet to drive our economy. Merchants, people wanted to actually transact over the internet. They had to put their credit card information, or they wanted to access the government website as opposed to having to walk into a physical branch. They wanted to provide healthcare information without, once again, having to get actual paper documents. So it's actually the utility of the internet, the widespread adoption of it, that demanded the need for encryption. And if you think about it, the government's just a bunch of people. You know, we as people want this level of privacy, so do those people that are also in the government. And if they're dependent on this technology, they'll want that same level of adoption change. All right, next slide. Another thing is that people change. Some of the old crusties, you know, that don't want to change and, you know, are rooted in their ways, they eventually pass on. 2010 was Prop 19 in California, which was the attempt at legalizing cannabis. And it failed. Only about 46% of the population voted for it. 6 years later, 2016, Prop 64 passed by about 57% positive vote. One thing to note, about every year in the US, about 1% of the population dies, and about 1% of the population is born. So it's about 6% population change between 2010 and 2016. That was about half of the voting difference. So for every 1% that's born, that's about 1% that becomes voting age. And that 1% that dies is 1% that is no longer voting age, right? And that's an inherent, almost somber, but positive truth about how new technology is going to get adopted. Right? People inherently change, and the government is nothing more than actual people. So those two little nuggets are how both cryptocurrency as a whole and privacy in crypto are really going to be adopted. And realize a lot of the talks come prior to this are so key in that, is that we have to get crypto used. They said commerce is what really drove the adoption of HTTPS. Merchants demanded it, we needed it, people demanded it, needed it because they wanted to use the internet. Now, if we drive adoption of things like MWeb and other privacy protocols and make it easy to use, and the individuals and people in the government start wanting to use it for themselves, they will have no choice but to also adopt legislations that say, this is mandated, we have to use this. And we'll start to wither away a lot of the kind of optional or poor privacy cryptocurrency, which is the equivalent of, you know, the 1989 HTTP. And that fundamentally, I feel like, is our path forward. All right, next slide. And so with that, that's kind of a wrap. Happy to open up with any questions if we have any time. And I didn't tell you a whole lot about, you know, what we do at Edge, but if anyone would like to try an app that definitely promotes a high level of privacy and ease of use within that, feel free to download it, give it a try. RJ on our team is over here. He's wearing an Edge shirt. We'll happily send you $5 in Litecoin to give it a try as a new user. And with that, thank you very much, everybody, and hopefully let's drive privacy, financial privacy, all sorts of privacy out into the future. Thanks. Where's our MC? Tom. Ooh. Do we have any questions? I could probably take maybe one. I know we're running behind. We're good?
We're good.
All right, cool. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Paul. That was awesome.
No problem.
We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to have our big panel with big names. It's going to be really exciting. So get up, go to the bathroom, grab a drink, whatever you got to do. And should be 10 minutes. We'll be back. Check, check. Check it, check, check. Where's Charlie Lee? Everybody's settling on back in. Everyone report to the main conference hall. Everyone come back. Come on back. Let's get everybody back in. We have a really great panel. Check, check. Best panel. Maybe. Find your way back. You. Is everybody back? Come on back. We're about to start back up, everyone. One minute. Starting up in 1 minute. Count it down. How's it look out there? Did we get everyone?
Man.
Check. Check, check, check. Come on in, everybody. How are we looking?
How's the body holding up, man?
Looking good, looking good. Let's see.
Testing.
Are we good to go? Anybody? Anybody good to go? All right. You guys good to go?
Yeah.
All right. I don't know. We're just going to start it up. We have an awesome panel full of athletes. They're going to be talking about sports, Litecoin, and crypto. Give them a round of applause. There's some huge names.
I guess I'll just go all the way down.
We got some athletes, and we got John Kim.
And Jeff.
Sweet.
So where do I sit him? Right here.
In the middle.
You're the boss. You're moderator.
You don't want to sit next to
Absolutely.
me?
What's up, guys? Everybody get a good break? Got some coffee? Am I too loud? All right. So
Actually,
welcome.
John, I talked to my friend yesterday, and he was like, "What are you doing tonight?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm playing with this guy, John Kim." He's like, "Oh, that really loud guy?" That was how he remembered you.
It's all good. It's all good. People appreciate my loudness. Not too many, but a lot of them. So we got some beautiful, kind of ugly, big swole guy.
Yeah,
All right,
absolutely.
we're here. We're gonna get down to how each of them got into crypto. Starting with Garrett Jones over here. let everybody know how you got into crypto.
Oh man, I got into crypto shortly after I retired from the NFL. I started my own professional developmental football league. And when I did that, I wanted to really marry free enterprise with football. I knew in the NFL and other leagues, it was about their bottom line, so the X's and O's didn't really equate to success off the field for the athletes. So I wanted to really focus on branding, marketing, the athletes getting into financial literacy and just overall generational wealth. So I knew that crypto was going to be that way, or the gateway that would help these athletes and their families have a different dynamic. So we just started like that, but we were so far ahead of the game that we had to kind of shelve it a bit and wait for situations like Litecoin and everything else that's associated with it to really catch up and for us to be able to bring those vehicles back out. But that was my deal. Yeah.
So what year was that when you first got into Bitcoin?
Ooh, that was 2010. So we were at the beginning stages of it. You know, I've always looked at it as a trailblazer type of scenario. Saying, you know what, if we all get into it and we get into the adoption aspect of it, it'll really help us come together as a community. And I'm all about disruption, as long as we're going in the right direction and doing what we need to do. So that's where we are, and we're here today.
2010, that's OG.
Oh, man.
I'm embarrassed now to say when I got in. But I kind of felt good about it before that.
Hey, Ben. Hey, guys, I'm sorry. Ben, don't cut me off when I'm talking. I know you an MMA guy, Olympian wrestler, think you tough. Don't cut me off when I'm talking. Do you understand? Now, you guys know we have the Funky Crypto podcast. I mean, we've been working together a long time. Love this guy, one of my heroes. Tell everybody, Ben.
Yeah.
What's going on with
well,
you?
the Funky Crypto podcast actually got founded, I think we did our first episode right after the Litecoin Summit in 2019. I think is when we started. Yeah, I got into crypto in 2017. I had a college wrestling teammate who sat me down and he said, hey, there's this thing, Bitcoin, you got to hear about it. And talked for about an hour, and I was like, all right, where do I buy some? And I've been a Ron Paul and the Fed guy. The Fed's doing some wild shit lately. And so I got it right away. Like, it made sense to me, a money that was not controlled by a government, which had code. Man, yeah, it hit me right away. I started buying. Unfortunately, I also bought some ICO bullshit, and that went up and then it went down. Yeah. And now being in the space for 6 years, and we had the Funky Crypto Show, so we get to talk to a lot of really smart people. I think my views on it are a lot more well-rounded, but I love it, and I can't imagine myself ever moving away from it.
Very well-rounded, unlike his boxing game. But, all right, so we got Summer Rae here. Summer Rae is her AKA, but it's Danielle. Danielle, introduce yourself and let everybody know how you got into crypto.
Thank you. Hey guys, my name is Danielle Monet. My wrestling name in WWE was Summer Rae, like you said. I got into crypto in 2020, so a little newer to the game and still feel like I'm way ahead of everyone else that I know. I was introduced to David Schwartz, which is with the Litecoin Foundation, and Get Hedge, which is a way to get paid in crypto, if you don't know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I was approached with him in the social media aspect to maybe work with them to get the word out on how you can get paid from your employer to crypto. Mm-hmm. And then he asked me, do you want to learn about it? And honestly, the answer was no, not really, because I was super busy at the time trying to come out of the pandemic. And we did about 5 weeks, 1 hour session with the boys over here. Bless their hearts, I asked them the dumbest questions ever. And it was around the time we started talking about the mining that really had the light bulb come off in my head, that it was still so early in the game that having something that looks so ancient, being able to mine crypto, and I was like, wow, this is super early. I want to learn all about this. So got involved with them, went to my first Bitcoin convention in Miami, and then met everyone from Prime Trust, and I'm on the advisory board with Prime Trust now. So yeah, it's been kind of fun. And last year, or in January, I was in the Royal Rumble pay-per-view, and I took a portion of my pay in crypto using Hedge.
Nice. And she was actually on our show.
Yes, it was on their podcast. It was wild.
Yeah, and
do not look up the episode.
It,
Just kidding.
you know, we knew she was new to the game, so David Schwartz made me throw softball questions. And actually, you ended up answering way better. So we stopped the soft pitching, and we went straight at it.
Nice.
So, you know, these guys right now have a lot of involved in many different projects. You, Garrick, you have a shirt that says F on there.
Right.
I don't know what it means.
Gotcha.
But if you can explain it, is it funky or you got a problem with the world? What does the F stand for? Let us know, brother.
So the F stands for fan-centric, and what fan-centric means is a means to tap into a DAO in this decentralized space. We took what the Green Bay Packers did back in 1923 when they opened the doors for their shares for the fans to actually buy portions of the team and have stock certificates, or if you will, or whatever. And that's basically what that is, with them being members of this exclusive group. But basically that's it. They get a piece of paper that they get a chance to give to their family members later on down the road. What we wanted to do was take that and bring that into the 21st century and be able to put it into this decentralized area and this decentralized space that we have. And now all of the members of our community will have the option of actually voting in a governance kind of situation that we have set up. But it's geared for us to actually go out and obtain these professional sports organizations and run them the right way by bringing in everything that everybody's doing and including the people. Like in the NFL, you can go 17-0 or 0-17 and still be profitable. So there's no reason for the owners to change anything in their mindset. I got a chance to talk to a lot of fans, and the fans let me know that they felt like they didn't have a voice. So what we wanted to do is give a voice to the voiceless and also bring these athletes in and educate everybody on the inner workings of what goes on in professional sports. So that at the end of the day, we even the playing field. And we're looking to make this thing something that is a all-inclusive environment where nobody's neglected. Everybody has an opportunity to be a part of what goes on. And it's about membership, it's about exclusivity, and it's about us actually raising our economic ceiling as a whole.
It's an FU to the owners of the NFL team.
We can work with them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because it's about the bottom line for your owners. The more money that they make, the happier they are. But we want to be able to include the people because the people are essentially left out. The two most important groups to these professional sports organizations are the fans and the actual players themselves. But unfortunately, we looked at as commodities. I can trade you away, or I know that I'm going to have your sons and your daughters are actually going to put into this pot. And all you go home with is an experience, not money, not passive income, no discounts or anything. So it's like, okay, we got to change that.
Good luck with that, man.
Oh, absolutely. I love it. Love it.
Man, that man can talk, huh? I love it. I love it.
What's the website or the Instagram or how can
So the website is fancentric.co. There you can find all of our social media aspects, some different videos. We actually launched our metaverse. We're actually partnered with GetHedge. And that's going to be a beautiful thing because it's about education. Once we get people in, we now get the opportunity to teach them all of the different instruments that we have that we can get them the generational wealth. So.
GetHedge putting their hands in everything.
Absolutely.
GetHedge. So Ben Askren, you know, there's not many athletes in the world that has done more to promote Bitcoin and Litecoin and cryptocurrency as much as he has. Some people get paid to do it and get endorsed by these companies, but I've known this guy for a while now, and he's been Litecoin, Bitcoin for a long time. You still haven't sold any.
I've never sold any Litecoin or Bitcoin. Zero.
Don't
clap. I should have sold some shit like last November. I would have bought more though.
You would think, you know, since he's a wrestler, he likes to grab people and hold on to them.
Wow.
Damn.
So that's why he's such a good hodler, like Bitcoin and Litecoin. Listen, so many of you guys act like y'all didn't sell, right? On Twitter, you're like, oh, we holding. But you sold some, okay? You sold some. But this guy really, really never sold it. And I really appreciate what he did for Litecoin in general because it kind of upsets me when the Litecoin price is down, the sentiment is down, people attack it, and then the athletes don't even want to mention it. Mm-hmm. But, you know, he is very has been very consistent with
Well, I
his
think
love.
I think Charlie said it well in his speech this morning. Is like price and value aren't equivalent. And I was actually doing that in now I'm stealing part of my book speech that I was going to give after this. But sometimes like an athlete will get lucky and he'll have a whole bunch of success, and so that's like the price, right? He thinks his price is all the way up here, but he hasn't done the hard work and his skill set's not there yet. So obviously at some point he has a rude awakening about where his skill set really is, and his price comes back down, and then he's like, wow, but I was that, and now I'm this. Right. And then on the other side of it, I've never had a kid, because I have this talk, because it happens, right? So I've been coaching 11 years now, and it always happens as kids get older, they may not have the success that they want to have, and they're in the gym and they're working really hard. And so sometime, 10th, 11th, 12th grade, when they have that frustration, why am I not having success? Why am I not getting it? And I'll just say to them, I still haven't had a kid come through here who's put in a good, honest effort for a whole bunch of years and hasn't reaped the benefits. Right. It's never happened. I can't tell you when it's going to happen. I can't tell you it's going to happen tomorrow. I can't tell you next week. I can't tell you next month. But I can tell you it's going to happen.
Absolutely.
And for 11 years, it's the truth, right? It's always happened. And I don't know, like we had one kid last year who was, he was really, really good, but he was always like, 9 to 11, 12, 13 in America. He was, I said, working hard, and he's kind of been at this plateau, right? And all of a sudden, one tournament, boom, right? He goes like this, and he goes number 1 in the country, and then he represents the United States and takes second in the world, And so it's like, I can't tell you when it's going to happen, but if you put in a good faith effort and you work and you work and you work, it is going to happen. We've seen it happen over and over and over again. So that's like, I was thinking about that with, the price and the value. And so I think Bitcoin and Litecoin to me are relatively similar. I mean, they are almost the same, right? But they're similar in the fact that the Bitcoin price probably isn't where it should be either, right? Given where it was last year, given the value and the proposition it poses to, Americans, obviously, we are having bad inflation, but probably even more in other countries than here. It poses such a huge value to people, and people just haven't quite found it yet. You were really early. Danielle was saying 2020 was early, but it's like, yeah, you look around and you're still like, wow, we're actually so early. Like, there's so many people who just don't get it yet. So I'm on this train. I am on team government shouldn't control money. Forever. I'm on team government shouldn't control money forever. So yeah, I'm going to continue to support decentralized currencies like Litecoin and like Bitcoin for as long as I can.
Yeah. Well, how rare is proof of work coins going to be? Like everybody switched over to proof of stake. I'm just proud that Litecoin and Bitcoin is proof of work.
Yeah.
And then you came in 2020. You're like a little baby, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
You saying I look young? Thank you.
100%.
Thank you.
Because women need compliment and
all
air
the
to
time.
live. Yeah.
Keep them coming.
Yeah. So how are you dealing with your first bear market?
Yeah, so it is very annoying being the person in your friend group that knows a little something about anything. So even my mom with cooking, I always ask her like once a month how to make salmon. She's like, if you don't write this shit down, like stop coming to me.
Right.
So just even tweeting or casual, you put one tweet out. Now all your friends want to come to you about like, oh, you want to talk to me about the little crypto. So it's it's a little annoying for me. Education, like I think what we all have talked about, is the key component to everything. And I think what I saw in the last 2 years was everyone jumping on the train and then because of lack of education, quickly jumping off if they even knew how to sell something in their wallet, which most didn't.
True. True.
So with us at Hedge, we were talking to the MLS players a lot. We had conference calls weekly where they got on and their wives were just as interested as the players. So I guess now in this bear market, I just put all my wallets in the clouds and just don't even look at them. But it is very interesting. You don't want to convince anyone of anything, and especially with me having a large social media platform and not wanting to give financial advice to a lot of people. I guess talking off the record is interesting because I guess just people want to throw it in your face now. And I also think people don't even understand stocks. and that you know, a lot of their stocks have gone down, and they just put so much trust in their financial advisors, which I also think is scary as well. So yeah, it's been an interesting ride, but I think the education part is the most important thing. And I do think we are very early, because though we're all in this room together and we feel like everyone knows about crypto, it's also very similar with the wrestling world. When I get on Twitter, all I see is like everyone talking bad about my matches and talking shit. But really, when you go to the grocery store, no one knows who I am. So we're all in this like little niche world of like crypto. But really, if you go out and start talking about it, most people don't know anything. So, you know, holding steady and just trusting the process. Most people quit with anything they do. That's why most people aren't successful. Most people aren't professional athletes. So just staying the course and knowing that you have that leg up, it'll be fun to laugh in 20 years.
Right, absolutely.
You know, that's awesome. We got like, he played for NFL, WWE, and Olympian, you know, world champion in several organizations. And I think you all guys understand what it takes to get to that high level, and that is the foundation.
Yes, sir.
And just like Charlie said, if you look at the charts, Litecoin's growth is just year over year, it's just up there. Why isn't the price going up, right? That's the elephant in the room. But I just believe, just like Ben just said, if you keep doing the right things and you keep building solid foundation, it will always come a time when it's going to shine, right? It's just like you said. So if anyone knows, I think these athletes know what it takes, and I believe Litecoin is a great athlete that is 11 years strong, building good foundation, and one day it's going to pay off, and I wish to celebrate with you all, and you know, so we're about done here. Any last words, Mr. Garrett Jones?
Oh man, just consistency, guys. It's about being consistent. You know, in times when everything feels like the bottom is about to fall out, you got to continue to keep going, because eventually it'll pop. And when it pops, you have to be ready for that moment. Because if you're not ready for that moment, somebody else will be. And that's when you look at professional athletes, if I'm not on my job, they're bringing in somebody every week to replace me. There's no job security. So you have to look at this whole scenario with crypto in the same manner, in the same mindset. I try to lead from the front. I try to show, you know, by leading by example. Companies spend big money to send their people to learn how to be competitive when we were born with it. So if you have individuals that are a part of these groups like Litecoin that really are sticking in it, understand that there's a reason and a method to that madness. And that's what we're here for. That's the reason why we showed up today, because to see all of you here is an indicator that this thing is going to be what it needs to be. So that would be my parting words.
Cool. All right, Funky.
I'll say it. I'm going to stay up here and talk about my book, so I'll save it. Okay. Pass.
For me, something that was super important that's always stuck with me when I was with WWE was when I came off stage and I had my match, I would always go to Undertaker. So random. But I was always go to Undertaker, and I'd ask him, and then he saw me go to John Cena, and he asked me, it was like a thing you did backstage, like, how was my match? How was my match? And Taker one day pulled me aside, and he said, if you ask every single person here how your match was, everyone's going to have a different take on it.
Right.
So then when you go out next time and you don't apply what I say, then I'm not going to give you my opinion anymore. So why don't you just have one person, grow with that person, and learn from them? And I was like, oh, that is interesting. Everyone has an opinion. Everyone has an asshole, you know?
Absolutely.
And so I definitely think there's a lot of a-holes in crypto. And especially if you're starting your own brands or an entrepreneur in the room, you know how hard that grind is. So having those like one or two core people that know a little more than you, and you can always go to and they can always come to you, that's so much more important, and that's been really beneficial for me to trust. Because yeah, if you just listen to the internet and what's happening, who knows? The internet's not real. So yeah, that's something that's really helped me.
So basically what she's saying is, I'm the Undertaker in the crypto that she calls.
Yes.
And sometimes, guys, listen, I know she's pretty, but I'm
Asian
hot
taker.
too. All right?
He said I'm hot
My
too.
country, they consider me hot. Okay, so when she calls me, DMs me at night, I don't want to answer that call, but I'm the Undertaker, taking her under my wing.
There you go.
But anyways, guys, thank you for coming. I want to say one thing. So when we're done here, he's going to talk about his book, okay?
Yes.
I'm not getting paid to say this, but I'm going to tell you something. I haven't read a book in like 15 years, right? Because I don't need to read books. I'm too smart, right?
There you go.
I picked up his book. I could not put it down. I was reading it on a treadmill and in my house. It's one of the most inspirational books I've ever read. So I recommend you guys to get one, give it to your kids, because look at him. He wasn't supposed to be a great athlete. No, really. You see this on the book.
Look at
He was the most unathletic person, and through grinding, he became who he is.
Hard
And
work.
that's the story of our lives,
Dedication.
too. So get the book, cop the book, read it. Thanks, everybody, for coming for the Litecoin Foundation. Summer Rae, Danielle, Garrett Jones, Funky, John Kim, your host. We out.
All right. Well, I'm not out of here. I'm going to stay up here. Okay?
Oh man, luck,
Thank
buddy.
you for those nice words, John.
$500.
He wasn't totally wrong in the fact that I wasn't supposed to be good. I made some notes for myself this morning. So I actually started the book project over Corona because I just need to stay busy and I need to do things. And so I called the guy he wrote my favorite ever MMA article about me. And I said, hey, you want to help me write a book? And he said, sure. So he came to my house and we sat for 3 or 4 days and just kind of talked about my life. And then, he would help me write it and go back and forth with him. And then, so, after rereading it 3 or 4 or 5 times to try to make sure everything was factually correct and I liked the way it was, I kind of took away 4 real key points, like why did my life turn out. Well, I like my life, so really, really positively, I think. And so I'm going to talk about those. Number 1 is delusional dreams. Number 2 is great things take a really long time. Number 3 is not accepting that the current way of doing things is the way things should be done. And then number 4 is your results don't determine how you should feel about yourself. And it's funny, I think a lot of those things apply to crypto also. So the first one is delusional dreams. And I talk to this a lot to my athletes about this that I coach, because I coach kids everywhere from 5 years old to 18 years old. And, they look at me and they look at all the things that I accomplished, and then they hear the things I say, and they're like, well, yeah, of course you can do this, or of course you can do that. But it's like, but they weren't witness to the, 10, 11-year-old kid who wasn't good at wrestling at all, right? They weren't witness to that. And so in 5th grade, I decided to quit baseball, which I liked, but I decided I wanted to be good at wrestling. Right? And this was a kid who had almost no success, like really minimally. And of course, because I quit and I started putting more time into it, I started getting a little bit better. And fast forward to 15. It was funny, actually, John Kim brought up this part of the book. And this part is a little bit delusional, just to start out with this, but I convinced my parents to send me to the 2000 Olympic team trials in Dallas alone on a plane and book me my own hotel room. So, John's like, I would never do that. What were they doing? And I guess I made them trust me. But at age 15, I watched those guys make the Olympic team, and I said, I am going to make the Olympic team, And at that point, it was completely delusional. I had had some success at the state level, but I had zero success at the national, zero. No success at the national level. And so we're talking, there's hundreds of kids above me, right? Hundreds of kids who are better than me. And I never thought of it as being delusional. That was just, I literally just thought, hey, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to go 2004, I'm going to make the Olympic trials, and then 2008, I'm going to make the Olympic team, and that's what's going to happen. And, so I look back at that, and it was obviously delusional at the point when I made it, but to me, it wasn't. And so I actually had this debate with my high school kids recently, because they were saying, well, is there a negative to setting goals that are too high, right? Is there a negative to that? And a few of their points was yes, because it can lead to more disappointment. And but I think I won the debate. Obviously, they're high school kids, so I'm way smarter than them. But what we came down to is that when you set high goals, and obviously if I said hey, tomorrow I'm gonna go win the 100-meter dash or something, right? That's ridiculous because it's tomorrow. But we're talking about over longer periods of time. So if a kid says, hey, I want to get a college scholarship, or hey, I want to be a state champion or an All-American, or whatever it is, even if it's above whatever skill level they're at, it's a good thing, right? Because thoughts drive actions. I said, what if you set a goal that wasn't high? What if you placed at state this year and you said your goal was to place at state next year? How hard you got to work to do that? And the answer is, well, not very. You already did it. Like, you just got to kind of like stay where you're at. It's not very hard. And so, you know, if you have these you know, I'll say delusional dreams or these really high goals, it sets a standard for the way you need to live your life and the actions you need to take to achieve those goals. So I think I convinced them all that it's you know, it's not a totally delusional thing to set these really high goals, and it's actually probably a really, really positive aspect to your life. And then, so, you know, I was thinking, how does this relate to Bitcoin and Litecoin and crypto? And it's like, well, just the whole notion that we're going to start our own money that's not a government thing, and everyone's going to use it. Like, it's kind of fucking crazy, right? I mean, when you think about it. And now, you know, we hit like a $2 trillion market cap last year, and the space is rapidly growing. And even though the price is down now, it's like everyone sees the way it's trending. And I mean, I really do believe in, I don't know if it's going to be 10 years or 20 years. Like I said, I don't really put a time on it, but that at some point, that probably Bitcoin will be the global reserve currency. And I know, like, you guys probably think I'm crazy, and we're at a crypto conference. So you set some delusional dreams that really, really, really helps you achieve high goals. Number 2 would be, great things take a really, really long time. And so, you know, I brought up in the last story how I quit baseball in the 5th grade because I decided what I want to do is be better at wrestling. And then at age 15, I said, I want to make the Olympic team. Well, 5th grade, I didn't have any, so I started putting a lot more time into it, but I didn't have any real genuine success at a national level till 6 years later. 6 years. You know, I mean, that is like an insanely long time for an 11-year-old kid to wait to start having success. And obviously on a local level, I was having some more success, but right, it took a while to build up. And the same thing with going to the Olympics. It's like I set that goal at 15, and even 7 years later, so in 2007, I took 5th at the fifth at the World Team Trials that year, because it's the year before the Olympics. And so it's like, I'm still far away, right? And I could have easily said, like, well, I've been working on this 7 years and I didn't get here, so I guess I'm screwed, right? I could have very easily said that, but it was like, no, I'm gonna finish through this process. I said I was gonna get there, and I'm gonna continue working. So great things take a really, really, really long time. And that you know, that happened to me in wrestling too with, in the NCAA, is like, I really, really wanted to be a 4-time NCAA champion, and I lost the NCAA finals my freshman year, I lost the NCAA finals my sophomore year, and so it's like, I anticipated winning it the first year, and I anticipated winning the second year. I didn't actually win until the 3rd year, so it's like, you know, again, a 4-year window till I get what I want. And to take that back to crypto, I mean, it's obvious, right? It's you know, some of us feel like 4 years is forever, right? But then you look at, like, on the general scope of things, like how small of a time crypto's even existed. It's like, this makes me feel a little bit old. When I was in college, there was no such thing. It literally didn't exist. Like, and I don't even think I'm that old. I mean, maybe I am, right? But it's like, we're talking, this space has been around for 12, 13 years, and it's just so brand new, and it's gonna take a long time. I mean, to change 7 billion people's mind about what is money, because I think if you went downstairs, right, and you ask people, what is money? I mean, I've done this. They'll say, the dollar. Right? I mean, that's literally what they'll say almost every time. So to change their mind and to educate them, I mean, Danielle was talking about education, but what is money? What actually is it, you know? And then to dig into, like, what has it been historically? What is good money? Charlie had the slide about what is good money, right? Dollar's been like relatively good money for a while. It's getting worse. It's probably going to get even worse. But then you look at some of the other fiat currencies, and, like, they're inflating at 100% a year. Like, they're no good. They're no good at all, right? But there's so many people who have zero understanding of what that means, right? Literally zero. Like, if you started talking like that, they'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about. A dollar is money, right? So great things take a long time. And that's, you know, I told John I was going to be in this space for forever, right? Because I understand that it's going to take a while. Who knows? Maybe in like 2 more bull markets will kind of like be heading in the right direction. So, you know, we'll say what, 10 years, hopefully. But if not, maybe longer. And that's, this is one of my most important concepts. And this kind of really relates to what I said with price and value and kids doing hard work before they see success. It's from the book Good to Great. I don't know if anyone read that? Good to Great? Oh man, we got one. It's a great book. You guys should all read it. I'm not like John. I read a lot of damn books. John hasn't read a book in 15 years or whatever it is. I've read like 15 books this year already. Stockdale Paradox. So essentially this guy, he was a prisoner of war in Vietnam, and he said what he recognized about his peers was those people who had dreams of, I'm going to be out by Christmas, or I'm going to be out by Easter, or whatever it is, when that came and went, generally said they ended up committing suicide or not being able to exist anymore because they couldn't take the fact that their thing didn't come true. And he said, so for him it was, I'm going to accept the reality of what my situation is without ever giving up hope that I'm going to make it in the end, right? And that's just, so, like I said, with the hard work and value, it's like accept the reality of the situation without ever giving hope that you're going to make it. And I think that's something I really impart on my wrestlers because sometimes you don't know how long it's going to take it. And if you say, okay, you know, like for me, if I would have said, if I don't make the world team by 2007, I'm out. You know, it's like, well, then I wouldn't have made the Olympic team in 2008. And so I think that's a really, really important one is the Stockdale Paradox is never giving up hope of where you can achieve while still recognizing where you're currently at. Number 3 would be not accepting that the current way of doing things is the best way to do things. That obviously relates to crypto. That couldn't be more crypto than anything. But for me, and probably the thing I got most well known for was my wrestling style. And so I obviously wanted to have a really high level of success. Well, by the end of high school, I had achieved a really high level in high school. And I was going into college, and I had really, really, really high dreams. And my redshirt year was a rude awakening. I took a lot of ass whoopings. And, you know, wrestling's, it's almost unlike a lot of other things, because in, say, football, if you ain't the guy, you still get a jersey and you hang out on the sideline and you're just not the guy, you know? And in wrestling, if you're not the guy, you get your face rubbed in the mat every day, right? I mean, you're the guy that's getting beat up by the guy who is the guy on an every single day basis. And it's really mentally taxing. And so my freshman year, I had these really high hopes that I'm in the Mizzou wrestling room, I'm getting my ass kicked every day. I was taking a lot of losses in competition. It's like, well, this isn't what I signed up for. I wanted to be really, really good, and I'm not achieving nearly what I wanted to. And so that was where, you know, I got the name Funky, and that's actually the title of the book also. That's where the funk came from, is I started looking at alternative solutions to, like, how do I have the success that I want to have, you know? And not just taking the status quo answers for the sport of wrestling of, like, do this and this and this. And so I'd say, well, what about that? Or why are we doing it this way? Why isn't that a little better way to do this? And I started exploring these unique positions, right? And then I started having a little more success, and I would explore more deeply, and I would have a little more success. And so I essentially kind of created a whole new style of wrestling based on my strength, my personal strengths, and my body type. And then it was kind of really by kind of outthinking people in order to achieve the objective that I wanted to achieve, right? And so I think had I accepted that I just have to do things the way that things had always been done, there's no way I'm achieving what I did. It's impossible, right? And so because I was willing to look outside the box a little bit and say, well, what about this or what about that, you know, I was able to achieve really, really high levels of success. I think that's pretty obvious how that relates to crypto, right? For everyone, totally outside the box. And the last one, and unfortunately, like, this is the end of my career, and so that's what, you know, people remember, is I had a couple bad losses at the end, and people kind of remarked to me, it's like, well, you took those losses really well. And you know, I always think it's funny, and because I don't like to rub it into their face that I also had an immense amount of success, but I spent most of my career winning. Like, that was all I did for a while. You know, in my last 2 years of college, I went 87-0. My first 9 years of MMA, I went 19-0. Like, you know, like, all I did was win. And then I had these 2 really shitty losses at the end of my career. And, you know, a lot of people saw those because, you know, in MMA or other things, your fame goes like this, right? And then so when it's at the top, that's, you know, when they're seeing it. But to me, it's really, really simple. It's like, you know, am I the same person? Yeah, of course I am, right? And so I never took too much value in what other people said, and kind of Danielle was saying this about social media. And I learned that from an early age. So when I was 15, now we're going way back, way before crypto ever existed, there were these things called internet forums. Ever remember those? Yes? They kind of still exist a little bit, but not very many people really actually use them. Well, so I was my sophomore in high school, and I was having a lot of success, and I was getting ready for the state tournament. Someone said, hey, everyone's talking about you on these forums. And I went, what are those? That's kind of weird, but okay, I'll go check them out. So sure enough, everyone's saying, oh yeah, this guy's gonna beat him, or that guy's gonna beat him next week. And I said, yeah, I'm gonna whoop that guy's ass, and I'm gonna whoop his ass too. And I went and did it, but that only made everyone more mad, right? That only made them more upset. So then what I realized, what clicked to me at that young age is like, these mass groups of people, they're really irrational, and I should put almost no value into what they're saying about me, like none, you know? And so then I spent the next 2 years of my high school career like trying to antagonize people and get them really, really upset. And so I would do something, and then I'd go to the forums. They'd be like, oh my gosh, can you Askren's hair? It's so stupid. Can you believe he's wearing the hair like that? And then so I would just like continue to try to antagonize them. But it really taught me at a young age to put almost no value into what people are saying, right? Obviously the people around you, my parents or my brother or my coach, yes, them, right? But I mean, this is obviously pre-social media also. People on the forums, anonymous people, none. And so, when I take these losses at the end of my career, it's like, well, I think a lot of people feel within themselves like I would be so ashamed of that, or I would be so embarrassed that I would go run and hide. And to me, it's like, listen, that's the result of a contest. That does not change who I am. I'm the same guy I was before, and I'm the same guy after. And so I'm just going to keep acting like that, And I think a lot of people can take something from that, because I think a lot of people put significantly too much value in what other people think, right? And it's hard, right? Especially with social media, and you gotta fucking read it all the time. I don't read comments, but I know a lot of people do. And it's in the comments constantly, people telling you, what Danielle did wrong in a wrestling match, or why John Kim's arms are tiny, or whatever. So let me see if I think I hit everything. No, I did hit everything, okay? So, as I read through my book and I thought, what can people take away from my life? So I think the book is entertaining, like John said. The author who helped me, I think he did it literally sounds like me talk. It was really weird, because, we would talk and they'd send me a chapter, and I'm like, oh my God, how does this sound so much like me? This is so weird. Like, he's like really capturing my persona. But then as I read through it, I said, what lessons from my life can people take away from this? And those are the 4 that I came up with. Is it's okay to have delusional dreams. Great things are going to take a really, really long time. Just because things are done a certain way doesn't mean they always have to be done that way, or that's the best way to do them. And results aren't necessarily speaking to who you are as a person, and you should kind of ignore what anonymous people say, or social media, or just the masses, right? Just be who you are and live your life. So. Unfortunately, I don't have any books with me. The print date got pushed back a week, so you guys can get them on Amazon. I think you'll really enjoy them. I appreciate you guys showing up for my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Legendary fighter and a legendary holder. Next we have Justin, I'm sorry, Aaron Heim, I did it wrong. I'm sorry. I was so ready, I was just lost in Ben's story. But come on up, he's going to tell us about Cake Pay. He's the VP of Operations at Cake Wallet. So everybody give him a round of applause. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, everybody. Hopefully I'll be able to let you reclaim some minutes at the end of this. I'm here to talk about a really cool way to actually spend your Litecoin in a way that anybody can do. How many people have done the process of trying to onboard someone into crypto, say, hey, I'll send you $5 or so to get started, and then they're like, yeah, okay, well, what can I use this for? How many people have run into that before? Okay, quite a few people. Well, we have a very simple solution for you guys, and it's available today. You can use this right now to use CakePay to use Litecoin, Bitcoin, and Monero to purchase gift cards to work at over 150,000 locations in the United States. So next slide. A lot of people who use Cake Wallet, which is a non-custodial, which means you hold your own keys, and it's also an open source application, they are strong users of actually spending cryptocurrencies. You know, in the Litecoin community, you guys are all very vocal about wanting to spend cryptocurrencies as well. So why hasn't this been widely adopted everywhere yet? Why doesn't everywhere take Litecoin directly? Why can't you use Litecoin anywhere? And there's two different ways that we can help grow to that. So the first point, next point, is that you can, of course, go out and try and encourage businesses to directly accept cryptocurrency. Sorry, next slide. And obviously, that's the best fashion. If someone takes Litecoin natively, directly, that's the best case. And we want to keep pushing for efforts for people to continuously accept Litecoin directly. But for the second point here, next slide, also, if you were to just spend your Litecoin to convert out for cash, for example, then that's really burdensome and annoying. And are you really spending Litecoin if you have to convert your Litecoin out to cash and then spend cash? It's definitely a worse user experience. So we said, OK, what if we can streamline that process significantly by introducing gift cards into the mix? Next slide, and then next slide again. Yep. All right, so we made Cake Pay, which is a very easy way for you to download Cake Wallet. It's available on iOS and Android. You can get your APK directly from GitHub if that's something you want, if you can build it from source even. It's that open source. So the first thing is you need to have Litecoin available in the wallet. Again, there's no account process to get your Litecoin there. It's a completely non-custodial wallet. You're not doing a KYC onboarding or anything. Then you make a Cake Pay account with just your email. That's all we need from you to spend $10,000 a day on gift cards. So I think most people are covered. And then you can buy the gift card immediately in the app using an on-chain native transfer in Litecoin. And then you will be delivered the gift card of the exact amount you need directly in the application. So this is by far and away the easiest way for you to onboard someone to use Litecoin now. You can say, here, download Cake Wallet, here's $5 in Litecoin, and oh, by the way, you can spend it at all these different merchant locations within the United States, and it's super easy for someone to do. And of course, Litecoin is fast and cheap, so it's perfect for you guys having a positive experience for you to give to someone that you're using. Next slide. So here's some highlights. The gift cards work at over 150,000 locations with brands that you actually know. For example, Best Buy, if you need a computer there, Applebee's, all sorts of brands. You can go through the list, the full list. There are hundreds and hundreds of merchants in just the United States. Again, we only need your email. You can specify an arbitrary amount. So if you are at checkout and someone says your bill is $11.53, you can sit there, say, I need a gift card for $11.53, and check out in less than 5 seconds, have a gift card that is, at that point, redeemable at the point of sale. You don't need to buy it in bulk in advance. You could buy only the exact amount you need, and they are delivered immediately. You don't need to wait for confirmations. You don't need to sit around for a while. It's not going to show up in your email. It directly shows up in your wallet application. Most merchants work online and in store. Some work only one or the other, but most work in both. And it's actually cheaper than using cash. You don't need to give up your credit card rewards that you would normally have at a merchant. You actually save at least 1% on every single merchant there. And for many merchants, you'll save up to 3%. So you're not making a trade-off here. There's no exchange markup. You're getting the direct Kraken rate, and we're covering the Kraken exchange fees as well. So there really is no downside for using Litecoin to actually purchase things. It's more convenient than using cash, and even more convenient and often better savings rates than if you use cash back on a credit card. Next slide. So these are, this is a nice heat map I put together of all the locations where it's available. On our website, cakepay.com, you can go through and actually pinpoint the specific locations that accept Litecoin today. I encourage everyone to try it out. Next slide. And here's a demo. I did it ahead in advance so that I couldn't use my phone. But you can see I went to the CakePay section. I have all the merchants I'm going through. I'm going to select Applebee's. I'm going to purchase a $5 gift card, although you can purchase any amount. You can optionally add calculate a tip if of course, at Applebee's you normally pay a tip, but that's not to us. We're paying $4.85 there, so it's an instant savings of 3%. You can see we're generating the gift card, and in a matter of a second here, boom, you have a specific QR code that you can actually use for redemption at Applebee's. It is that easy. This is an on-chain transfer. This does not require anything other than your email, and it's non-custodial for you actually to get out. So this abstracts away the exchange experience, so you don't need to worry about having an exchange account. It allows you to natively live off Litecoin. You can have it in your wallet, and you can spend it at a very large number of locations, including places you can buy groceries, buy all sorts of things you would normally need. Next slide. So I encourage everyone to download Cake Wallet today. It's free, it's open source, it's non-custodial. There really are no catches, which is why it's great for me to come up and advertise it to you all, is because I don't feel weird about it. The information on CakePay is just on our website, cakepay.com. Again, Cake Wallet is the application that you will use to actually spend funds. But we found that this is a very good way to help bridge the gap. Obviously, it would be best if merchants took Litecoin directly. But in this way, you only need an email, and you're able to spend Litecoin across the United States. And we're working to, of course, always add more merchants in the US and to expand globally over the next coming months. So thank you for your time. Just to keep this nice and quick. And if anyone has any questions, let me know. Yes? I'll just repeat the shout, and I'll repeat the question. Why would you use a...
Card, for example.
Oh, so that's a good question. There is a Litecoin card. You guys are really lucky in the Litecoin community, and you have this very good Litecoin card where you can load it with Litecoin and only convert from Litecoin as you spend. The downside of that method is it requires a full KYC onboarding. They need your identity, they need all the information about you, and so you're effectively opening a bank account in opening this card. In our case, that's completely unnecessary. You are not opening a bank account. We do not need anything other than your email. That is it. It could be a Proton mail, right? It could be whatever you want. You can use a new email each time. And so that's the main difference.
But gift vouchers, say for $5, right? You generate some kind of a barcode on the fly for making the payment. But how does that barcode get scanned into the point-of-sale terminal of that merchant?
Sure. So the question was, OK, you generate this QR code that's redeemable for a merchant. How does that actually work on their point-of-sale system? The good thing is we are piggybacking off the same credit card rails that almost every merchant already has. People, of course, want their customers to buy credit cards with the hope that people don't spend the money, of course, for you to gift to friends and family, go back and shop at the merchant. So effectively every merchant out there, certainly all the ones supported in CakePay, have some mechanism of redeeming a gift card at the point of sale already. So we are directly plugging into the native gift card rails that every merchant already has, and we're just allowing it so you can buy them on the fly immediately with Litecoin and Monero and Bitcoin. So that way we sidestep all the horror, OK, how do we actually get this in the point of sale? It's already there. It's great. And just to emphasize, too, these are not secondhand gift cards. These are firsthand, directly through authorized sellers that the merchants directly work with, gift cards as well. So we're not buying them for some shady person or something. These are directly from the merchant that we have built out relationships with in order to get you brand new cards that no one else has ever touched. So you don't need to worry about that risk either. OK, one more question, yeah.
So when the payment is actually processed through the point-of-sale terminal, does it go through your backend, or does it go through the public Visa or MasterCard rails? Or
sure.
Like
so this will not touch the Visa or MasterCard rails at all, because what happens is CakePay accepts your Litecoin. CakePay pays on our back end. We pay a US dollar transfer to the actual gift card issuer, which is the direct partner with these actual brands. So we pay the US dollars on that end, and then we handle the bank transfer for you effectively. Yep. All right. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you for listening to my quick presentation, and I hope that you start actually using Litecoin because it's super, super easy to do everywhere throughout the US. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Justin. Aaron Hoffer. I remembered it. We have our final speaker before lunch, the wonderful Julie Engel, VP of Marketing at CoinMe. So she's going to be talking about Litecoin and cash. Please welcome her to the stage.
Hi, everyone. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll try and make this quick and get to the point. But I am Julie. I am with CoinMe, and I'm here to talk about the importance of cash on-ramps with Litecoin. Next slide, please. But before I go into that, I thought I would tell you a little bit about my crypto origin story. I've spent the past 15 years trying to disrupt financial services. I started in mobile banking, moved into mobile payments. I then went into alternative payments. I was with a company called Affirm doing the buy now, pay later product. And it was there that crypto started booming, or it was there around 2017 when I first heard about crypto. Of course, it was the first bull run. Everyone was getting really excited about it. And the VC firm that was backing Affirm at the time did a boot camp for women in crypto to get more women into the space. And I had the good fortune to get invited to that, and Chris Dixon led that. And it was an amazing 2-day immersive, intensive purview of the crypto space, and I knew that this is where I needed to be. I knew it was going to change everything, especially when it comes to payments. So from there, I quickly moved into the crypto space. I went to a global exchange called Abra and had the good fortune to really ride herd on a global app that was used in 150 countries around the world. And from there, I saw sort of the financial inclusion value proposition of cryptocurrency. But the one problem, the one friction point that kept coming up again and again and again in every other country except America's, because we're so gloriously banked, is how do I access cryptocurrency? How do I get it? I don't have a bank account. How do I turn my fiat currency into cryptocurrency? So next slide. This is how I got into CoinMe. So CoinMe is a cryptocurrency cash exchange that is specifically solving this problem to turn fiat currency into cryptocurrency. So we are currently the easiest way to buy and sell crypto with cash. We do it through an enterprise API that cryptocurrency enables legacy financial rails. So we do this through partnerships that you'll see on the next slide. So we're currently the largest cryptocurrency cash network in the US. Our big partners right now are Coinstar, which Charlie mentioned earlier in the morning. We just launched Litecoin on our Coinstar fleet, which is really exciting, and I have some information about that forthcoming. And we also have a partnership with MoneyGram. So 21,000 physical locations to turn cash into crypto and also crypto back into cash. And on the next slide, what really drives what CoinMe is all about, on the next slide, is really making crypto on your terms. So one of the core value propositions of what we are doing is making crypto instant. So what keeps people coming back to CoinMe again and again is the instantaneous nature of turning cash into crypto and also selling crypto for cash, because unlike when you connect your bank account, your ACH or a debit card, there's no holding periods. It's instantly available to you. And that's really important for people that are operating in a cash, in sort of a cash-based world. Accessibility is also very, very important. And it's not just the physical locations and the ease of the physical locations, but also you don't need a bank account. And so we have a lot of people that are unbanked, underbanked, and also voluntarily unbanked using our service. And then trusted. I think one of the great things about CoinMe is that we're working through vetted partnerships. So when you do these transactions, you can convert large amounts of cash into cryptocurrency, and you can do that in a nice, vetted, trusted retail establishment. So a little bit about me and CoinMe and what we're all about. And on the next slide, we'll talk about specifically the need for cash on-ramps. And I think it's pretty obvious, if you go to the next slide, that, next slide please, cash is still king. Over 70% of all payments in Europe and 30% of payments in the US are still operating in cash. And if you go elsewhere around the world, that number increases even more so. I think one interesting stat was that 30% of all American households that have a household income below $30,000 or below are operating exclusively in cash. And then if you look at the remittance corridors, those 90% of all of those remittance transactions, so people sending money, to family and friends in different countries, 90% of that starts in cash and ends in cash. Next slide. And the unbanked issue is still very prominent, not only in the US, which 24% of Americans, believe it or not, rely on cash or cash-like products to operate on a day-to-day basis, but nearly 2 billion adults globally are still underbanked. Next slide. So crypto solves this, right? I mean, this is what crypto is supposed to solve, but yet the Fed just released some interesting stats that shows that there's still lopsided access. I mean, crypto is about financial inclusion, but yet we see the Fed reporting last year that 12% of Americans held crypto in 2021, but if you look at who's holding, 46%, most of those people are household incomes of over $100,000, and they're using it as an investment, whereas about 30% are household incomes under $50,000. And why are they using crypto? They're using it for real world use cases. They're using it to transact with other users. They're using it to pay for goods and services. And they're using it because they don't have a bank account. Next slide. So with accessibility, we get to global mass adoption. I truly believe that. And I believe that cash on-ramps are essential to drive accessibility and to drive adoption. On the next slide. So just last month, this is a pretty recent news, we added Litecoin to our Coinstar fleet. So now you can instantly turn cash into Litecoin. We have 10,000 locations. You have to look for the CoinMe enabled Coinstar kiosks. They're slowly turning over all of their Coinstar kiosks into being able to do crypto transactions. But it was been a really exciting launch. We also brought other cryptocurrencies onto the platform. But I have to say, the Litecoin community was by far the most engaged and the most fun to work with. You guys were really great. So how does it work? On the next slide. It's really simple. Just a few simple steps. You create a CoinMe account. We do require some KYC. We have tiered KYC, so it's really simple. You don't have to provide too much just to get started with CoinMe. Go to a Coinstar kiosk, insert the cash. You cannot turn coins into cryptocurrency, only cash, but I guess you can turn those coins into cash and then the cash into cryptocurrency. And then you'll get a voucher, and then you just redeem that voucher in the CoinMe app, and the cryptocurrency is instantly there in your wallet to send, invest, hold, whatever you want. So how's it going? On the next slide. We surveyed some of the users that have been transacting on the Coinstar kiosk with Litecoin, and I think that this is really heartwarming for us to see, is that people are using this new feature to really power real-world use cases. So people that are buying Litecoin with us right now using cash are predominantly using it to send a payment for goods or services. Makes a lot of sense. That's the vision of Litecoin. A lot of people are also holding it as an investment. And then there's quite a few of you that are using it to fund some of those online gaming sites as well. And then there are some that are using Litecoin to send to family and friends. Next slide. And this is what I think is really amazing, is capturing some of the comments around what Litecoin users are saying about this new service. And I think a couple that really stuck out with me is I was able to purchase crypto with cash when my debit card wasn't available, and was able to avoid the holds that come with purchasing crypto through a credit card or through ACH. And that is the value of instantly turning cash into crypto. I can move my cash to my crypto Visa and make online purchases within 30 minutes, cash to brick and mortar. ACH to crypto Visa takes several days. So you can see this instantaneous nature is just really, really a powerful feature for people that want that. And then no need for banking. We do have a lot of people that have either voluntarily unbanked themselves or just are not part of the banking system that really use this service. So it's been really wonderful to bring Litecoin onto CoinMe, and we're only growing from here. And we would love for you to stop by our booth and ask us any questions. We're here all day tomorrow, and thanks for your time, and go have some lunch.
All right, we are gonna break for lunch. I believe Ben may be signing, or not signing, doing a meet and greet in the workshop room over there. You can check them out. We should be back on schedule to start at 1 p.m. So we did it. Oh, and go check out the vendors. Don't forget prizes.
We're back on time.
Boom, boom, make that go boom.
Hello. My name is Clemens. Thank you very much for coming to our talk. I want to present building for Litecoin. Let me see where the slides are at. Well, as good as it's going to get. Yeah. Test. OK, wonderful, right. OK, so I'm going to talk about the Bitcoin computer. It's a novel smart contract system for Litecoin. And so a quick overview of what we'll talk about today. I'm going to start with a quick classification of different smart contract systems. Then I'm going to explain our new approach called the Bitcoin computer. And there's going to be a quick demo by Laura. And finally, I'm going to conclude. So smart contracts have been available on UTXO-based blockchains for over a decade now. And in my opinion, they're a little bit underrated. So I think they have two fixable disadvantages and one very, very strong advantage. The fixable disadvantage is that they're pretty low-level devices. So I think of colored coins, it's what they're called as like the assembly languages of smart contracts. And so many programmers don't want to or can't use assembly languages, and so that hinders their adoption a little bit. The other problem is that they're not so expressive, right? So pretty much every colored coin protocol comes with a fixed set of transfer types built in, and that severely limits the kinds of applications that you want to build. And if a developer wants to develop a new application on a colored coin protocol, they usually need to talk to the protocol devs, and that's kind of a slow process. But they do have one big advantage, and that's their scalability. Right? And so in particular, if you use a colored coins protocol, you're not putting any load on the miners, right? So miners don't have to run additional code, not putting any load on the other users. So that makes them very, very cheap to run at scale. Okay? And so this was somewhat subjective classification of smart contract system, but there's also much more objective ways to look at this topic. Right? So in this picture over here, you can see sort of the results of many decades of research in computer science in the field of complexity theory. And so what you can think of, every dot in this plane here represents one program, right? And then we draw a little box around, programs that have sort of similar, resource requirements, right? So down here in this box called finite, you can see programs that only need very, very small amounts of memory and very few computational steps. And these bigger enclosing boxes, tend to be algorithms that take very, very many computational steps, take a long time to terminate, right? And sort of now, this is a different way that we can classify these smart contract systems. And so, these colored coins, they really sort of only can express a handful of programs, and they mostly sit down here in this very, very efficient class of algorithms. Sort of the other basic approach to smart contracts is called miner-validated smart contracts, pioneered by Ethereum. And sort of their idea to fix the shortcomings of the smart contracts on UTXO-based blockchains is to have miners execute the code. And the advantage is that this made it much, much easier to program smart contracts. And so all of a sudden, and the reason is that people can use higher level languages similar to JavaScript to program these smart contracts, and many, many more developers were able to write them. And so, they took off massively, right? And then sort of the second point is even more impressive, right? So while I kind of said that all of the colored coins kind of live down here in these, very restricted, algorithm classes, Ethereum claimed that they can do any computable program could be run within Ethereum. Right? And sort of that would obviously be a massive breakthrough, and we could literally rebuild the entire tech industry based on smart contracts, right? However, everybody who's ever used Ethereum knows that knows about the third point about the problem. They're not scalable, right? So it's very, very expensive to use smart contracts, and in particular, you have to pay. Since the miners evaluate the smart contracts, you have to pay them to do that work. And so the cost model for smart contracts on Ethereum is you have to pay for every single computational step, right? And so now, if we actually go back to the second point, there's an interaction between these last 2 points, right? Because there's an underlying assumption when you say that every program can be run. And the assumption is that someone needs to have infinite funds, because someone needs to pay for all this computation that gets replicated on every single miner, every single validator. So if we make a more realistic assumption that there's only finitely many funds, then we can actually say that instead of being able to run every program, we can only run programs that do, not so many steps, right? And sort of, the more formal way of doing it is say you can do logarithmically many steps in the size of the program, right? Otherwise, you would build applications that, once they, gain more users, the price for using them goes up, right? And nobody would like to use a social network where the price of using it goes up by 10x just because it had 10x more users. So with this more, realistic assumption, we can actually see that instead of being able to run all smart contracts on Ethereum, we can only run the ones that use very few computational steps. And sort of that is my explanation for why everything in Web 3 is so weird and so different from what we usually use on our devices. And it's because of these restrictions that it's too expensive to use them. And so on this picture, you could say that essentially Web 2 lives in this much, much bigger box of algorithms, much more interesting algorithms called polynomial time, whereas Web 3 is restricted to these very, very tiny algorithms that can only do very few steps. Okay, so summing up the trade-off that we face as an industry, you can either use user-validated smart contracts, and the disadvantages are they're not so easy to write, and there's you're pretty restricted in the kinds of programs you can use, but they're very, very cheap to run at scale. Or you can use a miner-validated contract, so it's easy for programmers to produce, but the problem is they're very expensive to run, and the expressive power is sort of debatable, right? And so obviously, the question arises, can we get the best of both worlds, right? And so now, if the answer were no, that would be the worst setup of our talk ever. Luckily, the answer is yes. And so that's kind of what we're presenting here today, our new smart contract system that sort of checks all three boxes. They're very simple to write to the programmer. You can actually, not just in theory, but you can run all smart contracts, any program as a smart contract, and you can do it at a very low cost. Okay, so let me tell a little about it. It's called the Bitcoin Computer. It's a general smart contract system for Litecoin and Bitcoin. It's very easy to use. So smart contracts can be written in JavaScript. So I'm not going to bore you and walk you through this code, but this is very simple to read TypeScript code in this case. And so any programmer that's built a website will be able to understand this code and produce smart contracts written in TypeScript or JavaScript. They're very expressive, right? So now we can actually, I'm again going to claim, like they did before, that we can run any algorithm in as a smart contract. And so this is without making the assumption that somebody has infinite funds, because of this property, because of specifically this third property that you're not asking the miners to do any work for you. And so for that reason, you can run arbitrary programs of arbitrary complexity at a fixed cost, right? And so, obviously there's not enough time here to actually explain to you how it works, but I want to sort of give you, broad intuition for what, the obstacles were that we had to overcome to sort of essentially unleash colored coins. And there's two things you need to do. You need to be able to express any possible data type, right? And the second thing is you need to be able to update any possible data type in any computable way, right? So the first piece is actually not very surprising. So colored coins typically already, support basic data types like, strings and numbers. And normal programming languages also use these structured types built up from arrays, objects, and basic data types really. And so you have to find a way to encode this in the UTXO model. It's not actually very hard, and the reason is that we can, today's computers store these complex data types in these very simple, main memory arrays. That's just like a linear array. So you just pick yourself a textbook, and you can actually quite quickly figure out how you can encode every possible data type on top of UTXO-based blockchains. Right? And sort of the second step is kind of the step that's hard. And here the intuition is that like programming languages aren't built up from like an infinite number of constructs, right? Every programming language is just built up from a handful of constructs, right? We have a few kind of loops, we have if them else, we have assignments, right? And the point of programming language is that these basic constructs are cleverly designed so that they can be composed to express any possible program, right? And sort of now, we can take this as inspiration for how to design colored coin protocols. Is essentially the basic transfer types of a colored coin would correspond to the basic syntactic constructs of a language, and if you define these basic transfer types correctly, then you can recombine them to essentially compute any possible update. And sort of the third trick that's required to make it all work is essentially you have to give more power to the programmer, right? So instead of us as protocol developers deciding precisely which transfer types can exist, we're essentially allowing the programmer to define novel transfer types on their own without needing to talk to us. And we also don't need to invent a new formalism for that, because we have these fantastic formalisms called programming languages that the programmers can use to define their transfer types. So a little bit about the system that we're building. Has two main components, the server-side node and the client-side library. The server-side node is required to provide trustless access to the blockchain. So it runs, a Litecoin node developed by the Litecoin Foundation. It also sort of creates a wallet to compute all the user balances. That makes it much easier to build applications. And we've done a lot of work to make use of modern computer hardware so that the sync process that can take many weeks or many months if we can make use of all the many cores that today's processors have, we can vastly speed up the time to sync. And overall, we think our node just makes it very easy to run a node, to use rec test, and the idea is to provide a great developer experience, regardless if you want to build an application for the Bitcoin computer or just any other Litecoin application. And sort of most of the heavy lifting is done by the Bitcoin computer library. The main functionality is to sort of encode all these data structures and all these data updates that I talked about before in Litecoin transaction and broadcast them to the blockchain. And then the other functionality is to sort of read the inverse operation where you kind of read the transaction from the blockchain and parse them into the value over which the user wants consensus, right? So the point of a smart contract is two people play a game and they want complete consensus of what is the state of this game or what is the state of the application. So that's kind of the second functionality that the Bitcoin computer provides. So then the next 2 points sort of arise naturally out of our approach, and they actually add something to programming languages that doesn't normally exist. So a very natural way of data ownership emerges, where just like if you own a Satoshi, you're the only person to decide when and where that Satoshi gets spent. So if you own a piece of data, you're the only person who gets to decide when and how the data can be updated, right? And so that's one property we add to programming languages. The other property we add that it's sort of, if you store data on the blockchain, you get access to storing cryptocurrency and data in one atomic unit. So that's also something that's usually not possible in programming languages, but it's possible if you run them in a colored coin. We have 2 more. So I've heard a lot of talk about privacy today, and privacy is obviously also important to us, just philosophically, but also we work with big companies and they need to comply with privacy laws, GDPR and consumer protection laws in California. And so for these reasons, there are certain features that need to be built in. Very strong encryption. So our encryption has two layers of AES and asymmetric encryption. And we have a off-chain solution that makes it very easy for the programmers to designate which data is to be stored on the blockchain and which is stored off-chain, right? And it's at different reasons, some legal reasons, but also we obviously need to prevent blockchain bloat, not to put too much data on the chain. And one feature that we've added recently is standard compliance ES6 modules. That's essentially just a feature that allows people to break down these very large, complex programs into smaller, much more manageable blocks. So now I would like to invite Laura to the stage. Laura is going to, okay, so we had a demo prepared, but for technical reason we couldn't connect our laptops in the way, so we turned our demo into slides, but you can follow Laura's steps and she will show you how you can start a decentralized application on top of the Bitcoin computer. Everybody give it up for Laura.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. Well, good morning. I want to show you how easy it is to launch a decentralized application on Litecoin using the Bitcoin computer. So first, what I want to explain is I'm going to get started with our monorepo on GitHub. So in this monorepo README file, you're going to have all the documentation that you need for use in our smart contract system. In particular, we have the documentation of how to run a node, a Litecoin node. So let's get started with that point. For launching a decentralized application, what we need to do? We need to launch a Bitcoin computer node, and then we need to launch our web application. So it's very easy. What you need to do first is to install all the software needed for launch a Bitcoin computer node. So first is you have to clone our monorepository, and we provide several scripts. Well, the Bitcoin computer node runs through Docker, so if you don't have Docker installed, what you have to do is to run some scripts to set up all your machine. And then it's very easy to run a node. What you need to do is to run only one single command, that is yarn up, right? Well, we prepare here like a screenshot that you can run this on your terminal. And once that the node is up and running, the only thing that you need to do is to launch your web application. One important feature that we need to highlight is that you can synchronize on testnet and on mainnet your node in parallel, so you can exploit the functionality or the underlying architecture when syncing to testnet or mainnet. And we prepare here a graph with time and cost estimation. You can see clearly that if you scale the number of CPUs, you can reduce the synchronization time up to 5x. Okay, so once that we run the node, the Bitcoin computer node, what we need to do is to run the application. you can use our open source project. We have a non-fungible token application, and it's also very easy to install. Yarn install is one of the commands to install all the dependencies, and once this is done, you run with Yarn start the application. So we prepare here a screenshot of our application. That is a Litecoin art application. So here you can see that we have your artwork, so you can create a new artwork and send your NFT to a friend. For that purpose, we need to provide the public key of the receiver. And also we integrate here a wallet with the balance you can calculate or query your balance, and you have your address and public key. So it's very simple. With these two simple steps, you can run a Bitcoin computer node. By default, it will run on Litecoin Rectest, but you can provide several parameters. You can play around with, with our configuration and with our open source project. So we invite all of you to try with our repository. Thank you. I will invite Clemens again to finish the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so we're almost done. I just want to quickly. Okay, so just one more slide in conclusion. So what's new here is, I think for the first time we can actually run all algorithms as smart contracts, right? And in my opinion, this opens up lots of new capabilities, just new applications that can be built on Bitcoin that could have never been built before. And different things come to mind. Social networks where users are actually in control of their funds and where they have perfect data mobility, but also social networks that guarantee properties to the users, right? So there's the suspicion that, for example, a social network might use different algorithms to produce a feed for different users, right? And smart contracts are a tool for operators to guarantee properties of their service to their users. Another application that just cannot be ever built on Ethereum is, for example, Uber. Right? Uber requires some computation essentially to compute how far do you want to go, how much do you have to pay. It takes n squared, so many computational steps. If you wanted to run that on Ethereum, it would probably cost $100,000, no exaggeration, because in the size of the map, $100,000 just to order the cab. So that will never be built on Ethereum. And you need something where you don't pay per computational step, and you have a fixed cost. Right? Games is another application. There's websites where millions of people play chess on the internet. There's very few websites where you can play chess for money. It will be something that will be pretty easy to build on top of the Bitcoin computer. But then, once you can build chess, computation doesn't cost anything. Right? You might as well build a beautifully 3D rendered car racing game where you and your friends could race on the internet for money, for example. And then, AI is about sort of to take over our lives. And I think it will actually be quite scary. And I think blockchain and smart contracts are one way to tame AI, to give the user some guarantee for what this AI algorithm actually does. So so the idea would be to fulfill the promise of smart contracts finally. And that's the end of my talk. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm afraid, yeah. It's no time for questions, I think. Unless you have any questions right now until the next speaker shows up. Happy to answer any. Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for introducing yourselves. You did a great job. You're right on time. Did great. Our next speaker is the founder of Quantum Economics. I believe that's what it's called. Matty Greenspan. I think he's getting mic'd up. It will be over there. Come on up, buddy. If you're ready. You can just take this mic. 2 minutes. All right, I'm going to stand here. Okay.
Check, check. Sounds good.
Everybody get a good lunch? Good lunch. Good restaurants down there. All right, I think we're ready. You guys want to welcome Matty to the stage? Give him a clicker. A little applause, maybe. Yeah, Matty.
I haven't even said anything yet.
Come on up, buddy. He's making his way. I did it. All right.
You got my slides? Awesome. Hello, Las Vegas. Litecoin Foundation, thanks for hosting. and all you beautiful people on the internet. My name is Matti Greenspan. I'm the founder and CEO of Quantum Economics. We're a firm for research, advisory, and money management in the crypto space. We've got about 40 members on board, movers and shakers, CEOs and board members, thought leaders and social influencers, and some of the most prolific researchers and writers in the space. Previously, I was at eToro for about 7.5 years, where I was the senior market analyst, and I'm the co-author of the book, The Complete Guide to FinTech Investing. And how does this thing work? There we go. So throughout my career, I've probably witnessed thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people who come in, meet the markets. They've got stars in their eyes, think they're going to make $1 million buckaroonies overnight, and then end up like this guy with their fist on the table. You know, both the laptop and the telephone at the same time, doesn't matter. Those tools aren't going to help you in this environment. Basically, it's a shit show, and it's been like this since before crypto. It's been like this as far back as I know. I mean, I've been a paper trader since I was 13 years old, and the statistics have always been stacked against you for new-coming traders. It's not pretty. I remember reading something like 2% of Forex traders actually make money, and as somebody who was working inside of a broker, I was skeptical of even that number, literally. And, you know, technical analysis, I mean, I've been a student of technical analysis for a very long time. I don't believe that it can be helpful. I can probably count the number of successful traders who made a lot of money in the markets from high leverage trading. I could probably count them all on one hand, literally. So that's how it is. And sorry to burst anybody's bubble. I believe that this is going to be the number one difference for anybody looking to make money out of the markets. It's simply a matter of timing, right? If you come in and you think you're going to make a lot of money in a very short amount of time, I'm very sorry to tell you that's not the reality. It just doesn't work that way. The markets are a mechanism of transferring wealth from the impatient to the patient. Only by sticking in the markets for a very long time and by finding assets that have value, that's the way to do it. And every successful investor that I've ever seen has had that attitude. Buy and hold. And this can be done in many different ways, of course. But I think that the idea here is pretty simple. And I've seen it happen over and over again. It's become basically like a recurring theme. And I've seen people, I've done, as an account manager in eToro, I did, analysis, big data analysis on their client base. And, they have the copy trader feature, which is pretty awesome, and it helps people. But still, they're not able to get much more than, 10% of people who are still successful. And the ones who always surprised me, were the ones who just bought some stocks and just let it sit for 5 years. And all of a sudden, you see their stats are amazing. And I did a campaign of like finding those people and saying, okay, you got to come up and let people copy you and be active. And as soon as they got active, guess what happened? Not pretty. So that, I believe, is the number one thing that's going to help anybody who's trying to make money in the markets, is do not think that you're going, every action that you take in your account, and of course we've seen is now public information, the thing that with Robinhood where they throw out the confetti. We've known that internally in the industry for a very long time. It's called gamification of finance. And it basically is there to make people active, to make people trade. But every single trade that you make, you are paying a broker, you're paying a fee, and you're increasing your chance of losing money. And hopefully the clicker works this time. That's backwards. There we go. I've never used a standard deviation. I don't want to get too mathematical because I'm not a mathematical guy, but I do want to show you the mathematical proof of how something like diversification can help in your portfolio. And I believe that this is the second thing that can help you make money over time with the long-term mindset. Of course, you can't just put all your eggs in one basket. We know that. That's a given. But this is mathematically proven. If you look at this graph, it says 100% in asset A, which is considered the low-risk asset. Usually, portfolio managers think of like bonds as a low-risk asset. Personally, I don't like bonds. I would never consider lending my money to the U.S. government. That's just asinine, in my own opinion. But for the purpose of the mathematics, we'll look at it. And then you have on the left a minimum variance portfolio, and then the efficient frontier. So at any point in this line, in this curve, this parabola that you're seeing is basically a mix of asset A and asset B. And if you have 100% in asset A, your risk is relatively low, but your return is also very low. And with the efficient frontier, meaning there's a mix of stocks and bonds, or of different assets that you can make, that your risk is actually identical. Right? There's no more risk. It's the same exact amount of risk, but your return is so much higher. So diversification of your portfolio is critical. Now, obviously, I'm not talking about diversification within cryptocurrencies. I met one client who just basically said, yeah, of course I'm diversified. I've got Bitcoin, I've got Litecoin, I've got Cardano, XRP, I'm good. No, it doesn't work like that, of course. Those assets are very correlated when you get a big bear market. And even, the bear market that we're having right now, I think that that's, multi-asset, and even any kind of risk assets are going to be difficult. Even the safety assets are tough, which is why, again, long-term helps, because bear markets are temporary. They are transitory, as the Fed likes to say. They don't last forever. The bear market comes, we will have a bull market again, and as long as you don't panic and sell out, you're going to be good. A study was done on the S&P 500. Over the span of 10 years, if somebody held, you never lost money, right? If somebody came in 2007, bought the stock market, right, and held on through the crash, by 2013, their portfolio was sitting pretty again, and by today, they made a lot of money. Anybody who panicked and got out, they lost money. Also, you have to be aware of which type of assets are in your portfolio. So maybe this visual representation isn't exactly the best, but what I want to get into is the idea of fiat currency. Fiat currency is not a good place to keep your money, to store your money, as you probably know. Fiat money is intentionally designed to lose value over time. They call it inflation, but you can also look at like a graph of the purchasing power of the US dollar over time. It doesn't ever go up. There's been maybe one period in the last 100 years, like 2 years, that it went up. And it's funny when you watch financial news, if anybody's watching, Bloomberg and CNBC today, and they go, the dollar's getting stronger. It's not getting stronger. It is getting steadily weaker over time, as it always has been. It gets stronger maybe, when compared to other currencies. So if you look at the dollar index, it's going up. But the dollar index only measures the dollar against the basket of its peers. And all currencies for the last, 1,000 years are always falling over time. And somebody asked me yesterday, what if the US dollar crashes? Well, yeah, I mean, it's constantly in free fall. All of the currencies are constantly in free fall. So I think, if it goes lower, okay, if it goes lower faster, people will survive. Bitcoin is an anomaly, and I think all cryptocurrencies are anomalies in that, most financial assets that you think about, a stock will give you a piece of a company or something like this, give you a dividend, right, and then you can enjoy from the growth. Bitcoin and Litecoin and other cryptocurrencies are really capitalizing on digital scarcity, right? And that's a brand new asset class that we're just now looking into. But what we noticed also is that the more institutional adoption we saw of Bitcoin, right, suddenly we saw more correlation with the stock markets and other risk assets. Because once the portfolio managers are able to hold that much Bitcoin and then their stocks are falling, they're going to get a margin call, they've got to sell some of that Bitcoin, and all of the risk assets tend to move together. I don't think that dynamic is going to go away anytime soon, but something to be aware of. And in general, I mean, when we think about cryptocurrencies, right, the story of the ugly duckling comes to mind, right, where you've got a basket of eggs, right? Don't put them all in one basket. But one of them might be a little bit different, right? And I think that is really cryptocurrencies. It is something that, I don't know, people are going to look at for the first time. Most average people are going to look at and go, oh, that's ugly. That's not a financial asset. That doesn't look like all of the other financial assets in my portfolio. But sometimes, you know, they grow up into a swan. And one of my favorite books when I was a little kid was called The Stinky Cheese Man. I don't know if anybody who's read it before. But they had basically a play on some of the most famous fairy tales. And of course, you know, they did The Ugly Duckling. And in their version, the ugly duckling turned out just to be a very ugly duckling. And when he grew up, he was just a very ugly duck. So when we see projects like, you know, Terra Luna or, you know, other cryptocurrencies that might not have a very solid foundation, they grow very fast, but they are not necessarily solid financial investments. So this is why I always urge people to have many different types of things in your portfolio. But also you can kind of identify those things through research. And that's one of the things that I love about researching the crypto space and working with some of the brilliant minds in the space. It's like sending out a ship before Google Maps, right? And you never know what the ship's going to come back with, right? It's actually exploring unknown territory because the technology is so new. You really can come up with extreme discoveries. So, you know, for example, you know, we did research on Bitcoin mining, and we discovered, you know, Texas being an awesome place to do it, especially once China decided to kick out all of their Bitcoin miners. You know, for us, that was like a big light went off, a big green light went off, and said, okay, you could take this research and turn it into action. And so we founded Quantum Expeditions, which is a spin-off of quantum economics. We were able to overraise on our seed round, even though it was a bear market. It was pretty incredible. You know, a year ago, I probably had 7 or 8 VCs inside of a week coming up to me and say, Matti, what are you working on? I want to fund it, right? And that was when Bitcoin was at 60K. And then once it got down to like 30K, they're like, we're not funding anything at the moment, right? So we were actually able to, through the power of the community, mostly just from people, readers of our newsletter, and followers on Twitter, to actually get us to a position where we're now looking to open up a Bitcoin mining facility, and we believe that it's an excellent time to do so at an excellent place. But that's the other thing, is the bear markets, you don't have to be scared of them. I mean, yes, they suck, and I can tell you quite pointedly that a lot of our clients that were doing research and marketing suddenly had budget cuts, which is why we really, at that point, because of the knowledge and industry insight that we had, we were able to transition into a more builder attitude, right? And that's what bear markets are for. They're for building. They're for finding stuff, finding things that are really cool and are interesting and are going to change the way that we look at things completely. One of the things I'm most excited about is DeFi, right? And I do believe that within 5 years or 10 years from now, DeFi can completely replace traditional markets as we know them. They're a lot safer, a lot more efficient, they're transparent, and most of all, fair. Because after the GameStop, saga, a light went off in people's head, right? We had COVID, right? And people were all like, they couldn't go to work anymore, so everybody was, we were all sitting in our houses, looking for something to do, looking for a way to make money online. And I remember myself, when I just got married and I was looking for something to do with my life, I was like, how do I make money online? And that was the first thing I found is, trade Forex. But obviously those websites are kind of roping you in, and I've been through that, leverage trading and losing so many times I can't even count. But the GameStop people, they figured out that we can actually win in this market, and we can actually take back some of the control. And and then there was this narrative for a while going, okay, wait a second, DeFi is going to pay you 8%, right? Whereas bond market's paying you, 2%. And suddenly that got flipped on its head, right? And that narrative really drove the 2021 institutional adoption, right? And now that it's reversed and people are going, wait a second, is DeFi dead? And I'm like slapping my forehead over here, like going, guys, you've lost sight of what's important, right? It's not short-term yields that are important. The yields today, they're going to go up, they're going to go down. What's important is the mechanism that we're building. It's the ground layer for replacing the traditional finance system. I don't really care very much if a Wall Street investor right now sees DeFi as a better or worse option than bonds, and I don't care how he compares it to it in his head. I know that everybody else out there who's not a portfolio manager, who are much more people, the 99%, are going to, wait a second, I want to invest my money in a way that's fair and transparent, and I can actually verify. Not all of us are coders, but over time, and obviously there's something called smart contract risk in DeFi, but that disappears over time because the people who are smart coders, right, they band together, and they, if you have enough people who audit a smart contract, you can understand that it's safe. I have one auditor, I say, you go look at that project, and he'll come back to me and say, yes, here's the loopholes, or this one is secure, and figure it out pretty quickly, right? And even if everybody doesn't have access to that type of information, over time we will, because I'm going to share it with you, and everybody like me is going to share it, and that's how we figure out which are the good contracts, which are the good ones, and obviously, let's be honest, any kind of investment, I think, lending to a liquidity pool or lending to, other people who are going to do things in the market, is a lot safer and a lot more fun. Obviously, if you get into impact investing, it's not just about how do we make money, but it's about what is our money doing, right? It's not just how is it working for us? What are we affecting when we make that investment? Is the microphone still on? You guys did something different there. Hello? Check, check. What is my money doing, right? I'm just going to take a few $1,000s and put it somewhere. I'm going to buy Apple stock. I don't know. I don't really like Apple as a company. I'm not going to buy Facebook stock. I really hate everything that Mark Zuckerberg is doing, right? But also, don't chase the hype, right? If everybody's buying a specific stock, if everybody's buying Tesla, or everybody's buying Facebook or Apple, that's not necessarily a great investment. For me, it's about finding those hidden gems, finding the assets that are at the moment not doing too well, or they're just starting out, right? And that's one of the magical things about crypto that people just didn't even realize. The ICO market of 2017, well, people might have said, well, that's a flop. In my mind, it was amazing because suddenly every person on the planet can get into a project on the ground floor, something that was only available to VC investors with billion-dollar portfolios just a year earlier. Now, there's a learning curve, right? Not everybody can, assess the risk, right, and figure out which ICO is going to make it, right? And certainly there's formulas that you can put out, but also having a democratized financial system allows you to not necessarily, I first of all wouldn't buy any coin that doesn't have a utility already, right? We've seen too many of those ICOs where, yes, I'm starting a casino. Does anybody want to buy some chips? There's no platform yet, but we'll sell you the chips already, and you're going to take part of it. Now, that can be successful sometimes. Look at Binance, right? That was hugely successful. They raised money before they ever had a platform, and the Binance coin had utility on the platform. But for every one Binance, there are probably several hundred that didn't necessarily work out. But the beautiful thing is you can then choose any time along their life cycle to make that investment. So maybe now Binance Coin, now that they're one of the most powerful financial institutions in the world, certainly they might get bigger and of course have it in your portfolio, right? But that's not necessarily where the big growth is. The big growth comes in when you have assets that are extremely undervalued, and you can come in and with a diversified portfolio, take advantage of the major upswing. And in this market, it can be sometimes 10 times your money, 100 times your investment, and that can be realistic because it's been realistic before for venture capitalists. They've seen that type of growth. Venture capitalists think about things in a different way. They say to themselves, well, I have 50 companies in my portfolio, 49 of them are going to be flop, but one of them is going to be Twitter, right? And they don't care about the other 49 all of a sudden, right? But obviously, I'm not saying that everybody should be. Everybody needs. I believe that there's probably as many different ways to invest as there are people in this world. So everybody's going to come up with something different. But another beauty of the bear market is that right now there's a lot of projects that are going under. And that's unfortunate for them, but also that breeds opportunity. And we're working on a project right now called Layered Cake, which is banding together about half dozen projects that otherwise would have gone under because they just simply couldn't cover the overhead. But they all have monetizable assets. They're about to close their doors, but they still have a community of 20,000, 30,000 people that are active. That's monetizable. They have a Twitter account. That's monetizable, right? And a lot of them have technology too, which is significant. And that technology could be used to build stuff. And for me, mergers and acquisitions in the DeFi space has never happened before. It's something that we're just learning right now as we go. And it's different than traditional markets. Because traditional markets, you talk about a company, which comes from the word corporation, corpus, which means a body. So you think about a company, it's actually like a human being, right? So if you want to merge two of them together, it's like a marriage, right? And I don't know how many people here have gotten married. It's not simple, right? There's a lot of, there's paperwork and there's an event and all of this type of thing. It could take a year or two from the time that you get into it. But with DeFi projects they're projects, they're networks, you can band them together much simpler. And I think of them as building blocks, right? Where you might be able to swap out one component for another, but joining networks is as simple as creating a funnel to do so. Anyways, I hope that has been somewhat beneficial. I tried to cram about 20 years of industry knowledge into 20 minutes. I do appreciate it. Feel free to follow on Twitter or subscribe to our newsletter at quantumeconomics.io. Of course, past performance does not indicate future results. Therefore, the charts are BS.
Thank you, Maddie. That was great. Next, we have Clinton Donnelly. He's going to join us up here. He is the founder of Donnelly Tax Law and one of our sponsors, CryptoTaxAudit.com. So, welcome to the stage. Give him a nice.
Do I need to turn this one off? All right. Well, thank you for all of you being here today to hear about an exciting topic of taxes. This being October, when Netflix fills us with all the scary movies, now we're going to talk about something really scary. Before I start, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I've been doing tax preparation work for a number of years. In 2018, I started doing crypto tax returns, and I found out that one of my tax clients from the prior year finally admitted to me he was trading crypto and made $16 million in 2017. So it was a challenge to figure out how to do the gain calculation on $250,000 of transactions using the tools available at that time. And but since then, my company's grown. During season, we have about 25 employees. I have several CPAs, enrolled agents. I have a set of forensic accountants, and we do our own gain calculation for our clients. And we also have legal specialists. I enjoy the most going to battle with the IRS. At this point in time, I've defended about 40 individuals in audits before the IRS. I am not aware of anyone else in the US that's near that level. I'm like a football quarterback who watches the replays of the opposing team's games before he goes in and plays against them. I study the IRS. We just finished an audit this week, The final decision was the taxpayer had to pay $3,000. It cost the IRS far more than $3,000 to attack him. He had 100,000 transactions. Coinbase said he made 15 million, and we were able to recalculate everything and get him down to a really attractive number. I have clients in 71 countries. Right now, all we do is crypto. We're very selective of who our clients are. I'm not here to talk to you about tax return preparation. I'm here to talk to you about what is happening with the IRS, how it's changing, how to prepare yourself, and to tell you about an offering we have that you might be interested in called Audit Defense Membership. I also wanted to say that about two-thirds of my salary that gets, my salary, my staff, get paid in Litecoin. So, you know, they're very excited about that. Okay. I push the button and the screen changes. Ah, there you go. There you go. Third time's a charm. There's a question on the tax returns. It's been there for 4 years. This past year, this question, we call it the virtual currency question, is located right after your name and address on the top half of your tax return. That's how important the IRS has made this. Even before they ask you what your gross salary is, they want to know the answer to this question. They consider it instructional. At any time during 2021, did you receive, sell, exchange, or otherwise dispose of a financial interest in virtual currency? Yes or no? This is a very significant question. Why is it significant? Well, for a lot of reasons. Right now, based on information we got from the IRS in May that we can extrapolate based on historical trends, we're estimating that there will be 7 million taxpayers who will say yes to this question, which would assume that they're also reporting their cryptocurrency income on their tax returns. That would leave, based on estimates of the size of the crypto owner population, about 26 million taxpayers in the US are either answering no or, more likely, not even filing a tax return. There's another option here. People are filing no because they're working with an accountant that automatically checks the answer no without asking you if you were a crypto trader. This is also a big issue. How does the IRS enforce these two different groups? And there. The IRS attack strategy, if you will, there's two major attack strategies. You all are familiar with the IRS doing audits. When you get audited by the IRS, it will probably take about a 2-month period of time, or probably a 2-year period of time, and it's complex. They're going to demand all your crypto records, all your bank records, all your credit card records, anything financial, and the IRS subcontracts other firms to research the data and find issues. They will dig through the blockchain addresses, a lot of different things. That's what happens on a regular audit. Now, hopefully, you did your best job to report your gains. And what happens in most tax court, most audits would, unless you concede to the IRS, we will end up in tax court, and that's where we win. And I enjoy doing that. There is another category indicated by the green, which I would call people that are bulletproof, that they've prepared their tax return in such a way that they're unlikely to get audited. The IRS uses big supercomputers that they data mine for certain relationships, and when that relationship occurs, then you move over into the pile of people that they might audit. So if you anticipate those, you can make yourself bulletproof. And we've had, since 2018, what we call our bulletproof return methodology. It's a way of reporting your income in an aggressive manner, way you reclaim all the possible deductions, foreign account reporting, which is a major area of enforcement, disclosures, and that's how we treat all those different things. So we've been doing that since 2018. We're basically leading our industry on that. The other way the IRS enforces things is criminal. This is the new face of the IRS as far as crypto traders are going. When you say no on this question that's asked, and you actually have cryptocurrencies, and when you sign your tax return, under penalty of perjury that it's true, correct, and complete, you have committed tax fraud. If you fail to report your cryptocurrencies, all of them, you've committed tax fraud. If you fail to file a tax return because you didn't file one last year and you don't want to report the cryptos, and whatever your reason is, that's called tax evasion. You're basically looking, either way, you're looking at a $250,000 penalty plus 3 to 5 years in prison per year that it occurs. Now, I have a video running right inside the booth there. I know my staff talks and you can't see it, but I highly encourage you to see this video. It's one of my clients. He came to me after he signed a plea bargain deal with the IRS to tax fraud. And he talks about the experience. And I'll tell you real quickly about his experience. Maybe someone here can identify with it. He had never traded cryptocurrency. He did it, the way he got his Bitcoin was from one individual. That individual those coins had never been on a public exchange. And he received a significant amount of Bitcoin from that person. He never traded his Bitcoin on a public exchange. The IRS contacted him. 2 men showed up at his door. These are the men with the guns on their hips and the badges, and they wanted to talk to him. His wife, he wasn't there. His wife dilly-dallied it, got him off, but then he had to meet him in the office. He had lawyers with him. They talked about things, and they said, we're not going to let this go. They demanded all sorts of documents, as I described. We're then into a situation where he, 2 years later, he received a phone call from a Department of Justice lawyer informing him that he was being indicted for tax fraud. It appears that the IRS had dusted his Bitcoin wallet, which he has no idea how they found out about it. They dusted it with Satoshis. Anytime he makes a trade, they know about it. When the IRS hits you with an indictment, there's no discussion over whether we should be reporting our cryptocurrencies using HIFO or FIFO, or what's the right way to treat staking rewards. It's down to, well, how long do you want to go to prison for? It's a quick conversation, and that's what happened. And then he did go to prison. I went to federal prison. He was indicted. He had a 1-year sentence, paid $250,000 fine, and he had to go back and file all the past tax returns he'd been avoiding, and he was hit with late penalties on all of that. And he does all that voluntarily, all right? Whereas if we do an audit, it's a 2-year ordeal, there's a waging battle back and forth. The IRS, as I just described, often loses. But with a criminal attack, there's no defense. It's cheaper, it's more effective. IRS gets to publicize it. Yet another person, IRS caught evading taxes using cryptos, and the narrative goes on. So this is the new attack strategy. Why is this significant? The IRS commissioner told Congress that, the IRS brings in $4 trillion of revenue a year. The IRS commissioner told Congress they could bring in $1 trillion more if they gave him the funds to fund criminal enforcement against crypto owners. On August 16th, Congress gave those funds to the IRS. The IRS budget on an average year is $14 billion. Congress gave them $80 billion. $46 billion specifically earmarked towards criminal enforcement against crypto owners. Let me put this in perspective. $46 billion. This is 8 times the budget of the FBI. This is 3 times how much the federal government spends on the war on drugs. It's as much money as, I get emotional, as Biden gave Ukraine to wage war on Russia. That's how much money they're spending on us, and we are soft targets. We have no defense. We're not organized or armed, and that's the battle we are up against. The question is, how can we move from the red zone to the green zone? Or maybe you're in the yellow zone, but you feel maybe your accountant didn't do some things right, or maybe you didn't do things right. You're scared. How can I move from the yellow zone to the green zone? How can I sleep at night? Well, I want to give you some good news, is that it is possible to do that. You can move to the green zone. My next slide, I'm going to show you why. First of all, I'm going to show you why, if you're in the yellow zone where you can be audited, I believe I can win that audit almost all the times. My staff of forensic accountants, I talked to my manager, I said, look, let's benchmark all the crypto gain calculation services that talk about how great they are at calculating your crypto results. So we picked a client of ours who was a large trader, but he only did like 300 transactions in 2021. And he did it all on US exchanges. There were no missing records. It was really clean data. So my analysts used our reconciliation method against these services you see up here. What I found absolutely shocked us. And it wasn't expected. All of them, we thought, would come up with more or less the similar calculations. But what you see here on the left column is the total proceeds that each one of these services calculated. Now, total proceeds is the simple matter of just go through the transactions, and everybody got the same data, go through the transactions. What was the value of everything sold last year? What was the value? Everybody should at least agree on that. But as you see here, these numbers vary on this client from 1.1 million to 4.4 million. They're not in a pack, they're widely dispersed. And each one of these says, we're the best. And as you see in the middle column on total transactions, they all have a different transaction count. Now, what I want to say is, these companies all have professionals, they're experts on the blockchain. These are some of the best people out there, but let's just say that experts disagree. I'm not going to say which one of these is right or wrong. I haven't made that decision. I just want to say that which one you use affects your results. The interesting number at the right is the one everyone focuses on, is the total gain. That's what you have to pay taxes on. And what I want to draw your attention to is most of the people came in reap around 150 to 250 of gain. But there's two of them that are way out of line on the high side. Do you see those two companies? Guess which two companies are subcontracted by the IRS? Do you think the IRS would like low numbers or high numbers? I'll also tell you another relationship here. There's about, you only see two of them are about $100 apart. There's actually 4 of these that, based on other audits, tend to fall into a 1% variation. There's 4 of them. I'm not going to point them out in this slide, but none of these 4 companies that have consensus, and of course we're blockchainers, consensus is truth. These 4 companies, all foreign, and none of them have venture capital funding. So what does that tell you about the impact of venture capital funding on the accuracies of these services? Rather than improving the accuracies, they seem to have complicated it. Now, the IRS uses one of these. In an audit under Section 7491, I don't have to prove that your amount of income reported on a tax return is correct. If you've reported in good faith, your best estimate of how much crypto income you made, I can almost always win that audit. Why? Because all I have to do is shoot holes in the IRS. And you can see this is easy to do. Now, moving on. We also did the same study on DeFi, NFTs, play to earn people. And as you see, just from a proceeds column, you can see these numbers vary basically a couple hundred million between results. And on the net gain, you see the numbers here that calculate out. They're just all over the map. I'll tell you this, none of these services can do DeFi calculation, NFT, or play to earn. Despite what they say, what they will say is you can plug in your addresses. If you go onto their terms and conditions, you'll notice that they all say that they do not claim to be accurate. Okay? So what does this put this into? This is a big pickle. We depend on these services to calculate our gains, to put together a tax return. And none of them are accurate. We're into a very gray area in the future. And we explain how to address this on our webpage, but, oops, don't want that one. Don't need that one. But basically, what can we do to move you from red to green? I can't prepare everyone's tax returns. There's millions of people that need help. What we've done instead is we've come up with something we call the Audit Defense Membership. because I was so passionate that how can I help as many people as possible? Our audit defense membership is basically like insurance for your tax returns. If you're a member and the IRS audits you, we'll defend you at no additional cost for the entire life of that audit, and on to appeals and to tax court. It'll take a couple years, but there's no additional charge. You just remain a member. How much does it cost to be an audit defense member? $249 a month, $249 a month, and you're taken care of. And if you don't have audit defense membership and you get selected for an audit, you're into a range of around $40,000 to $60,000 just to defend yourself in the audit. The individual I just told you about, he had not been an audit defense member when the audit began, and he had spent $40,000. The last year or so, he was an audit defense member and didn't really pay anything more. And the final decision we got for him is he only owed $3,000 with the IRS. So it's a phenomenal deal. What I want to do is to say, give you some action plans. You saw that chart, red, yellow, and green. Where do you think you were? Just think about that. Are you a red person, yellow, or green? I don't care how you got there. How do we get you out of there? And if you're in the red and you haven't been reporting taxes, that's a scary place because you feel like, I can't file taxes this year because I didn't file them last year and in the year before that. So what do I recommend you do? If you're in the red zone, become an audit defense member. In the sign-up process, it authorizes us to pull data from the IRS. We'll do that. Then let's schedule a consultation. We'll lay out an estimate of what your situation is and what strategies are available for you. What if you're in the yellow zone? Become an audit defense member and start feeling protected at night. If you're really concerned about your past tax returns, you can schedule an audit risk assessment, and we can look at your past 6 tax returns and lay out a plan of improvement to move you into the green zone. So I want to suggest that this is probably, you can never, doing a crypto tax return, it gets more complicated every year. But having the insurance gives you the ability to sleep at night. If you're an influencer, I want to let you know that we have a very attractive affiliate package, if you'd like to talk to me about that afterwards. We're going to be having a Ask Me Anything session tomorrow at 1, I guess right here in this salon. And I can answer any question you want. If you've known me before, nothing stops me. You'd ask a hard question, I'll break it down for you, we'll analyze it. So we'll be happy to talk to everyone, either in public or in private. I have my staff here. Very glad to have my manager of client services and my head tax accountant, a CPA here as well. So I have a real, if you want to go and talk to any one of them, but I highly invite you to consider protecting yourself today and start laying a plan for getting yourself into the green and staying there. The IRS is mobilized. You need a defensive strategy. Don't be a deer in the headlights. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Clinton. That was amazing. We have something I'm excited for up next. We have our content creator panel, which I'm simultaneously participating in and hosting. But I'm not moderating. Rice is moderating.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Litecoin Summit. My name is Chris Rice. I'm going to be moderating this panel using social media to reach new audiences. I am the host of Rice TVX. I cover crypto from a cypherpunk, anarchist perspective, covering crypto, blockchain, economics, politics. I have a new channel I'm also starting that's non-crypto related because I'm dealing with a lot of controversial stuff and dealing with a lot of strikes. So you can check out my brand new channel. It's got an introduction video. It's called Rice Against the Grain. Again, I'm going to be moderating this panel. It's all about using social media to reach new audiences. And I will take an opportunity to also say, since getting involved in cryptocurrency, the very first crypto I bought was Bitcoin. And the second cryptocurrency I owned, the very first altcoin, was Litecoin. I'm a big Litecoin proponent, and I'm excited to be here. And now I'm going to go ahead and let everyone else who's a part of the panel introduce themselves, and we will start with Ms. Crypto Wendy O.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Yes, you can. Hi, I'm Wendy. I have, who am I? What do I do? Well, lots of things, but I have a YouTube channel. I'm on TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. I have the largest audience on YouTube as a female content creator when it comes to crypto and NFTs. So yeah, I just like to talk about Bitcoin, crypto, privacy, liberty, NFTs, any of that type of stuff. And I root for the underdogs.
Next up, we have the man himself, Mr. Tom Crown.
I won't waste too much time because I've already introduced myself, but yeah, content creator on YouTube. I published other platforms as well, and apparently I MC events. That's my new thing now, so I'm glad to be here.
All right. Next up, we have Crypto Jack, who just got done his TA workshop, right?
That's it, yeah, it went pretty good. Thank you for those of you who were there. So I guess I'm up here because I stream on Twitch, and I wanted to kind of trailblaze on that platform, which is traditionally for like modern warfare and video games and stuff like that, but I wanted to use it as a way to visually show charts behind me and go that way. And it turned out pretty good, so I guess I'm one of the top crypto technical analysis streamers on Twitch, and trying to do some other stuff with it, whatever, but enjoying that, having a lot of fun with it, and have a good community.
Awesome. Well, last but definitely not least, we have Miss Danielle Monet. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, hi guys. Some of y'all were at the panel earlier, but Danielle Monet in WWE. I was a wrestler under name Summer Rae. Been in the crypto space for a little bit and do marketing and social media consulting for a startup and another company as well.
Awesome. Give you guys yourselves a round of applause for being here. I appreciate all of you for coming to Las Vegas.
Thank you, thank you.
So the name of the panel, again, is using social media to reach new audiences. And I thought that was more of a statement versus a question. So what I kind of like to do is ask everybody, and just go down the line like we did with the introductions, of where did you start putting your content, and how have you started expanding out beyond where you started initially?
Oh, so I actually got on crypto Twitter, and I didn't know that there was a section of crypto Twitter, but a family friend was like, at the end of 2017, he's like, you gotta join crypto Twitter. And I was like, I hate social media, it's so stupid, so weird. Because I come from the MySpace days. I know I'm dating myself here. But when I logged on crypto Twitter, I saw all these anonymous cartoon characters trading and posting their charts and making money, and I was like, oh, if they could do this, I can do this. I have a little bit of a math background. I worked in healthcare 7 years. So I taught myself how to trade. I started posting my content on Twitter, and people loved it because I was the only girl trading, I guess, or posting content there, and I didn't know what I was doing. So then I started posting it on Instagram, and then I started posting it on YouTube. Well, I started a YouTube channel to live stream my meetups to my global audience because I was doing like live TA meetups, and people loved it. And then I started covering the news and charts and interviews, reviews, all kinds of stuff. And then TikTok came along. I was like, oh, I listened to BitBoy Crypto, Ben, a good friend of mine, and he's like, you should post stuff on TikTok. I was like, no, I should have listened to him because I would have like 2 million followers now. But then I started, using TikTok, and it's been a really, really great tool to reach a lot of different people from different backgrounds. And the thing I'm most proud of that I've posted on TikTok is probably the cancel PayPal movement, due to that $2,500 penalty they wanted to charge people for posting misinformation. And I'm not really big on cancel culture, but something like that was important, and it worked because people canceled their PayPal accounts, their Venmo accounts, and PayPal retracted their statement or their change to TOS later on that evening.
It was an accident. Just an accident, right?
It's just an accident, right? Yeah, okay.
What about you, Mr. Tom Crown?
Yeah, I have a good answer. So I started on YouTube, and I found myself in actually similar content to Wendy and Jack. We do kind of charts and trading and things, and that's very niche. They're, even people here, maybe even Litecoiners, aren't the most active traders in general because they're mostly older in the space, been in the space longer. But it's very niche in that sense, and the question was kind of how do you reach new audiences? And so actually over the last maybe 3 or 4 months, I have been working with an editor to create content that isn't specific to crypto, and that probably doesn't sound crazy, but it is for my channel. My channel has been very hard to watch for a long time for the wrong people. Like, I wouldn't watch my own channel for hours and hours and hours. It's just very technical, very dry. There's definitely people out there, but I'm working with this guy, and we've really managed to make the content a balance of entertainment and enjoyment with some education, and it reaches a new audience because we've also removed the crypto word, and it's just trading in general, and this has brought people who aren't in the crypto space into some of the crypto content. So it is reaching new people, and it's been very successful. I'm very happy with it.
Okay. Now, Jack, I know you mentioned Twitch. Right? Is Twitch the only platform you're utilizing?
No, it's just the primary one. I also have a YouTube channel as well. It's just, you know, the Crypto Jack on YouTube. I think the O is a 0, right? I'm kind of new to the game. I'm still learning little tricks like that. You shouldn't do that, actually. You should have like a seamless name across different platforms, but you know, we'll figure it out. But you know, how I wanted to come into the space and stand apart, the way I kind of visualized it, I said, okay, look, if you're a content creator, I imagine there's like a slider bar, and you're like, you have to pick usually one way or the other. You're either very entertaining, and it doesn't matter if you're right. It doesn't matter at all. Like, you're just fun. And then on the complete other side, you're deadly accurate, but you're probably pretty dry, right? And you're not all that fun to watch. I'm actually more on that one. Like, I'm kind of dry. I put up I like the charts and just the charts and that kind of stuff. But where that has kind of like shown and where that's kind of helped me gain some traction is if, you know, in the midst of everyone being very euphoric, let's say, Bitcoin to $1 million in 6 months, you know, these kind of crazy things, but in the moment, people get kind of hyped up about it. If you can very kind of dryly and in a logic-based way, point to a chart and say, no, look, here's why we're done, like it's over. Not trying to be, you know, throw water on the parade here, but there's a good chance we're done, and here's why, statistically speaking, and kind of go into it. Well, in the moment, your viewership does like this, and then if it actually like plays out like that, your viewership kind of does like this. So it's like a kind of a long-term strategy, but it's the way that I personally wanted to do it. I didn't want to do it any other way. If I had to bend on the way that I wanted to go about doing things, it wasn't worth doing. I wouldn't do it. So for me, I would rather be in a position to maybe help people, not, you know, at let's say 70K Bitcoin, there's a group of people who say, maybe I should go 100x long, like right now. Well, if I can talk 1 or 2 people off the ledge from actually doing that and save their marriage and their mortgage and everything, then hey, I won, you know. So that was kind of my mindset coming into the space.
But Jack, this didn't age well.
What's that?
This didn't age well.
Why?
No, because those are the comments I get all the time with the bad TA
this
call.
didn't age well.
This won't age well.
You didn't call that one, did you? Yeah, I was like, okay, calm down, guy.
Gotta love the trolls. Yeah. So Danielle, you don't have a
For
YouTube
me.
channel, do you?
No, gosh, no.
No, obviously, but you do.
It's
videos.
hard. The YouTube streets are hard to build right now, but it's coming back around actually. So I was very different than everyone up here. I have my social media platforms because of wrestling and being in that world, which is interesting because the wrestling world and the crypto world are very similar, is what I'm learning. Getting recognized at crypto things like, how do I know you? So yeah, I have 1.7 million followers on Instagram and just under 1 million on Twitter, and I forget about my Twitter all the time, which is big, crypto Twitter I'm learning. But so for me, it was interesting learning the space. I've been working with Get Hedge, Get Paid in Crypto, in case you don't know, and working with them and hearing, they were just teaching me about crypto, Bitcoin, Litecoin, you know, mining, very simple. And in return, I was kind of telling them, well, why does your social media look like this? And, you know, what are you doing on Twitter? And what is your logo? Like, why would it look, you know, so boring when it could be a cute hedgehog or something that could actually, from a marketing standpoint, people could say, oh, that's an app. Like, what's that little guy over there? So, I was very hesitant, of course, seeing all of the Instagram models sell their souls for certain coins that, you know, turn out to get rug pulled. So I was very cautious in getting into that side of it and selling, you know, my soul for money, because then also now, as you see in the news and people getting fined and sued, it's a very slippery slope, and it's kind of the wild, wild west out there where no one really knows taxes-wise or legally what could happen. So it was interesting for me, a lot of these companies that don't have younger people or millennials in it, that they actually did want to have my point of view of social media and how we can create content and create videos, just basic one-on-one stuff that for us on the stage doesn't seem hard, but for maybe some other people it's a little more challenging. So that's kind of where I've snuck into the space. And yeah, now unfortunately all my friends ask me what they should spend their money on, and I have to tell them, I can't tell you unless you call me.
It's a great way to lose friends.
No paper trail.
So when I first started myself, I was specifically YouTube, and then had to start promoting what I did, because if you don't, no one's going to really watch your stuff. So that led me to start utilizing Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, things to those effect. And I'm really not a big fan of social media at all. One of my things that I lack in is engagement. So I will go up and post things to let people know what's going on, but I'm not really spending a lot of time having conversations with people. But one of the things that I'm really trying to do is promote a lot of these platforms that are helping with free speech. Your platforms like Odyssey, which is using the backbone of Library, LBRY, which is dealing with a SEC law case right now, lawsuit case. They're very big proponents of free speech, and they allow for people to speak freely without being censored, because that is one of the things that I personally am dealing with a lot, is censorship. I've had over 30 videos removed and maintained having at least one strike on my YouTube channel for the past 2 years. So it's been pretty ridiculous as far as how they censor people and don't even try to let people know what they are saying that is wrong. They're just letting people know that you have violated terms and policies, which is really unfortunate. And another platform that I've started utilizing that I have a lot of faith in is Rumble. They seem to be making a really big impact in the free speech movement. They're bringing on a lot of different controversial people that YouTube is censoring, namely one that most people are familiar with, Russell Brand. His channel got censored on YouTube. He has been reporting news from a very midline standpoint, not taking sides, and they're censoring him. So he's utilizing those platforms. Now, one of the things that I kind of want to ask you guys is, like for me, and this is one, I guess, where you specifically, Wendy, is with TikTok. I tried making little videos and nothing, I can't get a message out in this little short attention span that people have. And that's another thing too that I don't like TikTok, because I feel like it's dumbing down people and it's taking away people's attention span to even focus.
Rice, I want to see your TikToks. Like, what are you dancing? Are you?
No, there's none. There's none. I was trying to attempt short form video, and it's like, I don't even know how to do it.
Well, I can answer that for you. So this is what you need to know.
Okay. Free knowledge. Oh, here we go, free content.
Get ready with me. No, so basically, we know that the public school system in the United States is purposely dumbing down our kids, because that's what they do. Because if you have a group of people who are not able to use critical thinking, if you have a group of people that can't think for themselves, that cannot question authority, that cannot have articulate conversations, who cannot make points, who can't show decency, create boundaries, you're going to have a bunch of sheep, which then in turn will be easier to govern. So. So this is the thing. TikTok and these short media content forms, they're not going anywhere. So what we need to do, the best way to go about it is to watch what some of the larger accounts are doing, see what works for them, but then put our content out in that similar format so it hits the algorithm properly. And it's a really hard thing to do. Not all my videos hit. My goal for TikTok is to create 1 to 5 videos per day that are anywhere between 15 and 60 seconds and get 10,000 views per video. It's hard to do because they've changed the algorithm. But at the same time, it's also helped me become a better thinker and be able to push out concepts and ideas in a very, very short amount of time. And let's face it, even with YouTube, if you cannot put out an idea in a very short and concise manner, nobody's gonna watch your stuff. I know that that sucks because it's we wanna be able to talk about these complex things, but the way society is going, we have to kind of, we have to work with it and not necessarily against it. And the way that we are able to fight back is by putting out content, putting out ideas that challenge people's thinking. So that's my answer to your question.
No, it's a really good answer. I appreciate you sharing that too.
The best thing, I was on Wendy's podcast last January, and the first thing I told her offline, because we had never met, we had chatted online, was I loved her short form content. I loved how you could get something under 60 seconds. And I personally, though I do enjoy long form content, I love TikTok. And I hate that I love TikTok. And I hate that I watch my news on TikTok. But there's so much overload. There's so much content overload. And everyone does have a short attention span. So being able to push out something that is simplified, everyone wants to mansplain everything. And especially being newer in a space, me watching Wendy's short little snippets, if I wanted more from that, then I could go to a YouTube or a long form content where you're getting the big bucks being paid. TikTok is paying little to nothing. So it's a way to like get the attention, grab it, and then go, do I actually want to learn more about that, or do I just want to put in the group chat like, hey, I learned this or whatever. So I think it's a skill that not a lot of people have. It's hard with the analytics. It's hard with the chart reading, but it's something that is great for hot points. PayPal, being able to grab attention within the first 2 to 3 seconds is really interesting. And if you're not doing a shock and awe, and you're actually giving really good, reputable information, I think it's something that Wendy does really well. And then also committing to content, like committing to putting it out there. I think the number one reason people are not successful is because they can't continuously put things out. They give up. The reason why, consistency. The reason why people don't lose weight is because they don't see results in 3 to 4 months. You will always outwork someone if you're consistent for 6 months, 8 months, 1 year. My stuff on TikTok gets like 30 views, no lie, like 30 views. And it's really fun, awesome stuff, by the way. And no one gives a shit. And so I don't care, like I'm just doing that for fun. But if it was my business plan, putting something 3 to 4 videos out a day, even if you're just reposting it, people are not consistent. Like people want to get rich fast, get famous fast. And so I think that's something that I tell for people, not just in crypto, all over, whatever space you're in, is just being consistent. You'll always end up on top.
So question for you two ladies. What if someone talked about kind of boring stuff and wasn't pretty? Like,
yeah.
What's the...
Just getting some info.
Well,
you need like a good little catchphrase.
That's it? I'm one catchphrase
Yeah, you're one catchphrase away. Also, something that I also think works great for TikTok is reintroducing yourself every time, not in the first sentence, but Wendy doesn't have to do it, and most people up here wouldn't have to do it because they're very known, but being able to say something, grab your attention, like, want to know why your wife hates you? And it's like, oh, okay, yeah. Like, I didn't want to, but thanks. And then it's like, hey, I'm Bill, relationship expert, blah, 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 and this is why you should know. So having that every single video, like, I know some people's catchphrases in my head. I'm like, who is that guy, Tom, again? So, yeah, that's another thing that's interesting with consistency. And so to answer your question, you don't always have to be a pretty girl. My shit flops all the time. And so, yeah, having that one-liner where you reintroduce yourself, because if one video does hit and you have 1 million followers, they're like, well, who's this person again? So having things, people like feeling normal, they like feeling safe in a space.
Wendy hit it perfectly. Is shorts. I hated shorts when they came out. I just didn't get it. They're not going anywhere. Media is moving more and more towards the short format. It's not going anywhere. And if you want to be a creator, I think it's something you're going to have to face at some point. And we're talking about, this is about new audiences, and that's even what I was saying earlier with my new content is it's short content, and it's geared for, people. There's a broader range of people, and that applies, I think, specifically to younger people can watch my shorts versus my YouTube. They could watch my YouTube, but like I said, it's not interesting. It's all about grabbing the attention in the first second, getting people to bite on the video. And that's really like a metaphor for creating content in general is you have to get people to bite before they can listen to you. That's why clickbait is everywhere, like thumbnails that you hate. It's just because if you don't click it, no one sees it.
I have a good follow-up to that. Back when I was very first getting started, 2 years ago, I guess, 2.5 years ago, I had 5 concurrent viewers, and I had
I was one of them.
Tom was one of them. And I had some of these world-class setups that I wanted to get this message out. Like Ethereum was at $300. It had completed a certain pattern, and I still have the clip where I was like, look, if this pattern is right, I think it is, this is the cheapest Ethereum you'll see for the next 4 years, something like that. And it was across the board. Litecoin was doing a thing, Ethereum did a thing, on and on. And so I was venting that frustration to a friend of mine who was much more established. I think it was on something else. I can't remember what platform. It wasn't YouTube, maybe Instagram. I don't know. But anyway, he goes, look, you have to trick your audience. I said, what do you mean? He goes, think about it. It's the reason there's billboards. It's the reason there's this and that. It's the reason churches have funny things outside to get in new members. He said, you got to trick people into coming and then save their souls. Like it's like kind of a 1-2 step. And I was like, dang, that's a pretty cool way of thinking about it. And he goes, so it's fine. Play the game, do the flashy little this and that, whatever. Do a giveaway, get them in the door, and then teach them what, now that they're there, they're a captured audience, you can teach them stuff to walk away a little bit smarter.
Well, one thing too that I really want to stress to people is, there's a complete other side to the equation, and that is the audience. So if you guys watch any of us, or you have different content creators, influencers that you really enjoy, make sure you're doing your best to engage, like the videos, subscribe, follow, comment. All those things ultimately help us out, helps us to grab the algorithm's attention so that ultimately we can get our messages out. So I really encourage everyone. Some people don't take the time to like videos, they just watch them. But if you think about it, just try to take that opportunity to engage, like, subscribe, follow, because it really does help what we do. And without that, we can't get our messages out, period.
I got a follow-up question, if that's okay, and I want your opinion too, because I honestly don't know, so for the panel. All right, we went from YouTube, long content, now the short content stuff, like the shorts on TikTok or whatever. What's next? Or is there next?
Even shorter videos. 1 second videos, I don't know.
I think, to be honest, I think what's going to happen is we're seeing Twitter go through this really big change with the new ownership that's coming into play. We're also seeing TikTok allow people to add stories similar to Instagram. Then we're seeing that you're allowed to post 10-minute videos, to have subscription-basis live streams on TikTok. To where it's kind of similar to Patreon. So I think what's going to happen, we're going to see all of this come to a head probably in the next 2 to 5 years, and we're going to see which platform is going to be on top, because all the different platforms are taking from each other platform and trying to see who's better. We saw Twitter integrate Spaces, which destroyed Clubhouse. Right. And let me tell you something, if it wasn't for Twitter Spaces, probably this conference would be cut in half with the amount of people in attendance, because we're in a bear market, in a very, very scary bear market. And but basically we're just going to see which platform is going to be like the best, that can incorporate everything, that can incorporate similar tweets or videos, short content, and then who has the best monetization.
And that's why it's really important to do what feels best to you and what doesn't feel like work. Because if you're trying to catch up with a trend, and for example, like we all love Wendy and we're like, oh, I want to be like her, which there's nothing wrong with like, following who you like and trying to mimic that. It's great to have, a mentor in a space, but doing what you think is great, you're going to set your own trend. And if you really are super organic with it and feel comfortable, that comes through the lens. Like everyone is so fake now. That's another thing that is really interesting in the influencer space that they're seeing right now, is the downfall of celebrities, the downfall of the Kardashians selling products. People are sick of it. And now they want to see real cellulite, real people with issues and wrinkles and things that have said, listen, like I'm a mother of 4 and I don't have time to do that. Give me my 10-minute booty blaster, and you're like, all right. And so it's interesting is there was a couple of viral videos on TikTok of where girls were doing makeup reviews in their car. And they were like, oh, I couldn't wait to get home. I wanted to try this on. And it seemed so authentic and real that I know they're getting paid, and I went straight to Sephora. And so it was interesting is Kylie Jenner then did it with her lip kit, and she like accidentally dropped the phone and like made it seem very natural and organic, and everyone called her out and was like, you're just trying to be with the trend. So I think there really is this part where people don't care anymore if you're a celebrity. They want to see the guy with the grid that's boring, and because he actually wants to learn. So
thank you.
It's great.
Thank you for lying to me.
I've never watched a video of yours. I can't wait to go watch.
I think that was a compliment.
It was a very big compliment. It's all coming back your way. But yeah, people are just really sick of something that's unauthentic. So if you really have a passion and drive and you're speaking to the camera like this and that's all you want, people will come. Like, don't go after the crowd because you're already too late. You have to create your own wave. That's the cheesiest thing I've ever said.
I actually want to piggyback off what Danielle said, because one of the biggest, I get a lot of DMs and emails and stuff, and people are like, how do I create content? Where do I start? Where do I start? I was like, if you have the inclination that you want to create content, just do it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, just do it. And honestly, it's always worth it. Even if your channel ends up not taking off, or even if it does take off, you might be able to impact one person in a whole entire different region than yourself. And you can change that person's entire trajectory. So if you're somebody here that's interested in creating content, I think you should. Like when I worked in healthcare, one of the biggest things was just making somebody's day. And it could be something simple, just saying like, how are you doing today? And sometimes they would get caught back, and I still do that, whether I go to Target or whether I go to the grocery store or the thrift store. I always make sure I make eye contact with each cashier or whomever and say, hi, how are you doing? Or even in the drive-thru, and they like get caught off guard. So if you're somebody who's interested in, you have a message you want to put out, or you just want to try content, see if it's for you, just fucking do it.
Yes, quit procrastinating, because that was actually what I did. I was ready to start my channel like summer of 2017, and it took until January of 2018 until I actually did it. So if you want to do it, just do it. And I'm not a big fan of a lot of the big YouTubers like your PewDiePies, but I happened to be watching a video of PewDiePie, and he said that. He's like, don't worry, just do it. And as you do it, you'll be able to learn. Because I was thinking I needed to have a certain kind of camera. I needed to have a certain mic. I needed to have this so I look more professional. And I just started with my laptop, with the camera on the laptop and the microphone on the laptop, and then just started upgrading as I went. Phones are an awesome way. I've seen some big channels just run off a phone. Max Kaiser with the Kaiser Report was specifically just using iPhones and editing off 2 or 3 iPhones. So there's completely a lot of ways that people can do this.
When I travel, I used to have to carry a big laptop for content. I do my YouTube videos on my cell phone, and I use TikTok because the technology there is unmatched.
That's really good. And that's another thing too because I get a lot when I just meet people and they're like, hey, what's your Instagram? Let's exchange Instagrams. And then they see mine, they're like, oh, I only have like 500 followers. Or like they always like are super like dismissive of themselves. And it's really interesting, a lot of women that come up to me are like, oh, I want to start my own brand, I want to start this, but I only have 700 followers. I'm like, imagine if 700 followers cared about what you did. You actually have 700 followers that are all going to buy your shirts. I remember when I came out with merch, even after I was just on a massive pay-per-view in January, and I don't even think I had 700 people buy my shirts. I have 1.7 million followers. Right now on my Instagram stories, I'm lucky if I'm getting 5,000 views on my Instagram stories. Horrible. Like, I must be shadow banned, whatever, it's fine. But it's so interesting. If you have like really loyal 50 moms that really care about being a stay-at-home mom, or finance bros, 50 of them, and they're really great, you're changing 50 people's lives, they're gonna go create their content and always talk about you. So what if they're the next $1 million people and they're pushing it back to his page? It's like people are so dismissive of like, oh, I only have 30 people. How great is that? You have 30 people you're teaching. So yeah, you can't be scared to just get that like niche audience that can turn a profit.
Hey, real quick, I just want to let everybody know we've got to get ready to wrap it up.
Everyone starts from zero. Don't be afraid.
Don't be
Biggest
afraid.
barrier is mental. That's the big one. And the only point I wanted to make is that you're like one touch, like one finger touch away from making it, or making it your full-time job. There's this infamous story on Twitch. This guy, he lived out in the middle of nowhere near the ocean. He wanted to do a Twitch stream on waxing a surfboard or something. So he set up his little camera thing, and he started, and he was very humbly at like 50 people or less, because it had been hyped up a little bit. And he said, hey, you guys don't sub to me, don't give me money. I just want to show y'all how to do this thing. It's pretty cool. And so he did it. He's a very, very modest guy. Someone blasted him with about 1,000 subscribers, and then some big money donations, and then rated him with several thousand viewers as well. And that, changed his life. Now he had a base who was made aware of him. It went on to be something, if he can make it into his future life if he wanted to. But whatever that is, it could be, knitting or charting or, whatever, technical analysis, you're one step away from somebody who's way bigger than you saying, kind of shining the spotlight, saying, hey, check this dude out. And then you're good, you're set.
Well said. Well said. Well, I thought it was a great panel. If you guys want, anybody have any final thoughts as we go down the line? Anything you want to wrap up with?
I think we're going to take like a 10-minute, unless someone has something really deep to share. Wendy?
I have
Wendy
something-
does.
I have something deep to share. The world is in a really sad place right now. So just go be kind to somebody, even if it's just smile, you hold a door open for somebody, buy them a coffee. Just showcase kindness. Even if you're having a really shitty day, the person sitting next to you may be having an even worse day. That's all.
I like to end my videos. So when I wrap up my videos, I'm always saying, I encourage people to be a blessing to others, treat people how you want to be treated, be the glitch you want to see in the matrix, be the change you want to see in the world, and set that example.
Well put.
All right, I think we're going to have a 10-minute break. You can keep clapping that.
So there is a 10-minute intermission?
I think we're going to have a 10-minute intermission, and then we're going to have the Litecoin Foundation. We're going to have the whole team up here, and they're going to update us on what's going on. So that's going to be
Sweet.
great.
Woo. Thank you.
Love Wendy next to Danielle.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're going to have the Litecoin Foundation themselves up on stage here. They're going to get us up to date on what's going on, so let's give them a round of applause.
That's my seat. Jay, that's my seat. Yeah, I'm on the end. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. Pretty chuffed to be asked to chair this panel. It's with the directors of the Litecoin Foundation, but first I just wanted to say a massive thank you to everyone who's come. You know, everyone being here, it's pretty overwhelming, but also for the sponsors. So, you know, a massive thank you to Ballet, GetHedge, Crypto Tax Audit, Locotech, Stormex, Cake Wallet. You guys are the ones who have made it happen and possible, and CoinMe. I mean, yeah, without you guys, we wouldn't be here. But also to the volunteers, and to all of you who have paid to come and see me ramble. But let's get it over and done with. So we've got here me, the creative director of the Litecoin Foundation. My name's Robbie Coleman. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yep. Dave Schwartz, Director of Strategic Partnerships.
Oh.
Jay Mila, I'm the Director of Marketing Communications.
Maybe some enthusiasm as well, just when we're doing this. Okay. Yeah.
I'm Charlie Lee.
Who?
Alan Austin, Managing Director.
Thank you very much, everyone, for that enthusiastic introduction of yourselves. All right, well, let's kick it off with the most enthusiastic one. It's obviously been a really big year for the foundation, and the foundation's seen a lot of development and obviously a lot of media. Maybe I'll kick off with Jay. You know, what have we seen online, and how's the community changed, grown? Yeah, I guess the people in the audience would probably like to know how their contributions helped.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've everything in Litecoin's history has been steadily growing and growing and growing, and you could see that really in what everybody usually pays attention to, which is the standard metrics of Litecoin. But you can also see that in the community. In the last 6 months, we've had over 2.1 billion engagements on social.
It's a big number.
So that's everyone, including all of you, really driving the message of what Litecoin is, what's going on in every facet of it globally. So we all speak English here, we speak other languages. There's all kinds of things happening in other realms of the world. And 2.1 billion engagements across socials is huge. So it's very interesting to see the number one, number two driving forces behind that, and part of that is the foundation. Part of that is actually this guy over here.
Yep.
You get a few engagements of that 2.1 billion, and it's also a testimony to everybody here that's really active in the community.
Yeah.
I'm lucky enough to get to speak to heads of marketing for all the companies that we do partnerships with, and
Respect.
they're always fascinated to see the activity that takes place when they get to work with Litecoin.
I think, yeah, you picked up on a good one. I guess media is obviously one thing, but associations with certain brands and partnerships. I mean, David, like, is there a certain type of partner that we look for when we do partnerships and sponsorships and various other things?
Yeah, I think it depends on the year. So like last year, one of the charges that Charlie gave me was to try and tie up some of the legacy companies that hadn't necessarily embraced Litecoin yet. And so we were able to do that through like, BitPay and a few others, and that was really nice to be able to do. But then once you start tackling those, then it's about acclimating to how the market's changing too, right? So you start looking at how are some ways or opportunities where we can start getting into places where maybe Litecoin necessarily wasn't looked at before, right? So, NFTs and DeFi and whatever else.
I mean, yeah, that's a pretty interesting thing, like the untraversed space. Like, we obviously have created our own sort of new spaces with the advent of MWeb and, I guess, development which the community in space hasn't seen before. Do you think that's opened up more audiences again?
I think it has. We just came up with an opportunity here in the last week coming into this summit where I had a discussion with a gentleman in India, and they're providing us the opportunity to give Litecoin users basically a 3-word key to get into Web3, and you can utilize that throughout the entire Web3 environment, right? So let's say, for example, you were to pick out pay with Litecoin as your 3 words, and then anything that you do in Web3, you'd be able to utilize that 3-word key, right? And so this is a company called 3ly.io. And so those are the types of engagements that we're trying to look for and foster now, so that we're taking Litecoin beyond just, basically what some people have seen it as for 11 years, which it still is, and it does extremely well at.
Yeah.
But when you have something that flexible and robust, and you're able to utilize it in all these different capacities, you should take advantage of that. You just have to be very careful who you associate with. So we get a lot of emails and we get a lot of queries, and it doesn't necessarily mean they're all good. Most of the time it's some type of an entity that's just really trying to attract attention for themselves.
Yeah, usually me. That entity is usually me trying to attract attention to myself. That's fine. Yeah.
And so you want to make sure that what you're doing is actually good for Litecoin, because long term, if you're trying to build that foundation, you're not trying to build it on things that are going to come and go extremely quick, and the return, the ROI, is more for the people that are asking versus us.
And I think that's a really interesting and salient point, the reputation of Litecoin. I mean, has been around for 11 years and all that uptime. I mean, Alan, you've taken over, not recently now, but as managing director. I mean, what does the reputation of Litecoin mean to you, and how does the foundation uphold that reputation? And Alan's the managing director, by the way, the big head honcho. So.
Well, as far as reputation goes, I think we're always coming across opportunities with partnership opportunities and other things, and ways to align ourselves. And I think it's not always an easy decision. One of the challenges is, the foundation is basically run, kind of backing up, and I'll come back to your question, but we're primarily run from donations, right, as a nonprofit. And we're basically a nonprofit of a decentralized coin. So there's sort of a couple levels there that make it a little bit more challenging in terms of kind of when we're dealing with resources and what we could achieve. And a lot of times we have to make decisions in 2 different ways. One is, although we're supporting a decentralized movement, a decentralized coin, we as a nonprofit Litecoin Foundation are a centralized company and need to also operate. So there are opportunities we come across where there's potential revenue for the foundation, and there are opportunities where it's really good for adoption. And if we're lucky, it meets both of those criteria, but it's not like your typical company that's maybe just looking at their bottom line. A lot of decisions we make will be maybe not profitable or anything, but they'll be really good for adoption in the long term. So.
And what are some of the other examples or hurdles with managing a decentralized not-for-profit, which not too many people have to do?
Well, we don't own Litecoin, right? So anybody could actually, in some ways, just like every one of you, supports in your own ways. We're doing that basically just as a group, as a collective group. There's, but nobody actually owns, has full ownership of the coin. I think a lot of people, and maybe especially some coming new to the space, don't really kind of grasp that. And a lot of us think of it, we're more of, we control the coin much like a company and their stock, when that's really not the case. Well, our goal is to obviously we want to see Litecoin successful and adoption grow, which is continuing to happen. And so what we're doing is we're choosing ways to align ourselves with partners and things that we think will be longer term, really good opportunities in the long term. Not so much to focus on the price, and I know that's something that a lot of people might get frustrated with, but if you look at all the other metrics, ultimately, if those things are showing positive, and it's just inevitable at some point that price will catch up and other things. So our focus is Litecoin adoption.
I want to add a bit to that. So A lot of people buy Litecoin and they think that they're investing in us, right? But we're very different, right? It's not a company. When you buy the stock, you're investing in a company, and the company actually works for you to try to increase the price. That's the goal of the company. But for us, we don't get paid by your investment. We get paid. I actually don't get paid anything. If anything, I put a lot more money into the foundation. But we make money from donations, right, and from partnerships and merchandise sales. So we're a nonprofit that supports the decentralized currency. And the crazy thing is, anyone can start another Litecoin Foundation, association, or whatever to support Litecoin. The Litecoin Foundation was started 5 years ago because a few of us came together. We were unhappy with, previously there was a Litecoin association that wasn't doing a very good job. So we started Litecoin Foundation to support Litecoin. And now people new to Litecoin think that Litecoin Foundation is Litecoin. But in reality, it's just a decentralized nonprofit organization that supports a decentralized currency, like you said.
Yeah, it's a really important distinction. I mean, I try not to make the distinction, so my mum thinks I'm have a much bigger role in something than I do. Anyway, Charlie, I did have a question for you, but you covered it off earlier that you're not Satoshi. I mean, the foundation obviously does support not only the adoption, like Alan was saying, and obviously events like this, but you know, the development of things like MWeb. You've talked about Sound Money for as long as I've seen you, which is like since 2017. You've had the privilege of knowing me. What is the next step for Litecoin in terms of, you know, growing towards this idea of, or your vision of Sound Money?
Well, actually, I want to step back. Speaking of meeting you, I have a little story. Actually, I met Robbie the first time at the first Litecoin Summit because he and his team created the Litecoin logo you see today, right? Just in a decentralized manner. He created a logo. He thought our previous logo wasn't very good, so he created a whole new marketing plan in terms of the new logo and everything, and came to the summit, got a meeting with me. I had no idea who he was, and presented it to me, and said he thinks this is the better way to kind of market Litecoin with a brand new logo and everything. And I was sold, and our whole team saw the work that he put in. We didn't pay him anything. We didn't even know about him before. And over the years, he became critical to the Litecoin Foundation, being helping us with logo design and everything. So I guess everyone should give a round of applause for.
Okay, thank you. We're chewing up valuable time here. I appreciate it, Charlie.
What was your question?
Back to you. Thank you, Charlie. That was very nice. The Sound Money, I guess your vision of Sound Money. So, you know, MWeb was a really big step towards that, but, you know, what is next in terms of development, or what do you think?
So when I first came across Bitcoin, I saw Bitcoin as kind of almost perfect form of money, better than gold, better than fiat, better than everything else. And the only thing that was missing was fungibility. Like one of the main properties of good sound money that's missing from Bitcoin was fungibility. So 4 or 5 years ago, I set out to try to solve that, right? Try to make Litecoin more fungible. And this year we launched MWeb, which is a big step towards that. So we'll continue to work on that, make MWeb available on mobile wallets. I know right now it's only available on the Litecoin Core wallet, which is hard to use. A lot of people don't use that wallet. So a lot of people actually haven't used MWeb yet. So we expect to see multiple mobile wallets launch with MWeb support next year, very soon, hopefully. And then people can actually try it out and see the power of privacy and fungibility in action. And that's one of the main goals that I have for the upcoming years.
It's a pretty important goal, and I think, you know, for those that aren't familiar with MWeb, then certainly check out all the resources on litecoin.net. But I mean, for anyone on the panel here, you know, with the launch of MWeb, were you surprised by, you know, the launch, the reception? You know, Jay, were you surprised by the media response, various other things?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in two different ways. One, in just the community embracing it and really understanding it, because it's not the easiest concept to get right away. but the Litecoin community just latched onto it and was instant, like, this is exactly what we need. This is exactly what we didn't know that we wanted that is now here. And it's much to the testimony of, the people on the foundation, David Burkett and Charlie, really envisioning this. But it's also every single person in the community that started to understand and communicate to others what it was.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the crypto publications per se didn't cover it in perpetuity like I thought it would be. They all took a stab at it, but it wasn't the groundbreaking achievement in economics in digital currencies that I think people in the Litecoin community really understand.
Because that's the one thing I really like about the Litecoin community is it doesn't talk in jargon. And I mean, one of the reasons why I was really drawn to Litecoin and rebranding is a very loose term, but taking a look at the strategy of Litecoin is because it's got simplicity built into it. And I think the way that we try and convey things through the foundation is in a simple way and way in which people can understand. I mean, Jay, do you think that we can be doing a better job? Is there any way that you think that we can do a better job of helping people understand complex ideas like MWeb?
Yeah, I mean, again, we're a small non-profit, a non-profit that didn't have some sort of multi-billion-dollar raise right at the beginning. So you're looking at a tiny team that's really achieving what a full-service company could do in the sense of pushing out the messaging, putting on an event like this. There's a ton of volunteers that are outside right now that have helped us do this. The Litecoin Foundation and those volunteers put this event on. And if you've ever been to a big event, the team that's needed to put something on like this on is much more substantial. So it's amazing what we've done in terms of our numbers.
I mean, Alan, you've had a lot to do with this event, obviously. What's the importance of putting on an in-person event like this, like a summit? Why? It's obviously not a massive revenue raiser for the foundations. What's the importance of putting on something like this?
I think it's just a great opportunity to connect people in person. I mean, I think we've kind of moved from nobody wants to ever use the phone anymore and everything has to be done via text messaging or Telegram or other social media. And sometimes I always felt like it's really nice just to pick up the phone and hash things out. And a lot of times, as when you meet people in person, there's an element you can't get if it's not that way. And a lot of times you gain a lot more that way. And it's just a great networking opportunity in general. We shouldn't be stuck behind computers 24/7, and it's an opportunity to really. I know several people that got jobs from our last summit just because they came out and networked with people. So it's a huge opportunity there, and I hope that never goes away. I mean, there's something to be said for that. That's been our goal, and that's why it's been our goal to put on an annual event, and with the exception that we had to delay the last one.
Yeah, I was gonna second that. To me, this is a people thing, and if it's a decentralized cryptocurrency, the efforts can't be centralized, otherwise it fails. And so when you end up having individuals that are coming from across the world to help out with something like this, and you get to meet them specifically to talk about this, it's very important. And there's not a profit being made. This is where the revenue is being made is not in money. It's being made in the strength and the fabric of the community itself. And that's what we need to focus on. And I think we do a very good job of that because we have a lot of very down-to-earth individuals who are a part of this. When you have a lot of down-to-earth, blue-collar people who understand life, you end up having good, down-to-earth people that can go out and communicate that message to anybody and everybody that needs to hear it. So you don't have to be the flashiest, you don't have to be the biggest, you sure as heck don't have to have all the biggest celebrities touting what you're doing. But what you do need to have is earnest, and you need to have integrity in what you're doing. And that's why I support the Litecoin Foundation. And I believe that's why a lot of you are here today.
Amen to that. Not to be religious, agnostic here. I did want to ask, Alan, what time have we got until?
Whenever we decide to go.
We've got about 10 minutes.
Probably, yeah.
And people can shout questions maybe in a second. I wanted to ask Charlie something which I've wanted to ask for a while. I mean, in the creation of Litecoin, 84 million and 4 times as fast, blah, blah, blah. Is there anything you regret not building in to the, the original code or anything along the way that you've regretted about the digital asset? I'm not talking about selling at the top, so no one scream that out, please.
No, I think Litecoin is perfect.
Oh, that's very cute. That's super cute. Yeah, go on. And while we're there, we'll give a massive thank you to the volunteers, because just while we're clapping, so well done, the volunteers. Thank you all.
Hear, hear.
No regrets?
One thing I actually ask myself, like, every now and then is, I wonder if it would be better if I launched it anonymously, like, without revealing myself, would have been better.
But maybe you have. Like, maybe actually...
Didn't you already do that once?
Yeah.
You mean like with Bitcoin?
Yeah. Yeah. It's... Because it's... Being like... Kind of like... The Litecoin Summit is always very special for me, because I'm like always the center of attention. Everyone knows me, right? I just walk around, I get stopped by every single person who wants to shake my hand, take a picture, or chat with me.
Which he enjoys, by the way. He's not saying don't do that. Do that.
No, sometimes I go hide in the room.
Shh, Charlie. So I'm
don't
trying to
get
protect the brand.
But being like a public person has its downsides, right? If I go on Twitter, I tweet something, I get so much hate. Like, I just try to ignore it, but it's something that could really get on your nerves, and but it is what it is. And I do think that Litecoin, with me being out there, is good. There are trade-offs, right? With Bitcoin, when Satoshi is not around, you have someone claiming he's Satoshi and trying to influence and trick people, and there's no one to say he's not. Whereas with Litecoin, if someone tries to do that, I'll just come out and say, like, here's my proof, I'm Satoshi, like, created Litecoin, where's your proof, right? And then they would shut up, right? And then also, I can kind of guide Litecoin towards my vision. So, for example, like 4 or 5 years ago, I came out to say that I think privacy and fungibility is something we really need.
Yeah.
And I rallied the community behind me to kind of push for that on Litecoin, right? Litecoin, in the end, is still decentralized. There are certain things I can influence, but there are certain things I can't really change, right? For example, if I come out to say I'm going to increase the 84 million Litecoin limit to 85 million, give myself 1 million Litecoins, I don't think people are going to follow me. Maybe I'll try it one day and see what happens.
But what about something like this? I mean, obviously Ethereum's moved towards proof of work. Like, would you ever entertain the idea of a proof of stake?
Yeah, so Ethereum moved to proof of stake. Ethereum and Litecoin are very different. I think for money, I think proof of work is still the best consensus, most decentralized, most censorship resistant. And I think move to proof of stake is fine for something like Ethereum. It might be a little bit more centralized, but it's okay. But no, I don't plan to support proof of stake on Litecoin.
Okay. Well, what about the rest of the panel? What do you think about Ethereum's move into proof of work? And given we're proof of work, or not where, but the underlying asset we support, do you see it as a positive thing for the overall, concept of proof of work and all the trials and tribulations that come with it?
Litecoin's the #2 proof of work coin now. So yeah, I think I think in the long run it's going to be great for us. Ethereum saw this huge power consumption issue, and Litecoin doesn't really seem to have such quite an impact as that. Even though we have similar activity and sometimes a lot more activity than Ethereum. So it's good for mining. It's good for positioning us in the proof of work game, and I also think it's hugely risky for Ethereum to take on that kind of switch. It could have gone really badly.
What do you reckon, Alan?
I mean, proof of work is meant proof of zero downtime in like 11 years. I mean, it's working, right? So why rock the boat?
Yes. And do you think that it'll help bring more profile to Litecoin in any way? I mean, with Ethereum being, what it is, it's what, number 3 capped, not including the stable coins. Do you think it'll bring any more, I guess, reputation towards proof of work and therefore by proxy Litecoin?
I think it'll take some time. I think over time, we'll see the strength of proof of work and why it's the best consensus system for a decentralized cryptocurrency.
Well, I mean, I don't want to go overboard here, but does anyone want to shout something out? Like a question, or I can bring the microphone around, do a little dance. Does anyone have a question? Because this is really about questions for you. Yes, sir.
Simple question. So with the onset of crypto regulation that's coming, we know it's coming this year, late this year, perhaps next year. What is the probability of Litecoin being classified as a security? I mean, personally, I think it is 0, but I just want to hear your opinion on it. Litecoin is.
Well, a few people in the SEC, like Gary Gensler, has actually already come out to say Litecoin. He thinks Litecoin is a commodity, right? So I think it's close to 0. It'll be like if they said Bitcoin is a security. So Litecoin has no pre-mine. It's launched fairly. We have the Litecoin Foundation doesn't have Litecoins. We didn't print Litecoins out of thin air. We're not, very different from a lot of other coins. So I don't see Litecoin be classified as security. I don't think that will ever happen.
I mean, it's probably the fairest launched cryptocurrency that's been created to date. I don't think I can think of anything else that would be fairer launched. So I think you're right. It's going to be 0.
I did want to make one announcement too. Litecoin Foundation, was started in 2017. We are registered as a Singapore entity, as a nonprofit. And as we talked about, probably 90+% of the revenue comes from donations. Earlier this year, we set up a U.S. entity as well, Litecoin Foundation, Inc., and we are happy to announce we recently received a letter of determination from the IRS that we have as a 501c3. And which is pretty huge because it's right now, based on my conversations with the IRS and the person I was working with, it hasn't been that easy, especially when you're talking about cryptocurrency. But for anybody that doesn't know what that means, basically anyone in the U.S. will be able to make their donation contributions are now tax deductible on their federal income tax returns.
So feel free to be generous.
And we'll be set up shortly to accept a donation in a variety of methods via our website and other ways. So.
That's a huge one. Well done, Alan.
Alan worked very hard on that. I think it's huge. Just because we're a nonprofit, supporting decentralized currency. So the community, any amount donated by the community would help us, and every amount donated would go towards our goal of adoption, education, and just supporting Litecoin. So thanks in advance of any donations.
That's a pretty salient thing just on that. Like, does anyone want to explain how we do spend the donations? Like, you touched on it there, but I guess the advent of MWeb didn't just happen overnight. Like, it was years of work in sponsoring developers like David Burkett. And does anyone want to expand on that, or is that fine to just leave it there? We'll leave it there. Does anyone else have other questions?
No, I'll
no, go on. Thanks, Charlie.
So over the past three years, this IRS, yeah. Over the past 3 years, we had a MWeb fund, right? We actually had the community donate towards paying for David Burkett. David Burkett's our lead developer of MWeb, paying for his salary. Everything
Which you match dollar for dollar.
So I match all the donation dollar for dollar. Since then, I actually don't remember how much total it is, but we paid David $6,000 a month, $72,000 a year for the past 3+ years, and all that came from that donation fund. And the Litecoin Foundation obviously will keep paying David to work on Litecoin and MWeb, even if we don't get more donations from that fund. But yeah, so a lot of the money we get, we just spend on developer to make Litecoin better. So thanks guys for helping out with that.
Well done. All right. Anyone who's closest? This man right there, close to the mic.
Mimblewimble. I'm curious about the foundation's support for OmniLite, smart contracts, and NFTs. Is that still a priority, or is it mostly just Mimblewimble these days?
Absolutely, it's a priority. You know, obviously, something like OmniLite is designed in a way so that people can develop themselves on it. So it's not necessarily us just developing on it directly, but Loshan is really the lead on that, and he's part of the foundation, and it's been his baby since day one. Obviously, there's a lot more other people, including Omni Bolt or whatever it was called, being involved in it. But it's there, it's accessible. If you want to find out more information about OmniLite, go to omnilite.org. You can make your own token that's going to be used on the Litecoin network, and you know, NFTs.
Yeah, let me piggyback on that a little bit. So there are some individuals who have already taken OmniLite and tried to make some things out of it. So I don't know if you guys have heard of Liteverse, right? So Liteverse, you're able to actually have a Litecoin NFT marketplace. So if that's something you want to look into, you should look into that. You have people, individuals like Carlos Estrada, if you go back in here, back to the where the booths are, the young gentleman and his wife that are back there who created these incredible watches a lot of us are wearing, right? He's been able to figure out how to take a commodity like this, add NFTs to it, and do a lot of things using the resources that we're talking about today. And that goes back to, we need more than just investors. We need people who are invested. So we need people that can take the resources that we're creating or facilitating or helping donate towards making, and then utilizing them and creating things, some kind of an infrastructure that we can all use, because nobody else is going to help us do that.
I think that's a really interesting thing. I mean, you know, I am not a technology person, and to be honest, like, have no real reason to be up here other than the fact that I worked in a creative space. So, I mean, you don't necessarily have to fit in software or technology or these sorts of things, which I think it's a bit of a miscomprehension to contribute towards Litecoin or its success, to necessarily be able to code or to be able to do certain things. So, you know, whether it's via, you know, any means of donation, whether it's your time or whether it's a small amount of money, but also just contributing in your own way. So creating, you know, various products or an NFT on Liteverse, which is fairly simple from what I understand, but again, non-technical. Or, you know, writing into Jay and applying to be a volunteer in some certain way. We're always looking for translators if anyone can translate into various languages. But yeah, it really is about an ecosystem. It's not just about a piece of technology. Sorry, just to go on about that. We had another question. This man.
Hi. Do you see any risk of the U.S. government banning MWeb just like they did with Ethereum Tornado Cash? Specifically right now, because of everything that's going on with Russia and Ukraine, do you see them banning either the MWeb technology or trying to ban it or trying to ban Litecoin at all?
Well, without speaking for Charlie or anything, I don't see how you can ban a decentralized currency. You can probably try and put things in place to make it harder for somebody to utilize it, but that's the beauty of decentralized cryptocurrency, and that's the reason why we're here. I do think there's issues, and I know that Coin Center, for one, and a few others are trying to tackle those issues legally through lobbying up in, you know, DC, Tornado Cash. Just like anything, really, you can use it for good, you can use it for bad, and ultimately, Tornado Cash itself is not a bad thing. It's just a tool, right? And so, mean, what are you going to do? You're going to ban what's now considered a commodity in the United States or someplace else, when in reality, for somebody like me, I consider it a currency. The United States will never probably make it a currency, because why would you undercut what you already have, right? So they're always going to list it as a commodity. But to see them say you can't utilize it at all, that's going to take a lot more than I think anybody really understands. And so I don't see that necessarily happening myself personally.
When there's a will, there's a way, I mean, is the short answer.
I think it's more of the question of what the crackdown might be on some exchanges, not the cryptocurrency itself. And that we've seen that happening in very limited exchanges, but there's always a small risk, but the fact that it's optional, I think will make ultimately the big difference. Referring to MWeb, that is. But I mean, at the end of the day, we have to focus on building the best money possible and not worrying about what has been basically a moving target, right? Regulations, because half the time they don't even, the people that are making these decisions don't even know what they're doing or what they're going to do next. So all we could do is build the best sound money. The piece that was sort of missing was that privacy layer. You now have it as an optional layer, and of course we keep in mind, that liquidity is important, and so that was part of the reason it kind of went optional, so that we can kind of walk that fine line while still really focusing on what's important to money.
I think it's really interesting when something new happens, everyone's worried that it'll get banned. But there's always someone out there who will find a way to make it happen, and I think with something that is, in the news and at risk of potentially being delisted or something like that, it's usually a good sign that it's doing something that nothing else is able to do. And I think the advent of opt-in confidential transactions is something which is really important for currency, and to make something like Litecoin and hopefully others like Bitcoin more currency-like. So hopefully we do get rid of the USD at some point or whatever.
Yeah, so one more thing on that, just a little insight on MWeb. I recall personally, and I know the rest of the guys up here probably do, but there were internal discussions on MWeb and what's the feasibility of it, and is this something we should be pursuing? So those discussions do happen, but at the end of the day, it's like, well, what are we doing here if we're not going to pursue this? And so that was the reasoning behind going forward with it, but it was also taken with a lot of thought and a lot of good, healthy conversations internally first, and making sure that it was something that was going to work out and wasn't going to just flop either.
But again, we don't make the decisions. I don't know if someone wants to explain the idea of
it's not necessarily it's more like, is this something that we want to try and pass through and see if everybody's in agreement with? It's not a foundation.
Charlie, do you want to maybe explain
per se?
Do you want to maybe explain signaling and how that works, and that it's we might come up with something, but obviously it's up to the community, everyone else supporting the network, to approve it.
Yeah. So the way MWeb, I kind of proposed it. The community was really receptive of it, so we worked on implementing it. But at the end of the day, the miners have to signal that they support it, right? It has to go through. The miners have to mine blocks that support MWeb, and if there are enough miners supporting it, it will activate. So that actually happened earlier this year, where you can see miners signaling that they support MWeb, and when there's 75% of the mine blocks supporting MWeb, it will activate the next cycle. So it took some time for all the miners, which are decentralized all over the world, to upgrade to the latest code and start supporting and start signaling MWeb.
That's another way you can support as well. So, if you want to upgrade to the latest code, and if you want to put a bit of money on the MWeb chain, that'd be much appreciated.
Yeah, that was actually one of the questions that you got when we put this panel together and put it out publicly, was how can I get involved? People were asking, what else can I do to get involved? And I would say, propose ideas, write content, or if you have content that you want to share, send it to me, and maybe it can be published. Maybe it can be published by the foundation, maybe it can be published by just a social link that you're already hosting it. Use our shop. Michelle runs the shop, and we sell Litecoin merchandise and things like that. The proceeds to that go to supporting things like that. I know there's a lot of people out there that put Litecoin on a T-shirt and they sell it. That's great. But if you happen to want to support MWeb as well, and you want to support some of the other programs that we're doing, using our shop is a real great way to do that. And help in other ways. If you see that the summit's coming up, there's a whole bunch of people that came up and said, what can I do to help? And they volunteered, and they're here helping us do this. So there are a plethora of ways that people in the community can come forward and really help.
Well, on that note, thank you so much for listening. Thank you very much for coming, and thanks to the volunteers, and thank you to, I guess, the directors of the Litecoin Foundation and everything you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Hello. There we go. All right, that was awesome. Thank you, guys. Next up, we have Tyler Spalding, who is the co-founder of Flexa, and he's going to tell us about Litecoin versus the global banking system. So let's welcome him on the stage. Great to have him.
All right, I guess we're going to go with this. So it's been like super exciting to be here, even with the amount of people here. I've been to the past couple Litecoin Summits, so it's just really exciting to get to see a lot of familiar faces. I've been doing this now for, or I guess this, I've been in crypto, building in crypto, being a part of crypto for almost 12 years now. So every single bear market, every single bull market, basically all of it, I've been a participant in. And one of the things I really want to talk about today, I found it so interesting that in talking about this, and a lot of my experience is actually in payments, but I cannot tell you how much rage and frustration and challenge there is around, the global banks and the banking system and the Federal Reserve and everything else. And I've just found that it's very, very misunderstood. And so to be able to harness, let's maybe even say that rage and put it in the right place and make crypto even more successful, I found this sort of information is something I really like to talk about. So, so I mentioned I've been in crypto for a while. I saw the original post that Charlie made on Bitcoin Talk, so that was something I had read even when it initially had come out. I've started other payments companies, so I resonated with this immediately, particularly around the quicker block times and something for payments. So payments especially resonated with me. And then again, when you get into crypto and you start talking about anything with the banks, everyone hates the banks. And there's all this rage of conspiracy theories and everything around the banks and the Illuminati and the evilness and all the conspiracy theories, right? All the various elements around what is really behind money and how it works and the global banking system. And so when you see today, especially when you look even previously in 2008 and the structural issues that arose in the banking systems and the pain that we felt from that, and household debt, increasing debt, and especially now, probably higher household debt than ever before. Also at the verge of as people are talking about, potentially significant recession. Are the banks to blame for this, right? Are the conspiracies true? Is there actually something here behind all of this? So what I want to go into is, so first off, like, what do banks actually do? What should they do, right? What part do they even play in all of this, besides all of the memes? And then even starting off now, a lot of this has now been really embraced by like kind of crypto history, crypto lore, crypto memes, and so there's a lot of really cool information here that I'll share. You might have even been able to see before, but so where did even banks come from in the first place? So if you've read about it or are familiar, they come from goldsmiths. So goldsmiths, this isn't a really foundry, well, just a team of tradesmen. They would just make stuff out of gold. They'd make jewelry, they'd make coins, and people started to figure out that there was this intense meme value of gold. So it's really funny. Gold actually doesn't have any value whatsoever other than the value that we ascribe to it. We find it valuable, we think it's interesting, we use it in trade, therefore it has value. And there's very common features that get talked about all over around its stability. It's chemically stable. It means it doesn't tarnish, so it looks nice. It's workable. You can mint it into coins very easily at reasonable temperatures. It's value dense. You can pay for high value items in small amounts of denominations or sort of weight or the amount of coins that you need to have with you. And it's scarce. And so people found this very relevant to be able to pay for things and start using it as currency. So that happened. And then with anything else, there starts to become some limitations, right? It's very hard to divide coins. It's hard to make change. The safety component is actually very significant because now if I'm walking around with a whole pocket full of gold coins, that opens me up to robbery, theft, and other things. Verification, sure enough, the fraudsters come in. There's various gold alloys, there's impurities. So, it's not always just the best. So there are some challenges. And so, but it was valuable. So now people stepped in. A goldsmith, they said, oh, well, I can solve some of these problems. I'm going to mint gold coins with my personal stamp on it, with my very intricate designs, and now you can believe me or trust me that this gold now represents what it is. So the purity, the weight, and so people started using these coins based on the trust that the goldsmith created. And they had very ornate designs, right? So these are some samples from the photo I actually took in a museum in Venice in the 1300s and 1400s. These were actually minted by the ruling class at the time called the Doges. So these are like literal Doge coins, which I'm surprised hasn't been talked about a lot more, but yeah, these are literal Doge coins, the original ones from the 1300s, and that's what they looked like. They were very ornate, hard to copy, and this is so important, and that money is fundamentally and almost exclusively based on trust, and trust alone. If you trust that something's going to have value, you trust that something is what it is, and now you can use it as a currency, as a medium of exchange, this is what it's all about. And so gold fulfilled that for us. And now the third problem started to get solved, which was, now I have all these gold coins, I want to be able to store them. So the goldsmiths already had all the gold, they already had all their tools, they already had a very secure environment. They said, okay, well, I'll just hold the gold for you on your behalf. So now when people had all this gold, they would now pay the goldsmiths to hold it for them, which seems insane. Those are essentially negative interest rates, but that's common. It actually is becoming even more prevalent in crypto storage, crypto security, paying someone to basically custody crypto for you. So this is where it all originated from. And you got bearer receipts. And so these are some samples, and that goldsmiths would write out these really ornate certificates that said, here's the amount of gold that you can come and redeem for me at some point in the future. And naturally, people just started using those certificates rather than the gold itself. Because now it was way easier to just take these pieces of paper and walk around all over with the paper and use them as to trade rather than the actual gold. And so that's where the whole as good as gold expression even came from. It originated from just now using pieces of paper. And this is also the origination of banknotes. This is literally what it was, is that you're minting certificates based on a bearer instrument based on gold. So this is now the beginning of banking. This is a bank now. So he has all of your gold. He writes the receipts for your gold. Those receipts get now issued out in the world and used as trade and used as currency. There's nothing stopping this guy whatsoever from making as many of these receipts as he wants. And that would now, today, get more talked about fractional reserve banking, but that's exactly what they did. So they said, I'm going to write out as many gold receipts as I'd like. You have to trust me anyway. And then, by the way, I can loan them to you, and I'll earn a whole bunch of interest on top of it. So it's extremely, extremely profitable. But there is one problem, and then if you get too carried away, this is what you'd have as a bank run, right? Let's say you issue twice as many certificates as the amount of gold that you have, and everyone comes back to actually redeem all of the gold simultaneously, your business is gone. And not only does your business go away, it actually would collapse the entire economy of which this is based, because all those certificates now no one would trust. So the trust underpins the entire system. If they got carried away with it, they would literally collapse the entire system. Everything would just completely fall apart. So they need to protect themselves against bank runs. So what did they do? They created a central bank. And so now a central bank comes into play. They work with all of the other banks. And so now what they've done is essentially minimize the chances of any sort of a bank run. So now if one of the banks has a whole bunch of customers come back in and they want to redeem all those gold certificates, the central bank borrows funds from one of the other member banks and then distributes it out to the bank that is less solvent than the others, which is kind of weird because this is exactly how decentralization works, but I guess that would be a story for another time. But this is the central banking model. And now that also had some problems. And this is where then it gets very interesting, or the start of where the interest kind of gets built in. Every bank issued their own certificates, right? So every member bank that would be brought in as this consortium for a central bank had their own very unique and intricate regional or bank-specific certificates to claim the gold. That would be impossible based on the model that I just said. So they had to basically all come together, eliminate that, get one unified currency that they could all issue and redeem sort of between all of the banks. And then that meant someone had to have the power to be able to basically create the money. And so that is very true. And so now the central bank has the authority essentially to create the money which all of the other banks use, which is where all of this stuff comes from. Because when you have a system like that of, oh, there's going to be one person, one entity, or one group that can now control all of the money, that is just ripe for conspiracy theories, and quickly people jump on that of, oh, of course this is now going to be extremely corrupt, and they're going to abuse this, and we're the ones that are going to be the ones left holding the bag. Let's see. But it really isn't that interesting. At the end of the day, when you look at it more objectively, the bank's role is really just a financial intermediary. They're sort of this boring middleman, and all they're really doing is basically using value in a productive way, which I'll describe in a little bit more. But if you really do look at it objectively, as rife as this is for conspiracies, it actually is considerably more boring than you would suspect. But if that's the case, then why the hell are these things so incredibly powerful, and why do they have so much money, and why are they the ones always at the forefront when we have all these other economic downturns, and they're the ones that are always at the forefront, but they're the ones that everyone realizes has all the money, all the power, all the prestige. So how is that possible if it's really this boring and they're just this regular financial middleman? Well, there's one more ingredient, and this was, if you're familiar, way back in 1944 after World War II. Without going into all the details here, the Bretton Woods Conference, the majority, the largest countries in the world all came together and they said, we're now going to create a reserve currency, which is now the US dollar. And at the time, dollars were then redeemable by gold. So any dollar that you had could now redeem it through the United States government for gold. And the majority of the countries, the largest countries in the world, agreed that they were now going to adopt this system. Until 1971. Where Nixon just said, no, we're not going to use the gold standard anymore. And this ushered in the entire new chapter, which is what fiat currencies are. So we're going to keep all the systems the same, reserve currencies the same, but no more gold. And so this is where the story takes its final interesting turn, which is, we've already seen this before, so there's nothing new. We had this goldsmith that said, I can write as many of these certificates as I want. It doesn't matter how much gold I have. It's now evolved into a system of I can now create as much money as I want just using a keyboard and the spreadsheet that I'm going to introduce money. It doesn't matter how much money I actually have, because now in this fiat system, I can do that as a bank. So what happened now is we went from store of value and our definition of what that could be, from maybe it's gold, maybe it's cash, to right now, in the truest sense of the word, store of value, at least in the United States, is a value in a spreadsheet in a bank. That's literally what our store of value is today, is that if I say I have money, we all talk about money, it is literally an entry on a bank's ledger that you can view on your app and see how much money you have. That's our store of value. And you'd argue and you'd say, well, why the hell does that have any value? You just told me it doesn't have any value. They click a button on a spreadsheet, and it's because he says it has value. So all the banks, when you go and you borrow money, they make you pay all that money back in interest. Also, that's denominated in dollars, so you have to pay dollars back upon the dollars that you borrow. Then the government just straight up says, we're going to charge you taxes, and if you don't pay us the taxes in dollars, we're just going to put you in prison. And so that generally works. So that's why dollars have value, and so that's where the store of value has now come from. Which now everyone will kind of rage into, oh, well, all money is debt. All money is debt. This is a terrible, terrible system, and maybe it's exactly the same as we had before. We had this guy, right? He essentially just created gold derivatives. That's all he was doing, right? He took in the gold, he created their certificates, and that's literally what the definition is. So it just evolved into this. This guy just makes cash derivatives, right? Same utility, same general instrument in terms of what it's looking to achieve. And so then the question, or what's interesting about this, is you actually get the reverse problem of what we had before. So when you have like debt-based economies, whereas before we had the potential bank run, now we actually have the reverse. If you look here, basically the red line is the national debt we have as of 2020 in the US, and the blue line is the amount of money that literally exists to be able to pay off that debt or not pay it off. So as we stand right now, it's literally impossible to pay off all of the debt that exists in the United States. It's literally impossible. The money doesn't exist. So it's kind of like the reverse bank run problem, where banks actually don't want you to pay off your debt because you can't. It's literally impossible to do. So it's like a reverse bank run. So does that just mean the entire debt-based economy? Does this mean it's all doomed, right? Is this like saying, I have a credit card, I have debt, I'm going to pay off my credit card with another credit card, and I'm just going to keep going around and around, and that's always the way it's going to be. This system is absolutely doomed to fail. Well, not necessarily, because when you think about it now as how you incur that debt, it's really just how you can create additional production or productive activity from that debt. Easy examples would be education. A lot of you could have gone into debt to fund an education, which arguably is very, very worth it in the long term around how much production or growth you earn or create based on incurring that debt. Same thing for all different sorts of investable businesses. If you're starting a business, you've raised money, you bring in money, add an amount of debt, you end up producing more than the amount of debt that you incur, that's actually a win. So if you look historically, we've been able to squeak by that. What this looks like in the future, we'll continue to see, but as long as the actual productive value or growth in an economy exceeds that amount of debt, it's kind of okay, right? And I'm not trying to judge either way. I'm just looking purely objectively and when you think about it in your own experience, like how this actually could kind of make sense. And one thing to even think about, how you start making the system even better. So without dooming this whole debt cycle even further, it's really about how you invest those assets. So you want to invest in growth. And so investing in growth, a lot of that would even be in the community itself. The more you start investing in the community, so in this example, if you invest, if there's like a mortgage on a house, that's actually a non-productive asset from overall economy. So if banks are just funding mortgages, that does not help the graph that I just showed you. Whereas if they're investing in small businesses, it does. It actually helps tremendously because that's where the growth comes from to overset those debt rates. So this is becoming more and more prominent where smaller regional community banks are actually like a major answer for being able to help drive this forward by investing in their communities, by understanding the smaller businesses and the people in these communities where the large, ultra large banks aren't going to be able to service those people. They're not going to be able to understand them. They're not going to have all the credit histories where in a community you actually will understand this. So basically, investing in your community, investing in growth, investing in the support of this community is really what helps the system start to thrive. And beyond that, banks are really just an engine for growth. They're a really boring, really extremely boring, I can't tell you how boring, even deep, this is the surface. All they do is they're capital allocators. They take money and they just direct it towards something that can achieve growth. And that's really it. So despite all the wild conspiracies and things that are often out there and the way that people try to frame this, the government currencies and inflation and all these other things, everyone wants to be an expert. When you really look at it objectively, at least the core system, I'm not saying it's good or it's bad, but at least objectively you can look and see there are ways for it to actually be fairly successful to the individual participants, the communities, and then kind of a greater community as well. So now, finally wrapping up, like what the hell does all this mean for what we're doing here in crypto, and how does this even affect us, and how do we play a role within the system or external to the system? Well, if all you do is you step back, again, we're humans, we do the same thing over and over, nothing changes. So if you just look at this chart, it's all exactly the same. So just look at crypto. Okay, we're gonna rewind. I already showed all these charts before. Some really cool technology comes out. Let's say it's blockchain, distributed ledgers, whatever we wanna substitute in, top left-hand corner, that gets invented. It has some money-like qualities in terms of its stability, its mineability, mintability, how it can have that value density. It's scarce, it's desirable, it's some asset that people actually then want to have. They start using it, it starts looking like money, people start using it as currency, then it has some limitations, right? In terms of maybe privacy, scalability, whatever the factors around mainstream adoption that are limiting, let's say, crypto as a currency. Then third parties step in and they say, oh, I can offer my trust to make this better. It can be a wallet, it can be some other sort of service, it can be a node, it can be anything in between that allows you to now use that currency or use that asset better than ever before with some of the trust involved. Then you start adding in the other third-party layers. Look at something like Coinbase, for instance, or other third parties that would hold assets for you. We talked about PayPal, we talked about other payment providers. They're the ones that are in place that are custodying assets, that are now using them for you on your behalf. Then getting into the final state where it's, oh wow, these derivatives or these other instruments, right, where I have a balance on PayPal, it says I have Litecoin, or I have a balance on Coinbase, it says I have Litecoin, I'm using this and this is becoming valuable to me, which then all just starts coming full circle. So now you can go into having the previous gold derivatives and then cash derivatives. Now we have Bitcoin derivatives, and these are all over the place. And so if you don't have any wrapped Bitcoin on Ethereum, which has already been minted to the tune of billions of dollars of Bitcoin derivatives that now exist, they're also then used on something like Compound or Aave, issuing billions and billions of dollars of loans. The whole system is exactly the same. As much as we like to try to convince ourselves that it is different, and we're doing all these other radical changes, fundamentally the system, it's not. And that's not to say that some of these assets or what we're all here for is not different and there aren't virtuous components that do make it more unique, but the overall system, it's all exactly the same game. This has been played, since we can remember. And so when we come here, this is why it gets exciting. You have Litecoin, has those money properties exactly as we talked about earlier. So it's technically stable, just even talking here around the longevity of proof of work and how stable these assets have been, and all the uptime around using these assets, the fungibility, the value density, the scarcity, all those, check, 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 right? So we know that we're really sitting in this currency-like money instrument. And now you have sort of the end where I was talking about investing in your community. Investing in the community, making that more valuable is really what starts to accelerate this and become more growth and value creation. And so these are the elements we've talked about literally today. I literally made these slides like 2 hours ago. So like I put them all in. This is stuff we talked about literally today. the Lightning Network upgrades from before. SegWit was the very first, or Litecoin was the first chain to enable SegWit back before Bitcoin when they were exploring that. We talked about Mimblewimble, all the other merchant acceptance to now give the utility that Litecoin can now have, all of the mainstream adoption. These are all community-generated initiatives making the community more valuable, making Litecoin more valuable, ultimately then giving what I believe to be most important around freedom of choice, of still being able to work within the existing system, but now ascribing value of what I want to find valuable and what I want to use and what I want to transact in my community and the people I want to work with, ultimately establishing the very most important thing, as we talked about before, trust. Trust is the only thing that matters around any asset and any currency than being valuable, and I think we can get there, as we have. So in this community, this summit, all those other ingredients, I think we're getting there, and it's super exciting. So, and then hopefully the price, obviously, naturally can go from there. But I think this is a mission that we can believe in. This is super exciting, and it competes and fits in with all the existing narratives and structure that we have, which is also really good. So that's what I got. So thank you.
Thank you. That was great. I think that was the best PowerPoint we've seen today. I don't want to crap on anybody else's. Up next, we have Tennessee Rep. Jason Powell to talk to us about DAOs and government. So welcome him to the stage, please.
Hey, thank you, everybody. I know the day is getting late, and the last thing you probably want to hear from is a politician. I want to start off with, first of all, a disclaimer that I am in no part a relation to Jerome Powell. So let me start off with that disclaimer. Also, I wanted to let Charlie Lee know I was at the pool earlier. The DJ, great job. Encourage everybody to get at the pool, but make sure you do it when the sun's up, because when the sun goes down, it gets a little chilly. But the DJ has a bunch of stickers, and he said he needs a Litecoin sticker. So we need to get the DJ here at this hotel a Litecoin sticker. So let me say that I first got involved in cryptocurrency back in 2017, like a lot of people here, by investing in cryptocurrency. But I'm the type of person, if I'm going to invest in anything, I want to fully understand what I'm investing in. But professionally, I'm involved in real estate. I've been in real estate for almost 2 decades, know a lot about real estate, but I didn't know a lot about cryptocurrency. So I wanted to understand the fundamentals behind cryptocurrencies. And so that led me down a path of blockchain and fully diving into blockchain, trying to understand that. So I've been in the Tennessee General Assembly since 2012. And one of the things I thought about that would be very important for us as a state, as I learned more about blockchain, was to have smart contracts. So in 2018, I introduced a piece of legislation to create blockchain smart contracts in the Tennessee Code. It was a very interesting process. Believe it or not, I'm one of the youngest people in the Tennessee General Assembly. At the time when I was talking about this, very few people had any concept of what I was talking about and were very confused. But we had some great discussions and taught a lot of my fellow colleagues about blockchain and the applications that existed. And it was very encouraging. Pass the blockchain legislation in 2018. It was great. Come back, work on a lot of different new components that we can focus on in a couple of years. The market started to go down for cryptocurrencies overall, put a damper on things. And of course, fast forward, we had the pandemic, right? And so a lot of the focus on legislation, tough to pass legislation dealing with cryptocurrency in the middle of a pandemic. So took a pause. 2022 came back, and I said, this is the year I'm going to refocus on looking at different components to blockchain cryptocurrency for the state of Tennessee. I'm a huge proponent of my state, as I should be, as an elected official for my state. Represent Nashville, Tennessee. It's one of the fastest growing cities in the United States. Got a great tech ecosystem with a lot of great companies that are based in Nashville and based in Tennessee. And so I want to say I want to make my state one of the leaders when it comes to advancing these new kind of tech companies and ventures and blockchain and cryptocurrencies. So I actually put out 4 different bills that I sponsored this year. The first one was actually coming to the rescue in defense of one of the mayors of Tennessee, the mayor of Jackson, Scott Conger, who was trying to make it so that he could pay his employees, city employees, through cryptocurrency. And he was getting some pushback from our state treasurer. So I basically put forward a bill that said the state of Tennessee can invest in cryptocurrencies, NFTs. It can invest in different applications of blockchain. And I had a couple other bills. One was about campaign finance, being able to accept campaign and contributions and also put out NFTs through your campaign. And then another bill dealt specifically with trying to build a task force and a coalition within the state of Tennessee to promote different blockchain and cryptocurrency initiatives. The fourth bill, not to get highly technical, but it's called a caption bill. Basically means you open up a section of code in the law and you can amend it to do whatever you want, but I made it relative to blockchain. So one day I'm sitting there and I'm looking at Twitter, and all of a sudden I've got 100 plus notifications that something about me or I was tagged on Twitter. My bill that I had put forward about investing in blockchain and cryptocurrency got picked up, and the next thing I knew, I had CoinDesk calling me. It was in Bitcoin Magazine. I mean, I was getting just constant, various media publications that are in this space were contacting me saying, hey, tell us about this. This is one of the most aggressive laws you're putting forth in the country. So that got a lot of interest, and I had a lot of different groups come out of the woodwork who I'd not dealt with in the past. I got to say, in 2018, when I tried to work on blockchain legislation, most of the people that were coming at me were attorneys because they were very interested in smart contracts and making sure they could get a piece of that business. But I didn't have my hope was I could get a lot of people that were innovators, that wanted to build the tech, that wanted to establish these companies in my state. I didn't have that in 2018. But in 2022, fast forward, I was bombarded with all different types of companies and ventures from across the state that said, hey, we're so excited. We've been looking for somebody that will champion blockchain, champion cryptocurrency, that understands what we're trying to do and the companies we're trying to build. And we're so excited we've got an advocate out there representing us. So that was great. What happened was, and I had looked at this, is creating a bill to basically legalize, decentralize, and recognize decentralized autonomous organization, or DAOs. So I put together a bill, had some great people that helped me, that recognize decentralized autonomous organizations in the Tennessee Code. So we passed that unanimously. I think maybe there were 6 people in the entire General Assembly who understood what I was doing. But I have built a trust factor of somebody who will work across the aisle to really focus on common sense legislation to get things done. As a result, we're able to pass that legislation unanimously, as I said, and we became the second state to recognize DAOs. The next thing that happened was that got picked up, and that led to a whole nother wave of media. Actually, a reporter who's here covered a story, Catherine Rickmeyer, I think she's moderating a panel tomorrow, wrote an article. The next thing we knew, I was getting contacted. It was in The Guardian, across the pond. I mean, there was global interest in DAOs. And I got to say, it's been really, really neat. We've had multiple companies that have formed, that have created DAOs in Tennessee and are setting up shop. I want to make sure, and my belief is I want to make Tennessee the Delaware for DAOs and bring these innovative companies to my state because I believe in fostering this innovation and doing wonderful things. Now, I got to tell you, it's been an interesting journey. I think there's a lot more that we can do. There are some other bills that I want to continue to focus on. We need to kind of tweak some of our DAO legislation. I actually worked with the group, and we created one of Tennessee's first DAOs, and that was really neat. But there's still a lot to do. And I think that what I've seen is these things are not happening, and we all know, at the federal government level. If we sit around and wait for these regulations to come down and for the feds to act and Congress to act, I'm going to have a lot more gray hair by the time that happens. So a lot of the innovation you're seeing is happening in the states. And I want to encourage everybody that's here to really focus and think about what you can do at the state level, because that's truly where the innovation is happening in this space. So the thing that I'm a firm believer in is the ability for, and I've seen this through DAOs, the different things that DAOs can impact, and the different types of organizations that can be set up, whether they're financial, whether they're trying to promote different democratic initiatives. I've actually been in Forbes magazine, interviewed twice in the last couple of months over my DAO legislation. And one of the things that they talked about, the first one is about in Nashville, they're now looking at a sort of a DAO model for voting. And what that means is we have a large city council. We have 40 members. That's probably too many people to represent one city. We have 40 members, and so not everybody understands every issue. So they're trying to create basically a weighted voting system where if you understand, and it's a thing that you're very passionate about, if you're passionate about transportation and you're on our city council, your vote can carry a little bit more weight. Say you're talking about education or healthcare and you don't really understand or you don't have a passion for that, you can basically put more of your focus and more of the weight of your vote into, say, those transportation issues. So kind of looking at really neat things that can be utilized through DAOs. And one of the things that excites me most about cryptocurrency and Litecoin and all these different components is how we can serve the unbanked. And that's a huge passion of mine, is making sure that we can serve the unbanked. I will say, I've been on the banking committee, subcommittee, and I've been on the Commerce Committee for the whole time I've served in the legislature for 10 years. So we've had a bill come forward, there's actually a federal bill now, that says you must accept cash, right? So the whole point of the bill is everybody, any business in Tennessee would have to accept cash. I think that's the wrong idea. Actually, a couple days ago, I looked at Twitter again, and somebody was criticizing me saying, Representative Powell, I can't believe you're the one who stopped the you got to accept cash bill in the legislature. And let me say, my answer to that is, not every business that's out there should have to accept cash. Cash, you could be in a say a dangerous environment or a dangerous area. I don't necessarily know, that I want, say a young woman who is running a business in an area that she feels unsafe to advertise that she's going to have cash when she walks out at night. So my answer is, and this is what I said to the committee member, if we really want to make it easier for people who are unbanked to be able to get away from having to go through a bank and go through that structured system, is we would encourage more people to accept cryptocurrencies like Litecoin, Bitcoin, and others. Because that truly eliminates the step, lets people have that ability to transact in those methods. And I firmly believe that. Now, that blew a lot of people's minds. They thought that was crazy. I get everything from all different spectrums. In my state, I've got the one spectrum that end of the circle that says that basically this is all foreign government, malicious, and it's hackers, and it's all corrupt and organized crime. Then I've got the other side that thinks that everything that involves cryptocurrency is taken away and just making a lot of people wealthy, and we know that's not true. So I think that focusing on the very positive middle ground, democratizing these things, and that's what was important about the DAO legislation I passed, is it is going to enable more companies and more people to invest directly in various institutions and various systems that they believe in, and not have to go through a large centralized platform. And so that to me has been very exciting. I think there are a lot of neat things on the horizon, but again, I want to say that the most important thing in my belief is that this innovation is happening in the state, and if you're interested in making sure that we advance these different initiatives, talk to your state and local elected officials about what they can do to continue to promote and support various initiatives in cryptocurrency and also in blockchain. So that's what I'm here to say. Very proud of my state, again, for passing the second piece of legislation to create decentralized autonomous organization. I think we got a lot of great things in the future, a lot of things to come, specifically out of Tennessee. But hopefully the feds can get some of this stuff straightened out, because if we're waiting around for the feds, I think it's going to be a long time for some of these regulations to be finally hammered out. So thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to present. Let me know if you have any questions.
The government in crypto is we're ever moving closer, and great words. Reach out to your senators, reach out to the people in your state, let them know where we stand, what you want. So we have two more speakers left, and we save the best for last, of course. We have the founder and CEO of Ballet Wallet, one of our sponsors here, great guy, Bobby Lee. So let's have him up here.
Hello, good afternoon. How's everyone doing? So I'm going to talk about an important topic. It's about cryptocurrency safety. How many of you invest in cryptocurrency and plan to profit from that investment? All right, so it's relevant to all of you. Okay, so what is actually the best type of wallet for long-term crypto investment? This is a question I've been thinking about for the past 11 years since I've been in crypto. And how should you choose it? So this photo is a typical hardware wallet that's very highly rated and very secure. I assume that many of you recognize it and might even use it yourself. I certainly have one as well, right? Yes? However, when you use this kind of hardware wallet, this photo is not the full picture. The full picture is actually a lot more complicated and has a lot more moving parts. Specifically, I'm referring to the backup recovery seed phrases, the need to upgrade and patch the firmware. How do you back up and store those recovery seed phrases? Do you write it down? Is it stained? Do you have good handwriting? So there are a lot of complexities involved in setting up a traditional electronic hardware wallet. And many of you who raised your hand earlier have actually navigated through that process successfully. However, for every one of you who have done it properly, there's probably 100 or even 1,000 people out there who's not able to follow along. I personally don't think this is the ultimate solution for the 7 or 8 billion people on this planet. Maybe for 1 million, 10 million, yes, but certainly not for 1 billion people. They are the market leader, but I doubt they'll get to 1 billion people actually using this wallet safely. In my own experience, most of these wallets are gifted or bought and they just stay in the drawer unopened, or maybe someone opens it and realizes it's too difficult to set up. My mom, who's here by the way, Litecoin grandma, I don't think she's ever going to be able to set up something as complicated as this. So 3 years ago, started a company called Ballet. And in fact, in the US 3 years ago at the Litecoin conference, we debuted our product. And for the last 3 years, it's been very successful. I'm proud to say that no one globally has ever lost money using the Ballet wallet. It's never been hacked. The funds have never been swept. And it's very easy to use with no setup. But more importantly, I'm here to tell you about the comprehensive crypto security model that underpins the Ballet wallet's model. And there are 9 dimensions to this wallet design I want to share with you. It's only now, 3 years later, that we've finally distilled the concepts, the philosophy of Ballet's secure wallet design into these slides. And I'm sharing it with you guys at the Litecoin Summit for the first time globally. So world's first presentation on these topics. Okay, number 1, the first philosophy is self-custody, and this is the most important. The whole point of a wallet is we want customers to be able to self-custody their own crypto. Is that right? Self-custody is the name of cryptocurrency, and we want that. We give you full, exclusive custody of your own cryptocurrency. Not your keys, not your coin. You can be your own bank, and this is a 100% self-custody wallet, Ballet. Number 2 is we give you cold storage. Not warm storage, certainly not hot storage. It means your funds are always 100% offline cold storage. This is the best type of storage for long-term investing. This is actually not suitable for daily transactions, but for those of you who have funds for long-term investing, this is the best model, cold storage, okay? No moving parts, no electronics, longevity, durability. It's an open industry standard, BIP 38. And best of all, there's no risky firmware updates with this kind of cold storage. Number 3 is the whole wallet experience. It's a human-centered design. We use intuitive principles that are familiar with humans years and years. For example, humans actually have a very tough time safeguarding electronic data. The whole notion of electronic data is only decades in the making. since the invention and advent of computing. But however, our ability to safekeep something physical, we've had that ability for thousands of years. Generations and generations of human beings, all the way back to the caveman days, we know how to safeguard and safekeep physical goods. It's much easier to lose track of electronic information than it is to lose something physically precious. So our human-centered design approach, everything's visual-based. There's no SMS verification. More importantly, we know that human memory is fallible, right? Do you all agree? Anyone have perfect memory here? I certainly don't. And as I age, I've realized that more and more so. We start forgetting passwords. We start forgetting PIN codes. Especially the very secret passwords, you're actually more likely to forget. And if you try to write it down, then it defeats the whole purpose of having a passcode and be memorized. So that's why this wallet was created from day one to not rely on human memory. It is a physical bearer asset with no external dependencies. That means, God forbid, knock on wood, if something happens to you, whether it's a boating accident or some plane crash, you will never be able to take your coins to the grave with you. Because you don't want that. If you have long-term investment, you want your coins to be available to your spouse, to your children and grandchildren if something were to happen to you. And with Ballet, this is the easiest way for inheritance and estate planning. So it actually allows for engagement of people of all ages, from children to adults to aging parents and grandparents. Okay? So more crypto is actually lost and stolen, is actually lost by self-user errors than actually truly stolen and hacked. So we ignore all the hypothetical edge cases where where wallet makers try to make something so secure in some electronic computer chip that's supposed to be hack-proof. There's no such thing as hack-proof, because if it were so secure, why do they want you to keep updating their firmware for the wallets, right? Who's gone through a firmware update process? Yeah, it's like an open heart surgery. All right, and then of course we want both convenience and simplicity. We avoid unforced user errors. We avoid loss of funds through better simplicity. Okay, smarter, simpler wallet design, avoiding misuse, and it's efficient, easy, and seamless. What we want is a solution that has no cables, no batteries, no wireless or Bluetooth, no electronics, no firmware, no pairing whatsoever. And this way you have something that's purely physical, non-electronics based. It's based on visual. So as long as you have eyes, even if you lose your eyesight, magnifying glass, or have a trusted person who can read it to you, you can retrieve your assets years later, whether it's 10 years or 20 years. In fact, our wallet is probably the industry's only wallet that has a designed lifespan of 20 years. Think about that. Which wallet do you use today, software or hardware, that you can safely say you can retrieve funds from it in 20 years? I doubt you can say yes to that for any of your existing wallets. But for Ballet, I have confidence 20 years later you can retrieve funds from a Ballet wallet, whether it's kept in a closet, in a safe deposit box, or even in a time capsule buried underground. All right, number 5, we want transactional freedom. What that means is to give you the ability to transfer your money, your crypto, anytime, anywhere, in whatever amount you want, because in the end, you are the true and only owner of that crypto. There's no intermediary. We, Ballet, do not serve as a custodian. It's a self-custody, unhosted wallet. You have full transaction freedom with it. We give you financial privacy, also personal privacy. None of your transactions are tracked. No IP addresses are recorded. There's no registration. There's no username. There's no real name KYC authentication. You use it no different than you buying a leather wallet from a department store and put cash in it. They don't track what you put, how you spend the money, how much you make. They don't track any of that. Same thing with Ballet's philosophy. And it's a digital, so not only is cryptocurrency a digital bearer asset, we've turned cryptocurrency into a physical bearer asset. And by the way, for those of you who are here at the conference, you have all received a Ballet Litecoin wallet in your gifty bag, the blue one you have there, okay? So there's a special Litecoin Summit edition of that. So I talked about personal privacy as well. So there's no electronic footprint. We don't, everything is on-chain, anonymous on-chain. So there's no analytics that people can perform any more than what's already publicly on the blockchain. Okay, so we don't allow for and we don't condone electronic surveillance. This way you maintain your financial privacy. And it's just like gold and physical cash. Think of it that way, okay? This is I think we think that personal privacy, financial privacy is a fundamental human right. Number 7, strength and durability. So people call this a fancy paper wallet. In some sense it is. However, it's made of stainless steel. It's the size of a credit card, but it's really hefty, okay? So it's really built for longevity, long-lasting design. Like I said, 20 years of design life. And it's the best aspects of the real world in terms of coinage and so on. The reason coins last longer than paper money is because coins are made of metal. And for that same reason, we've chosen to make our Ballet wallets out of stainless steel. Okay? And there are no electronic components because electronic components by definition are actually fragile. We change phones every 3 to 4 years. We change computers every 5 to 7 years. And the reality is our old devices, you should look up your old electronic devices from even 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Most likely they won't turn on. I've had an old iPhone go bust on me where the battery exploded. I mean, not exploded, but it just sort of popped up. And it's very hard to revive a dead piece of electronic. So our devices have no electronics, so that way you avoid all sort of data degradation, what they call bit rot. You avoid all the EMP type of risks, solar flares, nuclear bombs going off, EMP, and all that stuff. I know it's a little bit out there, but the idea of non-electronic design lasting a lifetime is truly worth thinking about. And number 8, we also care about elegance and style. The reason is that if you're going to keep something for long term, you don't want it to be thrown out by accident. When people discover a gold coin or a gold bar in a drawer or in a underground in a time capsule, they're not going to throw it away because it's shiny, it's pretty. For the same reason, Ballet wallets are designed with elegance and style. It's a minimalist design, it's a timeless design. If you ever come across it in someone's drawer, in someone's safe, or in your grandma's estate, you will know that this is something valuable. And there's a QR code right on it, and you can scan it and check the value of it. So there's very little risk of it being tossed out. We've all heard of stories where people have thrown out millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin in a hard drive that was just lying around. There's a very famous story where a girlfriend threw out her boyfriend's hard drive and it's in a dumpster somewhere in England, and he's going to spend millions of dollars trying to recover that. Right? With Ballet, it's never going to happen, so it's apparently very stylish and it holds high value. And finally, number 9, we base our wallet on open industry standards. Because even though I have a lot of confidence in Ballet, the reality is, as with any company, you just don't know whether the company can last 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or 100 years. So we designed this from the get-go. Even if one day Ballet were to shut down and go bankrupt and close, your wallets are safe because the money in there is protected by industry standards, open industry standards that don't rely on my company to provide you with the keys to unlock your cryptocurrency. And this is the BIP 38 standard that's been around for 10 years now. Next month in November, BIP 38 is celebrating the 10-year anniversary. It's an open standard.
Announce bit refill. So if you are in beta or if you're in test flight, you can already test this. We're going to do a new version in about a week or so to actually fix all the bugs. But if you don't know, bit refill reached out to us about 2 years ago, actually. We had the code. COVID happened. We had a lot of other things going on. So we're really happy that they're in. And they've actually grown so significantly in the last 2 years. So basically, you can go buy an Amazon gift card using your Light Wallet crypto. So it's great. So yeah, next week you guys can check it out. So what's next? So Flexa, if you don't know, that's an integration where you can go to like Baskin-Robbins or something and use a code to actually pay out of Light Wallet. We're working with them. We're going to get a lot more testing going on. The next thing is MWeb. So you guys already probably heard David talk about what's going on. I've already talked to him. And what we want to do is have a plan to do more and more integrations with different versions of Light Wallet because it's a big deal. If you don't know, a lot of other wallets now, you can pay with Apple Pay or Google Pay, and we want to try to get that in there as well. Bec32 is really big. This is basically if you're trading from LTC1 to L or M numbers, addresses, I'm sorry. Basically, we need it in Android. We have it in iOS. We need to fix that soon. And then finally, there's a lot of code that's 5 years old. And the problem is when it works, it's great. But when you start pulling things apart, it makes it a lot more difficult to deliver a good product. So we have a lot of stuff on our plate. And so that goes to the next thing, which is we actually need more folks, right? So Light Wallet it's part of a nonprofit. Folks are making, they have beer money, right, at the end of the month. So it's not a lot, but the idea is if we can double the number of folks, it would be great. So we've never had marketing, so we want to get an ad manager. We don't have a web developer, and I can't be the only iOS developer. And finally, it'd be great to have an Android developer. Thank you. Please, if you have it already, you can go to lightwallet.io. You can download the app. And thank you so much. Are there any questions, by the way?
Is there a plan to add Omnilight support to Light Wallet?
Well, we talked about the key thing is there's actually some work going on with Lowe's, so you probably should talk to him about it. So we have two different silos, so to speak, in the code base. So yeah, definitely talk to him. Yes. So I don't want to steal thunder. Something's going on right now, and I know they worked on it. So maybe, I think they had a workshop already. So you guys have to talk to Loesch, because he's working on both those things. Yes? Are we done? Guys, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
1, 2, 1, 2, check, check. Yeah, it's just working. Check, 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 check.